rhythmic thud of my footsteps echoed through the empty parking lot as I made my way to my car. The frigid night air nipped at my exposed skin, urging me to hurry. I fumbled with my keys, my fingers numb from the cold, when I heard it, the sickening screech of metal giving way. My heart lurched as I watched my trusty sedan sag to one side, the tire deflating with a hiss. No, 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 I muttered, kneeling to inspect the damage. A jagged piece of metal glinted in the dim light, firmly embedded in my tire. I let out a frustrated groan, my breath forming misty clouds in the air. Of all the nights for this to happen, it had to be when I was already running late for my sister's engagement party. I pulled out my phone, ready to call for help, only to be greeted by a black screen. Dead. Of course it was. I hadn't charged it during my double shift at the diner, too busy juggling orders and dodging handsy customers to remember. As I contemplated my options, headlights swept across the lot. A sleek black car pulled up beside me, its engine purring smoothly. The window rolled down, revealing a man with a kind face and salt and pepper hair. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice warm and concerned. I nodded, gesturing to my sad-looking tire. "Flat, and my phone's dead, so I can't even call for help." He smiled sympathetically. "That's rough. Look, I'm heading into town. I'd be happy to give you a lift if you need one." I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to decline, to wait for someone else, anyone else. But the lot was deserted, and I was already an hour late. My sister would never forgive me if I missed her big moment. "Are you sure?" I asked, biting my lip. "I don't want to inconvenience you." "Not at all," he assured me. "I'm John, by the way, and really, it's no trouble." Something in his easy manner put me at ease. Against my better judgment, I found myself smiling back. "I'm Sarah, and honestly, that would be amazing. Thank you so much." I grabbed my purse from my car, locked it, and slid into the passenger seat of John's vehicle. The interior was immaculate, smelling faintly of leather and pine. As we pulled out of the lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made a terrible mistake. "So, Sarah," John said conversationally as we merged onto the highway, "what has you out so late on a Tuesday night?" "My sister's engagement party," I explained, fidgeting with the strap of my purse. "I'm already super late because of work, and now this. She's going to kill me." John chuckled. "I'm sure she'll understand. Family usually does." As we chatted, I found myself relaxing. John was easy to talk to, asking about my job at the diner and sharing stories about his own sister. But as the minutes ticked by, I realized we should have reached town by now. John?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I think we might have missed the exit." He glanced at me, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "Oh, don't worry, I know a shortcut." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the car's air conditioning. I tried to subtly check the door, my fingers searching for the handle. There was nothing there, just smooth, featureless metal where the handle should have been. Panic flared in my chest, threatening to choke me. I forced myself to take a deep breath, to stay calm. There had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe it was just a different model of car, one I wasn't familiar with. "Actually," I said, striving for a casual tone, "I think I'd prefer to stick to the main road. My sister's already worried, and I don't want to make her wait any longer." John's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. "Now, Sarah," he said, his voice losing its warmth. "I thought we were getting along so well. Don't ruin it by being difficult." My heart pounded so hard I was sure he could hear it. I searched desperately for a way out, but we were on a dark, deserted stretch of highway. No other cars in sight. No buildings. Nowhere to run. "Please," I whispered, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. "Just let me out. I won't tell anyone, I swear." He laughed, a harsh, grating sound that made my skin crawl. "Oh, Sarah. Sweet, naive Sarah. Do you really think you're the first to make that promise?" to beg and plead. Tears stung my eyes as the full horror of my situation sank in. This wasn't some random act of kindness gone wrong. This was planned, calculated, and I had walked right into his trap. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. John's face twisted into a cruel smile. "Because I can," he said simply. "Because there will always be trusting little lambs like you, so eager to see the good in people, so willfully blind to the wolves in their midst." I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. Panic wouldn't help me now. I needed to think, to find a way out of this nightmare. "My sister," I said, grasping at straws. "She's expecting me. She'll call the police when I don't show up." John shrugged, unfazed. "And tell them what? That her irresponsible little sister, known for being chronically late, didn't show up to a party? That's hardly cause for alarm, now is it?" He was right, and we both knew it. My tardiness was a running joke in my family. They'd be annoyed, maybe worried, but not enough to involve the authorities. Not for hours, maybe days. By then, it would be too late. As we drove deeper into the night, my mind raced through scenarios, each more desperate than the last. Could I grab the steering wheel, force us off the road? But at this speed, that would likely kill us both. Break a window. But even if I managed it, where would I go? We were miles from anywhere, and John would surely catch me before I could find help. "You know," John mused, his tone conversational, as if we were discussing the weather. "This is usually the part where they start bargaining. Offering money, favors, anything to make me change my mind." He glanced at me, raising an eyebrow. "No last-ditch efforts from you, Sarah?" I met his gaze, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. "Would it make a difference?" He considered this for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I suppose not. But it's always interesting to see what people value most when they're desperate." As we lapsed into silence, I found my thoughts drifting to my family. My sister, probably furious by now, thinking I'd flaked on her big night. My parents, who would be disappointed but unsurprised by my absence. How long would it take them to realize something was truly wrong? Would they ever know what happened to me? The car slowed, turning onto a bumpy dirt road. Through the trees, I could make out the dim outline of a structure. A house, old and decrepit, loomed before us. My prison, I realized with a sinking feeling. As we rolled to a stop, John turned to me, his eyes glinting in the darkness. "Welcome home, Sarah," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. "I do hope you'll be comfortable here. You'll be staying for quite some time." With trembling hands, I reached for my purse. If I was going down, I'd go down fighting. My fingers closed around the small canister of pepper spray I always carried, a gift from my father who worried about my late-night shifts at the diner. As John reached across to grab me, I struck. The pepper spray hit him full in the face, and he recoiled with a howl of pain and rage. In that moment of confusion, I slammed my elbow into the window with all my strength. Once, twice, 3 times before it finally shattered. Ignoring the sting of glass cutting into my skin, I hurled myself out of the car. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. But adrenaline and fear propelled me forward. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my lungs burning as I plunged into the dark woods surrounding the property. Behind me, I could hear John's enraged shouts and the sound of him stumbling after me. But I had a head start, and the dense undergrowth slowed him down. I ran until my legs felt like jelly, until each breath was agony, until I couldn't hear anything but the pounding of my own heart. Finally, I allowed myself to slow, collapsing against a tree. In the distance, I could see lights, a town, or at least a gas station, civilization, safety. With renewed determination, I pushed myself onward. As I staggered onto the lit parking lot of a 24-hour convenience store, I must have looked a fright. Clothes torn, covered in dirt and blood, wild-eyed with terror. The clerk behind the counter took one look at me and reached for the phone. "Please," I gasped, my voice raw. Call the police. In the days that followed, as I sat through police interviews and hospital examinations, the reality of how close I'd come to disappearing forever sank in. They found John's house, discovered evidence of other victims who hadn't been as lucky as me. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't had that pepper spray. If I hadn't found the strength to break that window and run. But mostly, I'm grateful. Grateful to be alive, to have a second chance. Now, when I see a stranded motorist, I don't stop. I call the police and let them handle it. Some might call me paranoid, but I know the truth. There are monsters out there, wearing human faces, waiting for trusting souls to let down their guard. And I, for one, refuse to be a victim again. The old Victorian loomed before me, its weathered facade a silent testament to decades past. As I fumbled with the ancient key, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the autumn air. This was to be my home for the next month, a generous offer from my aunt who needed a house sitter while she gallivanted across Europe. Little did I know, I was about to step into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit foyer. The musty scent of age and disuse assaulted my nostrils as I dragged my suitcase across the threshold. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight filtering through grimy windows, giving the entire scene an eerie, dreamlike quality. Home sweet home, I muttered, my voice echoing in the empty space. I spent that first day exploring, opening creaky doors and peering into rooms frozen in time. My aunt had inherited the house from a distant relative and rarely visited, preferring to keep it as a sort of living museum. Every corner seemed to hold some relic of the past, faded photographs, antique furniture, even a collection of Victorian dolls that made my skin crawl with their glassy, lifeless stares. As night fell, I settled into the least musty bedroom I could find, grateful for the modern touches my aunt had added. A comfortable bed, Wi-Fi, and a small TV. I drifted off to sleep, lulled by the unfamiliar creaks and groans of the old house settling. It was the sound that woke me, a soft, rhythmic thumping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I sat up, heart racing, straining my ears in the darkness. There it was again, thump, 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 like footsteps, but muffled, as if coming from inside the walls themselves. I reached for my phone, its screen casting a ghostly glow across the room. 3:17 a.m., far too early for any reasonable explanation. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, heavy and oppressive. Then, just as I was about to convince myself it was all in my imagination, I heard it again. Clearer this time, deliberate, coming from directly above me. With shaking hands, I turned on the bedside lamp and got to my feet. The rational part of my brain argued that it was probably just an animal, a raccoon or maybe a squirrel that had found its way into the attic. But a deeper, more primal part of me knew that wasn't the case. I crept out into the hallway, every shadow seeming to loom and shift in the dim light. The thumping had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A faint, barely audible whisper, like someone muttering to themselves just on the edge of hearing. At the end of the hall stood a door I hadn't noticed before. It was slightly ajar, revealing a narrow staircase leading up into darkness, the attic. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, the door slowly began to open wider, as if pushed by an unseen hand. I ran, back to my room, slamming the door behind me and wedging a chair under the handle. I spent the rest of the night huddled under the covers, jumping at every creak and groan of the house, convinced that at any moment, something would come bursting through the door. When morning finally came, I felt foolish. In the harsh light of day, my fears seemed childish and overblown. I decided to investigate the attic, determined to prove to myself that there was a perfectly rational explanation for the night's events. The attic door stood closed, showing no signs of the eerie movement I'd witnessed. I took a deep breath and pushed it open, wincing at the loud creak of rusty hinges. The stairs beyond were thick with dust, undisturbed save for a few small animal tracks. See? I told myself. Just a critter after all. But as I climbed the stairs, that certainty began to waver. The attic was a cluttered maze of forgotten treasures and discarded junk, illuminated by weak sunlight streaming through a grimy window. And there, in the far corner, stood something that made my blood run cold. A rocking chair, old and weathered, its wood darkened with age, and perched upon it, staring at me with glassy eyes, was a doll. Not one of the antique porcelain dolls from downstairs, but something far more unsettling. It was crudely made, fashioned from what looked like burlap and straw, with buttons for eyes and a stitched red smile that seemed to leer at me. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. As I drew closer, I noticed something clutched in its crude straw hands. A book, its leather cover cracked and peeling with age. With trembling fingers, I pried the book from the doll's grasp. It fell open, revealing yellowed pages covered in spidery handwriting. A diary, I realized, dated 1897. I began to read, my eyes widening with each passage. The diary belonged to a young woman named Elizabeth, the daughter of the house's original owners. Her entries started innocently enough, chronicling the mundane details of her daily life. But as I flipped through the pages, a darker narrative emerged. Elizabeth wrote of strange noises in the night, of whispers and footsteps when the house should have been empty. She spoke of a presence that watched her, that followed her from room to room. And then, most chillingly, she began to write of a figure she saw in her dreams, a man with hollow eyes and a stitched red smile. The final entry, dated just days before Elizabeth's mysterious disappearance, according to a yellowed newspaper clipping tucked into the back of the book, read simply, "He's here. God help me. He's real, and he's here." I dropped the book, my hands shaking uncontrollably. This had to be some kind of sick joke, a story concocted by my aunt or the previous owners to scare gullible house-sitters. But as I turned to leave, my foot caught on something hidden beneath years of dust and cobwebs. A floorboard shifted, revealing a small space beneath. And there, nestled in the darkness, was a bundle of cloth. My heart in my throat, I reached down and pulled it out. It was a dress, faded and yellowed with age, but unmistakably a woman's dress from the late 1800s. And on it, dark stains that could only be blood. I ran, out of the attic, down the stairs, not stopping until I was out of the house and gasping for air on the front lawn. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd found. Was it possible? Could Elizabeth's story be true? The next few days passed in a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid days. I jumped at every sound, convinced that at any moment I would turn around and see the figure from Elizabeth's diary, the man with the stitched red smile. I thought about leaving, about calling my aunt and making up some excuse. But something kept me there, a morbid curiosity perhaps, or a stubborn determination to uncover the truth. I spent hours researching the house's history, poring over old newspapers and public records. The more I dug, the more unsettling the story became. Elizabeth wasn't the only one to vanish mysteriously. Over the decades, there had been others, always young women, always alone in the house. And then, on my 5th night in the house, it happened. I woke to the sound of footsteps, louder and more deliberate than before. They were coming up the stairs, heading straight for my room. I lay frozen in terror, watching as the doorknob slowly began to turn. The chair I had wedged against it shuddered, then toppled with a crash. And there, silhouetted in the doorway, stood a figure that could not possibly be real. He was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed too long and joints that bent at odd angles. His face was a featureless expanse of pale skin, save for two hollow black eyes and a red slash of a mouth, stitched into a permanent, leering grin. I screamed. I screamed until my throat was raw, until I tasted blood. But no sound came out. The figure took a step forward, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette controlled by unseen strings. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged for the window, my fingers scrabbling at the latch, just as I felt cold. Straw-like fingers brush against my neck. The window burst open. I threw myself out, landing hard on the overgrown lawn below. I ran, barefoot, in my pajamas. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. When I finally stopped, I found myself in the center of town, miles from the house. A concerned police officer approached me, asking if I was all right. I babbled my story, fully aware of how insane it sounded. To their credit, the police took me seriously enough to investigate. They found nothing, of course, no evidence of an intruder, no hidden rooms or secret passages. Even the dress and diary I'd discovered in the attic were gone, as if they'd never existed. My aunt returned early from her trip, concerned about my breakdown. She sold the house soon after, unable to look at it without remembering my wild tales of ghosts and disappearances. Years have passed, and I've tried to convince myself that it was all a vivid nightmare, a product of an overactive imagination and too many late-night horror movies. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear it. The soft thump of footsteps inside the walls, the whisper of straw-like fingers reaching for me in the dark. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that somewhere out there, in that old Victorian house, he's still waiting. The man with the stitched red smile, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to cross his threshold. The moment I saw Eliza's eyes light up as she talked about her parents, I should have known something was off. We'd been dating for 6 months, and this was the first time she'd mentioned them with anything other than a dismissive wave of her hand. But love, as they say, is blind, and I was about to walk straight into the darkness. "They're going to adore you, Jack," Eliza gushed, her fingers intertwining with mine as we sped down the highway. The countryside blurred past, an endless sea of green giving way to more remote, rugged terrain. "Mom's been pestering me for weeks to bring you home." I smiled, trying to ignore the knot of anxiety in my stomach. Meeting the parents was always nerve-wracking, but something about this felt different. Maybe it was the way Eliza's grip on the steering wheel tightened every time I asked about her childhood, or the fact that we were driving 3 hours into the middle of nowhere for a simple dinner. As we turned onto a narrow dirt road, the trees seemed to close in around us, branches scraping against the car like grasping fingers. The shadows lengthened, despite it being mid-afternoon. "Almost there," Eliza chirped, an edge of excitement in her voice that I'd never heard before. The road opened up to reveal a sprawling farmhouse, its white paint peeling to reveal weathered wood beneath. A group of people stood on the porch, their faces breaking into wide smiles as we pulled up. "Welcome home, sweetheart." A woman who could only be Eliza's mother enveloped her in a crushing hug. Her eyes, when they turned to me, were sharp and assessing. "And you must be Jack. We've heard so much about you." I shook hands, exchanged pleasantries, all the while feeling like a specimen under a microscope. There was something off about their smiles. Too wide, too fixed. And why were there so many of them? Eliza had only ever mentioned her parents, but here were at least a dozen people, all claiming to be aunts, uncles, cousins. As we were ushered inside, I caught snippets of conversation that made little sense. "Is everything prepared for tonight?" "The circle is ready. We just need..." They fell silent as I passed, those unnerving smiles snapping back into place. Dinner was a lavish affair, the table groaning under the weight of dishes I'd never seen before. Strange herbs and spices tickled my nose, making my head swim. Or was that the wine? I couldn't remember drinking much, but my glass seemed to refill itself when I wasn't looking. "So, Jack?" Eliza's father leaned in, his eyes glittering in the candlelight. "What are your intentions with our Eliza?" The question was normal enough, but there was a weight to it that made me pause. The room had gone silent, all eyes fixed on me. I stammered, my tongue feeling thick in my mouth. "I love her, sir. I want to build a life with her." A ripple of something passed through the room. Approval? Relief? I couldn't quite place it. "Excellent," he beamed, raising his glass. "To Jack and Eliza." The toast was echoed around the table, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just passed some sort of test, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know what would have happened if I'd failed. As the night wore on, my unease grew. The conversation flowed around me, peppered with words and phrases I didn't understand, references to the old ways and the coming alignment. Whenever I tried to ask Eliza about it, she'd squeeze my hand and change the subject. Finally, as the moon rose high in the sky, Eliza's mother stood. "It's time," she announced, her voice ringing with an authority that silenced the room. Eliza beamed at me, taking my hand. "Come on, Jack. There's something I want to show you." We filed out of the house, the entire family moving with a purpose that sent chills down my spine. They led us to a clearing in the woods behind the house, where a bonfire roared to life with unnatural speed. And there, carved into the earth, was a circle. Intricate symbols I'd never seen before lined its edges, seeming to pulse with an inner light. "What is this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Eliza turned to me, her eyes shining with a fervor that terrified me. "This is who we are, Jack, who you're going to be." It hit me then, with a clarity that cut through the fog in my brain. The isolation, the strange conversations, the way they'd all been watching me, assessing me. This wasn't a family, it was a cult. I tried to back away, but strong hands gripped my arms. Eliza's uncles, their friendly smiles now twisted into something cruel. "Don't fight it, Jack," Eliza cooed, stroking my cheek. "This is a gift. You're being chosen." "Chosen for what?" I managed to choke out as they dragged me towards the circle. Her father stepped forward, a curved knife glinting in his hand. "To join us, of course. To become one with the old ones. To transcend your mortal flesh and embrace eternity." I struggled, panic lending me strength. But it was useless. There were too many of them, and whatever they'd slipped into my food and drink had left me weak and disoriented. They forced me to my knees at the edge of the circle. Eliza knelt beside me, taking my face in her hands. "I'm sorry it has to be this way," she said. And for a moment, I saw a flicker of the woman I thought I knew. "But you'll understand soon. We need new blood, Jack. Pure blood, and you're perfect." Her father began to chant, the words guttural and inhuman. The symbols around the circle flared to life, pulsing with a sickly green light. The air grew thick, oppressive, as if something vast and ancient was pressing down upon us. I closed my eyes, bracing for the bite of the knife. But instead, I felt nothing. The chanting faltered, confusion rippling through the group. I dared to open my eyes. The symbols were fading, the unnatural light guttering like a candle in the wind. "What's happening?" Eliza's mother demanded. "Why isn't it working?" Her father's face was a mask of rage and disbelief. "The blood," he snarled, rounding on me. "It's not pure. He's tainted." Eliza recoiled from me as if I'd burned her. "What does that mean? Jack, what aren't you telling us?" In that moment, hysterical laughter bubbled up inside me. Of all the things that could have saved me, it was this. "I'm on blood thinners," I gasped out between fits of laughter. "Have been since I was a teenager. Guess your old ones don't like their sacrifices premedicated, huh?" The look of utter bewilderment on their faces was almost comical. Here they were, this ancient cult with their eldritch rituals, thwarted by modern medicine. In the confusion that followed, I managed to break free. I ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, I could hear shouts of anger and frustration, but they faded as I put distance between us. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road, my lungs burning and my legs trembling. A passing trucker took pity on me, giving me a ride to the nearest town where I immediately went to the police. They didn't believe me, of course. By the time they went to investigate, the farmhouse was deserted. No trace of the cult, or Eliza, or the nightmare I'd endured. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear chanting on the wind. I've moved cities, changed my name, done everything I can to disappear. But I know they're out there, waiting, watching, and I know that someday they'll find another lonely soul to lure into their web, someone whose blood is pure enough for their twisted rituals. I can only hope that when that day comes, fate will intervene again. That something as simple as a daily aspirin might be enough to save a life and thwart the plans of beings older than time itself. Because in this world of ancient horrors and eldritch abominations, sometimes our greatest protection is the very thing that makes us human. Our fragility, our imperfection, our wonderfully, blessedly impure blood. The pulsing bass from the party still echoed in my ears as I stumbled out into the cool night air. I knew I'd had too much to drink, but the thrill of sneaking out and the euphoria of finally fitting in with the popular crowd had clouded my judgment. Now, as I stood on the sidewalk, the world spinning slightly, reality began to set in. I was miles from home, way past curfew, and in no state to make it back on my own. That's when I saw him, leaning against a sleek black car, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He looked older, maybe early 20s, with a jawline that could cut glass and eyes that seemed to see right through me. I'd noticed him inside, watching me from across the room, but I'd been too caught up in the excitement to pay much attention. "Need a ride, sweetheart?" he called out, his voice smooth as honey. Every instinct screamed at me to say no, to call a cab or a friend, anything but accept a ride from a stranger. But the alcohol in my system muffled those warnings, replacing them with a false sense of security. "That would be amazing," I heard myself say, the words slurring slightly. "I'm Jess." He smiled, stubbing out his cigarette under his boot. "Matt, hop in." As I slid into the passenger seat, the leather cool against my bare legs, I felt a twinge of unease, but I pushed it aside, focusing instead on giving Matt directions to my house. We pulled away from the curb, the streets of my hometown blurring past the window. At first, the ride was silent, save for the low hum of the radio. Then Matt spoke, his voice casual, but with an undercurrent I couldn't quite place. "So, Jess, you go to parties like that often?" I shook my head, a little too vigorously. "No, first time, actually. I'm usually more of a stay-at-home type." "Ah," he nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "A good girl, then. Trying something new?" The way he said, "good girl," made me squirm in my seat. I tried to change the subject, asking about the music playing softly in the background, but Matt seemed more interested in me, peppering me with questions about my life, my friends, my family. It wasn't until we'd been driving for about 20 minutes that I realized something was wrong. The houses were becoming less frequent, replaced by dark stretches of forest and fields. This wasn't the way to my house. Matt," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "I think we might have missed a turn. My street is back that way." He didn't respond immediately, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost all its earlier warmth. "We're not going to your house, Jess." Ice flooded my veins, sobering me up faster than a bucket of cold water. "What do you mean?" "Where are we going?" Matt's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. somewhere private, somewhere we can get to know each other better. Panic clawed at my throat. I reached for the door handle, only to find it locked. Matt laughed, a harsh, grating sound that bore no resemblance to his earlier charm. "Did you really think I was just being nice?" he sneered. "A pretty little thing like you, all alone and drunk? You're lucky I found you first. There are much worse people out there, you know." Tears stung my eyes as the full horror of my situation sank in. I was trapped in a car with a predator, speeding towards God knows where, with no way to call for help. My phone was in my purse, tossed carelessly into the back seat when I'd first gotten in. "Please," I begged, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. "Just let me out. I won't tell anyone, I swear." Matt's response was to accelerate, the speedometer creeping past 80, then 90. The world outside became a dark blur, trees and fields melting together in a dizzying rush. My mind raced, searching desperately for a way out. Could I grab the wheel? But at this speed, we'd both likely die in the crash. Break a window? Even if I managed it, where would I go? We were miles from anywhere, and Matt would surely catch me before I could find help. As we sped through the night, I thought of my parents, probably still sleeping peacefully, unaware that their daughter was living a nightmare. I thought of my friends, the ones I'd been so eager to impress at the party. Would they even remember seeing me leave? Matt's voice cut through my panicked thoughts. "You know, this is usually the part where they start crying, begging, promising me anything if I'll just let them go." He glanced at me, raising an eyebrow. "You're being awfully quiet, Jess. No last-ditch efforts?" I met his gaze, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. Would it make a difference? He considered this for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I suppose not. But it's always interesting to see what people are willing to do when they're desperate." As we lapsed into silence, I found my thoughts drifting to all the warnings I'd ignored. My mother's constant reminders to never accept rides from strangers. The assemblies at school about staying safe. Even my own instincts, which I'd pushed aside in favor of feeling grown up and adventurous. The car slowed, turning onto a bumpy dirt road. Through the trees, I could make out the dim outline of a structure. A cabin, old and decrepit, loomed before us. My prison, I realized with a sinking feeling. As we rolled to a stop, Matt turned to me, his eyes glinting in the darkness. "Home sweet home, Jess," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. "I do hope you'll be comfortable here. You'll be staying for quite some time." In that moment, something inside me snapped. The fear that had paralyzed me gave way to a surge of adrenaline and determination. I wasn't going to be another statistic, another cautionary tale. I was going to fight. As Matt reached across to grab me, I struck. My elbow connected with his nose with a satisfying crunch. He reeled back, howling in pain and surprise. In that moment of confusion, I lunged for my purse in the back seat, my fingers closing around my phone. Matt recovered quickly, grabbing a fistful of my hair and yanking me back, but it was too late. I'd already hit the emergency call button, the phone connecting to 911 even as it clattered to the floor. "You little bitch," Matt snarled, his hand closing around my throat. I clawed at his face, kicking and thrashing with every ounce of strength I had. Through the roaring in my ears, I could hear a tinny voice from the phone. 911, what's your emergency?" Matt's eyes widened as he realized what I'd done. He released me, scrambling to find the phone. But in his panic, he'd forgotten about the car doors. With shaking hands, I managed to unlock my door and throw myself out onto the dirt road. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. But adrenaline and fear propelled me forward. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my bare feet slipping on loose gravel as I plunged into the dark woods surrounding the cabin. Behind me, I could hear Matt's enraged shouts and the sound of him stumbling after me. But I had a head start, and the dense undergrowth slowed him down. I ran until my lungs burned, until each breath was agony, until I couldn't hear anything but the pounding of my own heart. Finally, I allowed myself to slow, collapsing against a tree. In the distance, I could see lights, a house, or maybe a gas station, civilization, safety. With renewed determination, I pushed myself onward. As I staggered onto the lit parking lot of a 24-hour truck stop, I must have looked a fright, dress torn, covered in dirt and scratches, wild-eyed with terror. The night clerk took one look at me and reached for the phone. "It's okay," I gasped, my voice raw. "The police are already on their way." In the days that followed, as I sat through police interviews and hospital examinations, the reality of how close I'd come to disappearing forever sank in. They caught Matt trying to flee the state, his car still parked at that lonely cabin in the woods. The evidence they found there suggested I wasn't his first victim, but I was determined to be his last. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't found the strength to fight back, if I'd given in to despair and resignation. But mostly, I'm grateful to be alive, to have a second chance. Now, when I see young girls at parties, I want to shake them, to make them understand the dangers that lurk in seemingly innocent offers. But I know that's not the answer. Instead, I share my story. I speak at schools, write articles, do whatever I can to spread awareness. Because the sad truth is there will always be predators like Matt out there. But if I can help even one person avoid the nightmare I lived through, then maybe some good can come from that terrible night. And maybe, just maybe, I can finally put the ghosts of what might have been to rest. The first time I saw him, I thought it was just a coincidence. A tall man with a shock of red hair, standing by the frozen foods in the grocery store. Our eyes met for a brief moment, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the open freezer beside me. I shrugged it off, grabbed my ice cream, and went about my day. But then I saw him again, and again, and again. It started small at first. I'd catch glimpses of him across the street as I walked to work. He'd be there in the background of a crowded coffee shop, his eyes always finding mine no matter how hard I tried to avoid his gaze. At the gym, I'd see him reflected in the mirrors, always a few machines behind me, never approaching but never quite far enough away to ease the knot of anxiety in my stomach. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe we just had similar schedules. Maybe he lived in my neighborhood. But as the days turned into weeks, the sightings became more frequent, more deliberate. He was no longer content to lurk in the background. Now he'd stand directly across the street from my apartment building, staring up at my window for hours. I'd see him outside my office while I'm pretending to read a newspaper, but his eyes never leaving the front door. The worst part was, nobody else seemed to notice him. When I pointed him out to friends or coworkers, they'd squint in the direction I was indicating, then shrug and say they didn't see anyone matching my description. Was I going crazy? Had the stress of my new job finally gotten to me? But I knew what I was seeing. The man was real, and he was everywhere. One night, after a particularly stressful day of feeling his eyes on me everywhere I went, I decided I'd had enough. I marched across the street to where he stood, his tall frame illuminated by a streetlight. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my attempts to sound brave. "Why are you following me?" He smiled, a slow, unsettling curve of his lips that made my skin crawl. "You know who I am, Sarah," he said, his voice low and oddly familiar. "You've always known." I stumbled backward, my heart pounding. How did he know my name? And why did his voice sound like it was coming from inside my own head? Before I could respond, a car horn blared, startling me. I turned towards the sound, and when I looked back, the man was gone. Vanished, as if he'd never been there at all. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of my apartment, every shadow on the wall, seemed to take on a sinister quality. I kept expecting to see his face peering in through my window, even though I was on the 5th floor. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't face the thought of going outside, of seeing him again. Instead, I spent the day researching stalking cases, looking for anything that might help me understand what was happening. As I scrolled through forums and articles, a chill ran down my spine. So many of these stories sounded like mine. Women who saw the same man everywhere they went, who felt constantly watched, constantly afraid. And in almost every case, the police couldn't help. There was never enough evidence, never any proof that the stalker was real. I was about to close my laptop in frustration when a message popped up. An email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read simply, "I can help." Against my better judgment, I opened it. The message was brief. "I know what you're going through. I've been there. If you want answers, meet me at the old clock tower downtown. Tonight, 8 p.m. Come alone." My finger hovered over the delete button. This had to be a trap, right? For all I knew, it could be the red-haired man himself, luring me out. But then again, what if it wasn't? What if this person really did have answers? After weeks of feeling like I was losing my mind, the prospect of understanding what was happening to me was too tempting to resist. At 7:55 p.m., I found myself standing at the base of the clock tower, my heart racing. The area was deserted, the old building looming over me like a silent sentinel. I was about to turn and leave, convinced I'd made a terrible mistake, when I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, half expecting to see the red-haired man. Instead, I was face to face with a woman about my age. She had dark circles under her eyes and a haunted look that I recognized all too well. "Sarah?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, too nervous to speak. She let out a long breath. "I'm Emily. I'm the one who emailed you. I've been where you are, the man you've been seeing. He's been following me too, for years." My knees went weak with relief. Finally, someone who believed me, someone who understood. Emily led me to a nearby bench, and for the next hour, she told me her story. How the red-haired man had appeared in her life 5 years ago. How he'd slowly taken over every aspect of her existence. How she'd lost jobs, relationships, even her family because no one believed her. "But here's the thing, Sarah," she said, leaning in close. "He's not real. Not in the way we think of as real, anyway." I frowned, confusion replacing my initial relief. "What do you mean?" "I've seen him. I've heard him speak." Emily nodded. "So have I. But think about it. Has anyone else ever seen him? Has he ever interacted with the world around him in any tangible way?" I thought back, trying to remember a single instance where the man had touched something, moved an object, or been acknowledged by anyone but me. I couldn't. "He's a manifestation," Emily continued, "a physical representation of our deepest fears and insecurities. He appears differently to each person who sees him, but the effect is the same. He isolates us, makes us doubt ourselves, drives us to the brink of madness." It sounded insane, and yet it made a twisted kind of sense. The way he always seemed to know exactly where I'd be, the way no one else could see him, the familiar quality of his voice. "So what do we do?" I asked, my voice small and scared. "How do we make him go away?" Emily's face hardened. "We face him, head on. No more running, no more hiding. We confront our fears, whatever they may be, and we take back control of our lives." She reached into her bag and pulled out 2 small objects. Cameras, I realized. Tiny, high-tech ones that could be easily hidden. "We're going to document everything," she said. "Every appearance, every interaction. We'll build a record so comprehensive, so irrefutable, that even if no one else can see him, they won't be able to deny his impact on our lives." For the first time in weeks, I felt a glimmer of hope. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something, a way to fight back against the terror that had consumed my life. Over the next few days, Emily and I worked tirelessly. We set up cameras in our homes, our workplaces, everywhere we frequently saw the red-haired man. We kept detailed logs of every sighting, every feeling of unease. And slowly, something began to change. The more we focused on documenting the man's presence, the less power he seemed to have over us. His appearances became less frequent, less intense. It was as if by shining a light on our fears, we were slowly banishing them back to the shadows. 1 week after our meeting at the clock tower, I woke up and realized I hadn't seen the red-haired man in 3 days. I called Emily, my heart pounding with excitement. "He's gone," I said as soon as she picked up. "I haven't seen him. Have you?" There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Emily finally spoke, her voice was thick with emotion. "No," she said. "I haven't either. I think we did it, Sarah. We faced our fears, and we won." As I hung up the phone, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The constant fear, the paranoia, the feeling of being watched, it was all gone. In its place was a newfound strength, a confidence I hadn't felt in months. I know now that the red-haired man may never truly be gone. He might reappear in moments of weakness or self-doubt, but I'm no longer afraid of him. I understand now that he's a part of me, a manifestation of my own insecurities and fears, and as long as I face those fears head-on, he has no power over me. To anyone out there who might be seeing their own red-haired man, I want you to know, you're not alone. You're not crazy. Your fears are real, but they don't define you. Face them, document them, shine a light on them. Because in the end, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And once we understand that, we can overcome anything. The first time I heard Timmy talking to his friend in the closet, I thought it was adorable. Kids and their imaginary playmates, right? But as the weeks went by, and Timmy's stories about his closet buddy became more elaborate and disturbing, I began to wonder if we'd brought more than just our furniture when we moved into this old house. It started innocently enough. We'd barely finished unpacking when I overheard Timmy, all of 5 years old, giggling and chattering away in his room. Curious, I peeked in, expecting to find him playing with his toys. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged in front of his closet door, talking animatedly to nothing. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light and playful. Timmy turned to me, his big brown eyes wide with excitement. "My new friend, Mommy. He lives in the closet and he's really funny." I played along, asking about this closet-dwelling comedian. Timmy spun a tale about a little boy named Charlie who loved to tell jokes and play games. It all seemed harmless enough, and I was secretly relieved that Timmy was adjusting so well to the move. But as days turned to weeks, Charlie became a constant presence in our lives. Timmy would insist on leaving food out for him, claiming Charlie got hungry at night. He'd beg to stay up late because Charlie doesn't like to be alone in the dark. At first, my husband Mark and I indulged it. We'd both had imaginary friends as kids, and all the parenting books said it was a normal phase. But then things started to change. I began finding strange scratches on the inside of Timmy's closet door. When I asked him about them, he just shrugged and said, "Charlie gets scared sometimes and tries to get out." Objects started moving around the house. Nothing major. A book left on the coffee table would end up on the kitchen counter, or Timmy's toys would be arranged in odd patterns on his bedroom floor. When questioned, Timmy would always say the same thing: "Charlie did it." One night, I woke to the sound of Timmy's laughter echoing down the hallway. Confused and a little annoyed, it was 3 a.m. after all, I trudged to his room. The sight that greeted me sent a chill down my spine. Timmy was sitting on his bed, giggling and clapping his hands. But it wasn't his behavior that frightened me. It was the closet door. It was opening and closing, slowly but steadily. with no visible means of movement. "Timmy," I whispered, my voice shaking. "What's going on?" He turned to me, his face lit up with joy. "Charlie's playing peekaboo. Mommy, isn't it funny?" I snatched Timmy up and ran from the room, slamming the door behind us. Mark found us huddled in the living room, Timmy confused and me in tears. When I told him what I'd seen, he was skeptical but concerned. We agreed to keep a closer eye on things. The next day, Mark installed a nanny cam in Timmy's room, hidden in a stuffed animal. We watched the footage religiously, but nothing out of the ordinary ever happened when we weren't there. The closet door remained stubbornly still. As weeks passed, Timmy's stories about Charlie grew darker. He talked about Charlie being sad because his parents were mean to him, about Charlie showing him tricks that sounded suspiciously like ways to hurt people or start fires. When we tried to discourage the friendship, Timmy became uncharacteristically angry. "Charlie says you're trying to keep us apart," he shouted during one particularly bad tantrum. "He says if you don't stop, he'll have to hurt you." That was the last straw. We called a child psychologist, hoping for some insight into what was happening with our son. Dr. Anderson listened patiently to our story, nodding and taking notes. When we finished, she leaned forward, her face serious. "I'd like to speak with Timmy alone, if that's all right," she said. "Sometimes children find it easier to open up without their parents present." We agreed, albeit reluctantly. For an hour, we paced the waiting room, imagining all sorts of horrible scenarios. When Dr. Anderson finally called us back in and her expression was grave. "Timmy is a very imaginative child," she began, choosing her words carefully. "But I'm concerned about the nature of this particular friend, the level of detail in his stories, the violent themes. It's not typical for a child his age." She recommended a series of sessions for Timmy and suggested we consider blessing the house, just to cover all our bases. "I'm not saying I believe in the supernatural," she added quickly, "but sometimes these rituals can provide a sense of closure and security, especially for children." We left her office more confused and worried than ever. That night, after tucking Timmy in and checking the closet thoroughly, Mark and I had a long talk. We decided to take Dr. Anderson's advice and have the house blessed. We also agreed that one of us would sleep in Timmy's room for a while, just to be safe. The blessing was interesting. The priest seemed skeptical at first, but as he moved through the house, his demeanor changed. He spent an unusually long time in Timmy's room, muttering prayers and sprinkling holy water. When he finished, he turned to us with a solemn expression. "There's something here," he said quietly. "Something old and angry. I've done what I can, but you need to be cautious. And whatever you do, don't engage with it. Don't acknowledge it. Starve it of attention and it may lose its power." That night, I took the first shift in Timmy's room. I set up a cot next to his bed, determined to stay awake and watchful. But despite my best efforts, I must have dozed off. I woke to the sound of whispering. Timmy was sitting up in bed, talking softly to his closet. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw the closet door was open a crack, and something, a shadow, a presence, I don't know, seemed to be seeping out. "Timmy," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who are you talking to?" He turned to me, and in the dim light, his eyes looked wrong, too old, too knowing for his little face. "Charlie wants to play, Mommy," he said, his voice eerily calm. "He says it's time for you to join the game." The shadow pulsed, growing larger, and I felt an overwhelming sense of malevolence fill the room. Without thinking, I scooped Timmy up and ran. I didn't stop until we were in the car, Mark stumbling out of the house behind us, confused and scared. We never went back. We left everything, clothes, furniture, toys, and checked into a hotel that very night. In the weeks that followed, as we struggled to rebuild our lives and help Timmy process what had happened, we learned some disturbing facts about our old house. Decades ago, a little boy named Charles had lived there with his abusive parents. One night, Neighbors heard screaming and called the police. They found Charles locked in his closet, starved and beaten to death. His parents were never found. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear whispers coming from the dark corners of our new home. But then I look over at Timmy, sleeping peacefully, no longer tormented by his friend, and I breathe a sigh of relief. We were lucky. We got out. But I often wonder about the next family that moves into that house. Will they hear the whispers from the closet? Will they be strong enough to resist the game that Charlie wants to play? All I know is that I'll never look at a child's imaginary friend the same way again. Because sometimes, just sometimes, those friends aren't imaginary at all, and they're certainly not friendly. The moment I stepped into the Wilsons' house, I knew something was off. Maybe it was the eerie silence, broken only by the distant sound of cartoons playing upstairs. Or perhaps it was the lingering scent of burnt toast that seemed at odds with the immaculate kitchen. Whatever it was, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something I wasn't prepared for. "Thanks for coming on such short notice, Jess," Mrs. Wilson had said over the phone just an hour earlier. "Tom and I have an emergency work thing, and we really need someone to watch Lily for the night." I'd babysat for the Wilsons dozens of times before. Lily was a sweet kid, if a bit quiet, and the pay was good. Plus, at 17, I was always happy for an excuse to get out of my own house for a while. But something about Mrs. Wilson's voice had seemed strained, almost desperate. Now, as I stood in their empty living room, that desperation made a lot more sense. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the silent house. "Lily? Mr. and Mrs. Wilson?" No answer, just the faint sound of SpongeBob's laugh drifting down from upstairs. I climbed the stairs slowly, my hand trailing along the banister. Family photos lined the wall, Lily's gap-toothed grin in school pictures, vacation snapshots of the Wilsons on the beach. Normal, happy stuff. So why did looking at them make my skin crawl? Lily's bedroom door was ajar, blue light from her TV flickering across the hallway carpet. I knocked gently. "Lily, it's Jess. I'm here to babysit." Still no answer. I pushed the door open wider, peering inside. The room was empty. The TV was on, all right, but Lily was nowhere to be seen. Her bed was neatly made, stuffed animals arranged in a perfect row against the headboard. Nothing seemed out of place. And yet, a chill ran down my spine as I noticed something on Lily's nightstand. A piece of paper folded neatly in half. With trembling fingers, I picked it up and unfolded it. In Lily's childish scrawl, it read, "Mommy and Daddy had to go away for a while. They said Jess would take care of me, but I'm scared. The man in the closet says he'll protect me." My blood ran cold. The man in the closet? What the hell was going on? I whirled around, half expecting to see someone, or something, lurking in the shadows. But the room remained empty and still. That's when my phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. A text from an unknown number. "Having fun yet, Jess? The game is just beginning. Don't bother trying to leave. Lily needs you." My heart pounding. I tried to call Mrs. Wilson, straight to voicemail. Mr. Wilson, too. Even the emergency contact number they'd left me went unanswered. I was alone in this house, with a missing child and a cryptic hue threatening text. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out and call the police. But what if Lily really was in danger? What if leaving meant abandoning her to whatever sick game this was? Taking a deep breath, I decided to search the rest of the house. Maybe there was a clue, something to explain what was happening. The master bedroom was untouched, bed still made as if no one had slept in it. The guest room was similarly pristine. It wasn't until I reached the study that I found something amiss. The desk was a mess of scattered papers and overturned picture frames. A laptop sat open, its screen dark. As I approached, it suddenly flickered to life. revealing a video feed. My heart nearly stopped. It was Lily. She was huddled in what looked like a small, dark space, a closet maybe, hugging her knees to her chest. She wasn't crying, but her eyes were wide with fear. "Oh my God," I whispered, reaching for the laptop. "Lily, can you hear me?" But it wasn't a live feed. The timestamp in the corner showed it was recorded hours ago. I watched helplessly as Lily looked up, apparently responding to something off camera. Her lips moved, but there was no sound. Suddenly, a hand entered the frame, an adult's hand, reaching for Lily. She didn't resist as it pulled her out of view, the video cutting to black a moment later. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This had to be some kind of sick joke, right? A prank gone too far. My phone buzzed again. Another text. "Poor Lily. So trusting. So alone. Just like you, Jess. TikTok. Find her before it's too late." Panic clawed at my throat. This was real. Lily was in danger, and for some reason, I was being dragged into it. I ran back to Lily's room, determined to find some clue I'd missed. As I burst through the door, my eyes fell on the closet. "The man in the closet," Lily had written. With shaking hands, I reached for the doorknob. The closet was empty. Of course it was. What had I expected? But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A small red light, blinking steadily in the back corner of the closet. I pushed aside hanging clothes and stuffed animals, revealing a small camera. It was aimed directly at where I was standing, its red eye watching me impassively. "What the hell?" I muttered, reaching for it. The moment my fingers touched the camera, every light in the house went out. I stumbled back, heart racing, as darkness engulfed me. Then, from downstairs, came the sound of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, slowly climbing the stairs. I froze, terror paralyzing me. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare. But the footsteps kept coming, closer and closer. In the pitch black, I fumbled for my phone. The screen's light was blinding, but I managed to open the flashlight app. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty doorway. The footsteps had stopped. "Hello?" I called out, hating how my voice trembled. "Who's there?" Silence. Then, a soft giggle. A child's giggle. Lily's giggle. It came from behind me. I spun around, the flashlight beam swinging wildly. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of a small figure darting into the closet. The door slammed shut. "Lily!" I cried, rushing to the closet. I yanked the door open, but it was empty. No Lily. No camera. Nothing but clothes and toys. My phone buzzed again. With trembling hands, I looked at the screen. "You're getting warmer, Jess, but time is running out. For both of you." Attached was a photo. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized it. It was me, taken just moments ago, standing in front of the open closet. But behind me, barely visible in the shadows, was a tall, dark figure. Its face was blurred, but I could make out the outline of a wide, unnatural grin. A scream built in my throat, but before it could escape, a hand clamped over my mouth. An arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me back against a solid chest. "Shh," a voice whispered in my ear, low and amused. We wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. Now would we? I struggled, kicking and clawing, but the grip was like iron. As I fought, I caught a glimpse of movement in the closet. The clothes parted, revealing a hidden door I hadn't noticed before. It swung open silently, revealing a dark passageway beyond. "Time to join the game, Jess," the voice said. "Lily's waiting." I was dragged towards the secret door, my feet scrabbling uselessly against the carpet. As we crossed the threshold, I managed to turn my head slightly, catching a glimpse of my captor's face. It was Mr. Wilson, but his eyes were wrong, cold and empty, like black holes. His mouth was stretched in that same unnatural grin I'd seen in the photo. "Welcome to the family, Jess," he said, his voice distorting into something inhuman. "We've been waiting for you." The hidden door swung shut behind us, plunging us into darkness. The last thing I heard before losing consciousness was Lily's giggle, echoing from somewhere deep in the bowels of the house. When I came to, I found myself in a small, dark room, a closet maybe. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a familiar figure huddled in the corner. Lily looked up at me, her eyes wide and haunted. "I'm sorry, Jess," she whispered. "I tried to warn you, but once the game starts, it never ends." From beyond the closet door, I heard footsteps approaching, heavy, deliberate footsteps, and I realized, with a sinking heart, that for us, the game was just beginning. The knock on my door came at 2:37 a.m. I remember the time precisely because I'd been staring at my alarm clock for hours, unable to sleep. The sound jolted me out of my restless thoughts, my heart leaping into my throat. Who could it be at this ungodly hour? I hesitated, debating whether to answer or pretend I wasn't home. But then I heard his voice, muffled through the door but unmistakable. "Megan, it's me. Please, I need to talk to you." Jake, my ex-boyfriend, the man I'd spent the last 6 months trying to forget. Against my better judgment, I got up and padded to the door. I didn't open it, not yet. "Jake, what are you doing here?" His voice came back, desperate and pleading. "I'm sorry, I know it's late, but I didn't know where else to go. Please, can I come in? Just for a minute." I should have said no. Should have told him to leave, to never contact me again. But something in his voice, a raw vulnerability I'd never heard before, made me pause. Slowly, I undid the chain and opened the door. Jake stood there, looking nothing like the confident, charming man I'd once loved. His clothes were rumpled, his hair a mess, but it was his eyes that caught me off guard. They were wild, filled with a fear I couldn't understand. "Thank you," he breathed, stepping inside. "I'm sorry. I know this is crazy, but I didn't know who else to turn to." I closed the door, crossing my arms over my chest. "What's going on, Jake? Why are you here?" He ran a hand through his hair, pacing my small living room. "You're going to think I'm insane. Hell, I think I'm insane. But I swear, Megan, it's true. All of it." "All of what?" I asked, a knot of unease forming in my stomach. Jake took a deep breath, then looked me straight in the eye. "I think someone's trying to kill me, and I think it might be my wife." The words hit me like a physical blow. His wife, the woman he'd left me for, the reason our 3-year relationship had crumbled into dust. I'd never met her, never even seen a picture. Jake had been careful to keep that part of his life separate, even as he'd torn mine apart. "Your wife," I repeated, my voice flat. "The one you told me you were leaving me for because she was your soulmate. That wife." Jake winced. "I deserve that. I deserve worse. I know. But please, Megan, you have to believe me. Strange things have been happening. Accidents that aren't really accidents. I think she's trying to make it look like I'm going crazy, but I swear I'm not." Part of me wanted to throw him out, to tell him his marital problems weren't my concern anymore. But another part, the part that had loved him, that maybe still did, despite everything, couldn't ignore the genuine terror in his eyes. "Sit down," I said with a sigh. "Start from the beginning." For the next hour, Jake spun a tale that sounded like something out of a psychological thriller. It had started small, he said. Things going missing, only to turn up in strange places. The brakes on his car mysteriously failing. Food that tasted off, leaving him violently ill. "At first, I thought I was just being paranoid," Jake said, his hands shaking slightly as he clutched a mug of coffee I'd made him. "But then I found this." He pulled out his phone, scrolling through it before handing it to me. On the screen was a blurry photo of what looked like a notebook. The handwriting was messy, but I could make out a list of dates and times, along with cryptic notes like break lines, second attempt, and increased dosage, build tolerance. I found it in her desk drawer, Jake explained. When I confronted her about it, she laughed it off, said it was research for a novel she was writing, but the dates, Megan, they match up perfectly with all the accidents I've been having. I handed the phone back, my mind reeling. It sounded insane, like the ramblings of a paranoid man. And yet, there was something in Jake's eyes, a desperation that felt too raw to be faked. "Have you gone to the police?" I asked. Jake shook his head. "With what proof? A blurry photo of a notebook? They'd laugh me out of the station. Plus, her brother's a cop. I don't know who I can trust." I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache coming on. "So why come to me? What do you expect me to do?" He leaned forward, his eyes pleading. "I need a place to stay, just for a few days, somewhere she won't think to look. I need time to gather evidence, to figure out what to do next. Please, Megan, I know I have no right to ask, but you're the only person I trust." I should have said no, should have told him to leave, to figure out his own problems. But despite everything he'd put me through, despite the pain and heartbreak, I couldn't turn him away. Not when he looked so lost, so afraid. "Okay," I said finally, "you can stay on the couch, but just for a few days, Jake. And then you need to figure this out." Relief flooded his face. "Thank you. God, Megan, thank you. I promise, I'll make this up to you somehow." As I got him settled on the couch with a blanket and pillow, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a huge mistake. But what else could I do? If even half of what he'd told me was true, his life could be in danger. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the apartment, every distant car horn, had me jolting awake, convinced Jake's mysterious wife had somehow found us. But morning came without incident, sunlight streaming through my bedroom window as if to mock the dark fears of the night. I found Jake in the kitchen making coffee. He looked better than he had last night. Still tired, still on edge, but more put together. "Morning," he said, offering me a tentative smile. "I hope you don't mind. I thought I'd make breakfast, least I could do." We ate in awkward silence, the weight of our shared history hanging between us. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. "So what's your plan? You can't hide out here forever." Jake nodded, his expression turning serious. "I know. I've been thinking about it all night. I need to get concrete proof of what she's doing. Maybe set up some hidden cameras in the house, catch her in the act." I raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that illegal?" "Probably," he admitted. "But what choice do I have? If I don't do something, I'm afraid I'll end up dead." The rest of the day passed in a blur of nervous energy. Jake spent hours on my laptop, researching spy cameras and legal precedents. I tried to go about my normal routine, but it was impossible to focus with him there. A constant reminder of what I'd lost and what I was risking by helping him. As night fell, Jake grew more agitated. He paced the living room, checking his phone obsessively. "She's going to realize I'm gone soon," he muttered. "If she hasn't already. God, what if she comes looking for me?" I was about to reassure him when a sharp knock at the door made us both freeze. Jake's eyes went wide with panic. "It's her," he whispered. "She's found me." "Don't be ridiculous," I said, though my own heart was racing. "It's probably just a neighbor." But as I approached the door, I heard a voice that sent chills down my spine. "Megan, it's Claire, Jake's wife. I know he's in there. Please, I need to talk to you both." I turned to Jake, who had gone pale as a ghost. "How did she find us?" I hissed. He shook his head, looking as bewildered as I felt. "I don't know. I swear, Megan, I didn't tell her where I was going." Another knock, more insistent this time. "Please, Megan, it's not what you think. Jake needs help. Professional help. Let me in and I can explain everything. I hesitated, torn between my instinct to protect Jake and the growing seed of doubt in my mind. What if he really was paranoid? What if I'd been drawn into some kind of shared delusion? Don't open it, Jake pleaded. She'll kill me. She'll kill us both. But even as he spoke, I found myself moving towards the door. I had to know the truth, had to see for myself what kind of woman had stolen Jake away from me. With trembling hands, I undid the chain and opened the door. Claire was nothing like I'd imagined. She was small, delicate-looking, with kind eyes that were red-rimmed from crying. "Thank you," she said softly. "I'm so sorry to barge in like this, but I've been so worried." I stepped aside, letting her in. Jake backed away, pressing himself against the far wall. "Stay away from me," he growled. "Megan, don't listen to her. She'll try to convince you I'm crazy, but I'm not. Claire's face crumpled with a mixture of pain and sympathy. "Oh, Jake," she sighed. "I wish you could see yourself right now. This isn't you. This is the paranoia talking." She turned to me, her eyes pleading. "Megan, I'm so sorry you got dragged into this. Jake's been struggling with mental health issues for months now. He stopped taking his medication and, well, you can see the result." I looked between them, my mind reeling. Jake, wild-eyed and trembling. Claire, the picture of concerned compassion. Who was telling the truth? Who was the real threat? As the night wore on, the truth began to unravel. Medical records, therapy notes, text messages from concerned friends and family, all painting a picture of a man spiraling into paranoid delusions, convinced his loving wife was out to get him. By dawn, Jake was gone, taken away by paramedics, sedated for his own safety. Claire thanked me tearfully for keeping him safe, for giving her the chance to help him. But as I watched the ambulance drive away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That somewhere in this tangled web of truth and lies, I'd missed something crucial. And I wondered, with a chill running down my spine, if I'd ever know for sure who the real villain of this story was. I never believed in ghosts until the night I woke up to find a stranger standing at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was just a vivid dream, a product of too much late-night pizza and horror movies. But as I blinked away the fog of sleep, the figure remained, solid and undeniably real in the pale moonlight filtering through my curtains. He was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed too long for his body. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could feel his eyes on me, boring into my soul with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but my body refused to obey. I was paralyzed, trapped in my own bed as this otherworldly intruder loomed over me. Seconds stretched into an eternity as we stared at each other in silence. Then, slowly, deliberately, he raised a finger to where his lips should be, as if shushing me. The gesture was almost gentle, but it filled me with a terror so profound I thought my heart might stop. And then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. One moment he was there, a dark silhouette against my bedroom wall, and the next, nothing. I blinked, and he had vanished into thin air. The spell of paralysis broke, and I shot up in bed, gasping for air. My hands shook as I fumbled for the bedside lamp, flooding the room with harsh yellow light. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat, but I was alone, no sign of the stranger, no evidence that he had ever been there at all. Had I imagined it? A particularly vivid nightmare, perhaps. But even as I tried to rationalize what I'd seen, I knew deep in my gut that it had been real. Something had been in my room, watching me sleep, and something told me it would be back. Sleep was impossible after that. I spent the rest of the night with every light in the apartment blazing, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. When dawn finally broke, I felt hollow-eyed and jittery, like I'd mainlined a gallon of coffee. I called in sick to work, unable to face the thought of leaving my apartment. Instead, I spent the day researching, desperate for some explanation of what I'd experienced. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, or something more, supernatural. The internet was a rabbit hole of ghost stories and paranormal theories. I read accounts of shadow people, of malevolent spirits that preyed on the sleeping. Each story sent a fresh chill down my spine, but none quite matched what I'd seen. As night fell again, I found myself dreading the thought of sleep. What if he came back? What if this time he did more than just watch? I fortified myself as best I could. Salt lines at the windows and doors, though I felt ridiculous doing it. A kitchen knife on the bedside table, more for my peace of mind than any real sense of protection. And finally, propped up in bed with every light blazing, I waited. Hours ticked by. My eyes grew heavy, my thoughts fuzzy with exhaustion. I was just starting to think that maybe, just maybe, it had all been in my head, when the lights flickered. Once, twice, and then darkness fell, complete and absolute, as if someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the entire world. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for my phone, desperate for any source of light. But it was dead. The screen stubbornly black no matter how many times I jabbed at the power button. And then I felt it. A presence in the room, a weight in the air that hadn't been there before. Slowly, fighting every instinct that screamed at me to run, to hide, I turned my head towards the foot of the bed. He was there, taller than I remembered, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. In the pitch darkness, I could see him clearly, as if he emitted his own faint, otherworldly glow. And this time, I could see his face. It was wrong. Features that seemed to shift and change the longer I looked, never quite settling into anything recognizably human. But his eyes, God, his eyes. They were ancient, filled with a knowledge and hunger that made me feel small, insignificant, like an insect about to be crushed underfoot. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible even in the silence of the room. "And what do you want?" He tilted his head, the movement unnaturally fluid. When he spoke, his voice was like gravel grinding against glass, painfully beautiful and utterly alien. "I am the Watcher," he said, "and you, little one, have been chosen." Chosen. The word echoed in my mind, filling me with a dread I couldn't explain. Chosen for what? The being, the Watcher, took a step closer, looming over me. I pressed myself back against the headboard, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. "To see," he said, "to know, to bear witness to the truths that lie beyond the veil of your reality." As he spoke, the darkness around us seemed to deepen, to take on a life of its own. Shapes moved in the corners of my vision, twisted things that vanished when I tried to look at them directly. "I don't understand," I said, my voice shaking. "I don't want this. Please, just leave me alone." The Watcher's face twisted into something that might have been a smile on a human. On him, it was terrifying. "It is not a choice, little one. The seeing has already begun. You cannot unknow what you have seen, cannot unsee what your eyes have been opened to." As if to prove his point, he gestured towards the window. Reluctantly, I followed his gaze. The world outside was changed. The familiar street I'd looked out on every day for years was transformed. Buildings twisted and warped, their architecture impossible and alien. Shadows moved with purpose, coalescing into shapes that hurt my mind to look at. And in the sky, I recoiled, a scream building in my throat. What I saw up there was too much, too vast and terrible for my human mind to comprehend. It was as if a veil had been torn away, revealing the true nature of the universe, and it was horrifying. "Stop it," I cried, covering my eyes. "Make it go away." I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, and suddenly the visions were gone. The room was back to normal, the familiar glow of streetlights filtering through my curtains. But the watcher remained, his presence a constant reminder that nothing would ever truly be normal again. "Why me?" I asked, my voice small and broken. "Why show me these things?" The watcher regarded me silently for a long moment. When he spoke again, there was something almost like pity in his voice. "Because you have the capacity to see, to understand, not fully, not yet, but in time. In time, you will be our eyes in this world, our voice, our herald." I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "I don't want this. I can't handle it." "You can," he said, his voice firm. "You must. The choice was made long ago, little one, before you were born, before your parents were born. Your bloodline was chosen, and now the time has come for you to fulfill your purpose." With that, he began to fade, his form growing translucent. But before he disappeared entirely, he leaned in close, his alien features inches from my face. "We will return," he whispered, "and each time you will see more, know more, until the day comes when you are ready to truly join us." And then he was gone, leaving me alone in my suddenly too small bedroom. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that I found a way to block out what I'd seen, to go back to my normal life. But the watcher was right. Once your eyes have been opened to the truth of reality, there's no going back. In the days and weeks that followed, I caught glimpses of things that shouldn't exist. Shadows that moved against the flow of light. Doorways that appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And sometimes, just sometimes, I'd look up at the night sky and see something vast and unknowable, peering back at me. I don't sleep much anymore. Can't bear to close my eyes, knowing what might be waiting for me in the darkness. Instead, I write. I document everything I see, everything I experience. Maybe it's my way of trying to make sense of it all. Or maybe it's exactly what the watcher wanted. For me to bear witness, to spread the knowledge of what lies beyond. All I know is that the world is so much bigger, so much stranger than I ever imagined. And I'm no longer sure if that's a blessing or a curse. So if you're reading this, consider it a warning. The next time you wake up in the middle of the night and feel a presence in your room, don't open your eyes. Don't look. Because once you see, you can never unsee. And trust me, there are some truths that mankind was never meant to know. The first thing that hit me when I entered the Johnsons' basement was the smell. It was thick, cloying, a sickly sweet odor that clung to the back of my throat and made my eyes water. I'd agreed to house sit for the weekend, feed their cat, water the plants. Simple stuff. But Mrs. Johnson had been oddly insistent that I check the basement each day, make sure the dehumidifier was running. "It gets so damp down there," she'd said, a strange tension in her voice. Now, standing at the foot of the creaky wooden stairs, I understood why. The basement was like something out of a horror movie. Bare concrete walls, a single flickering bulb casting more shadows than light, and everywhere, in every corner, were dolls. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, their glassy eyes all seeming to follow me as I moved deeper into the room. "What the hell?" I muttered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The Johnsons had always seemed so normal. A bit quiet, maybe, but friendly enough. The kind of neighbors who'd wave from their porch but never invite you over for a barbecue. Nothing in our brief interactions had prepared me for this. I picked my way carefully through the clutter, trying not to touch anything. There were porcelain dolls with delicate painted faces, rag dolls with button eyes, even a few that looked handmade, their stitching crude and uneven. But it was the one in the center of the room that caught my eye. It sat on a small wooden chair, larger than the others, almost the size of a real child. Unlike the rest, its eyes weren't glass or button, but seemed to be made of some dark, polished stone. They gleamed in the dim light, and I could have sworn they followed me as I approached. Something about it made my skin crawl, but I couldn't look away. Its dress was old-fashioned, yellowed with age, and its hair was real, long, dark strands that felt wrong somehow, too organic among all this manufactured creepiness. As I leaned in for a closer look, my elbow knocked against a shelf. A smaller doll toppled, hitting the concrete with a sharp crack. I jumped, my heart racing, and in that moment of distraction, I could have sworn I saw the big doll's head turn, just slightly, to keep me in view. "Okay, that's enough," I said aloud, trying to steady my nerves. "Dehumidifier's running. Everything's fine. Time to go." I turned to leave, but something made me pause. A sound, so faint I wasn't sure I'd actually heard it, like a whisper or the rustle of fabric. Slowly, reluctantly, I turned back. The doll hadn't moved. Of course it hadn't. It was just a doll, no matter how lifelike it seemed. But as I stared at it, a chill ran down my spine. Because now, unmistakably, its lips were curved into a smile I could have sworn wasn't there before. I ran, up the stairs, slamming the basement door behind me, not stopping until I was out of the house and gulping in great lungfuls of fresh air on the front lawn. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my phone, ready to call the Johnsons, to demand an explanation. But as the adrenaline faded, I felt foolish. What was I going to say? "Your creepy doll collection scared me." I imagined Mrs. Johnson's confused voice, Mr. Johnson's disapproval. They'd never ask me to house sit again, and honestly, the money was too good to pass up. "Get it together," I muttered to myself. "It's just a bunch of old dolls. Weird, but harmless." I spent the rest of the day trying to shake off the unease, busying myself with the usual house-sitting tasks. But as night fell, I found myself avoiding the basement door, taking the long way around to get from the kitchen to the living room. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with strange dreams. I woke several times, sure I'd heard something, footsteps maybe, or that same whisper-soft rustle, but the house was always still and silent when I went to check. The next morning, I steeled myself to go back down to the basement. The dehumidifier needed to be emptied, after all. I couldn't let my irrational fears get in the way of doing the job I'd been paid for. But as I descended the stairs, I knew immediately that something was wrong. The smell was stronger, almost overwhelming. And the dolls, they'd moved. I was sure of it. The careful paths I'd picked through the clutter were gone. The dolls arranged in new, unsettling patterns. And the big one, the one with the stone eyes, was gone from its chair. My heart pounding, I searched the room, half expecting it to jump out at me from behind a shelf, but it was nowhere to be seen. What I did find, hidden behind a stack of boxes, was a door, small, almost child-sized, its edges caked with what looked like rust, or maybe dried blood. It was ajar, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and never come back. But a morbid curiosity kept me rooted to the spot. What was behind that door? Where did it lead? Cursing my own stupidity, I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam seemed feeble in the oppressive darkness of the basement, but it was better than nothing. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door. The hinges creaked as I pushed it open wider, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. The space beyond was pitch black, the flashlight beam swallowed up after just a few feet. But I could make out the start of a narrow tunnel, its walls rough-hewn stone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is anyone down there?" No response, just the echo of my own voice, bouncing back at me from the darkness. I don't know what possessed me to step through that door. Maybe it was the need to prove to myself that there was a rational explanation for all of this. Maybe it was simple, foolish bravery. Whatever it was, I soon found myself creeping down the tunnel, one hand trailing along the damp stone wall for balance. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning until I lost all sense of direction. The air grew colder, damper, that sickly sweet smell growing stronger with each step. And then, just as I was about to give up and turn back, the tunnel opened up into a larger space. My flashlight beam swept across the room, revealing glimpses of horror that my mind struggled to process. Tables laden with cruel-looking instruments, jars filled with things that might once have been human, and everywhere more dolls. But these were wrong. Misshapen, as if made from parts that didn't quite fit together. Some moved, twitching and writhing in a grotesque parody of life. And there, in the center of it all, stood the big doll. Only it wasn't a doll at all. Its skin was pale, waxy, but undeniably real. Its eyes, those dark stone eyes, blinked as they fixed on me. It smiled, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp, a little too numerous. When it spoke, its voice was like rusted metal scraping against bone. "We've been waiting for you," it said. "It's time to join our family." I ran. Blind panic giving me speed I didn't know I possessed. I sprinted back up the tunnel. I could hear things moving behind me, the patter of small feet and the rustle of cloth. Childlike giggles echoed off the stone walls, growing closer with each passing second. I burst out of the small door, slamming it shut behind me, but the basement provided no relief. The dolls were all facing me now, their painted smiles somehow menacing in the dim light. I didn't stop. Up the stairs, out of the house, into my car. I drove until the gas tank was nearly empty, not caring where I ended up as long as it was far away from that house. I never went back, never answered the Johnsons' calls or responded to their increasingly angry texts. I moved to a new city, changed my name, did everything I could to put that night behind me. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those giggles, still see those stone eyes watching me from the shadows. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that someday they'll find me, that someday I'll join their family whether I want to or not. So if you're ever asked to house sit for the Johnsons, or any family that seems just a little too normal, a little too insistent about checking their basement, run, and don't look back, because some doors once opened can never truly be closed again. The engine sputtered and died with a final, pathetic wheeze. I coasted to a stop on the shoulder of the deserted highway, the silence suddenly deafening after hours of driving. As I tried the ignition again and again, each attempt more desperate than the last, I felt a growing sense of dread. We were stuck in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town, with night falling fast. "What's wrong?" Sarah asked from the passenger seat, her voice tight with worry. I forced a smile I didn't feel. "Probably just overheated. I'm sure it'll start up again in a few minutes." But as the minutes ticked by and the car stubbornly refused to come back to life, that reassurance rang hollow. The sun was sinking below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of red and purple that would have been beautiful under any other circumstances. Now, it just felt ominous. We'd been on our way to visit Sarah's parents, taking the scenic route through winding back roads and dense forests. It had seemed romantic at first, just the two of us on an adventure. Now, I was cursing my decision to avoid the main highways, just as I was about to suggest we try calling for help, though I doubted we'd have any cell service out here. Headlights appeared in the distance. Relief flooded through me as an old pickup truck slowed to a stop beside us. The driver, a friendly-looking older man with a weathered face and kind eyes, rolled down his window. "You folks having some trouble?" I explained our situation, and he nodded sympathetically. "That's a tough break. Nearest town's about 20 miles down the road, but I'd be happy to give you a lift. Got a friend who owns a garage. He might be able to help you out. I glanced at Sarah, saw the hesitation in her eyes that mirrored my own. Getting into a stranger's car went against everything we'd ever been taught. But what choice did we have? That would be great, thank you, I heard myself say. As we climbed into the truck, the man introduced himself as Frank. He chatted amiably as we drove, asking about our trip and sharing stories about the area. Despite my initial reservations, I found myself relaxing. Frank seemed genuinely kind, just a good Samaritan helping out some stranded travelers. It wasn't until we'd been driving for about 15 minutes that I realized something was wrong. The forest on either side of the road was getting denser, the trees pressing in closer to the highway. And hadn't Frank said the town was 20 miles away? We should be seeing some signs of civilization by now. Frank? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. How much further is it to town? He glanced at me, and for a split second, I saw something in his eyes that made my blood run cold. A hunger, a gleam of malice that hadn't been there before. Oh, not too far now, he said, his tone still friendly but with an undercurrent I couldn't quite place. Just a bit further down this road. I felt Sarah tense beside me, her hand finding mine and squeezing tight. She'd noticed it too. Something was very, very wrong. The next few minutes were among the longest of my life. I tried to think of a way out, some excuse to get Frank to stop the truck, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and I had a sinking feeling that any attempt to flee would end badly for us. Just as the panic was threatening to overwhelm me, lights appeared ahead, but it wasn't the welcoming glow of a town. Instead, a ramshackle collection of buildings came into view, barely visible in the gloom. Frank turned off the main road onto a rutted dirt track, the truck bouncing and jolting as we approached what looked like an old farmhouse. Here we are, Frank announced cheerfully, as if this decrepit property was the thriving town he'd promised. Let's get you folks inside and we'll see about that car of yours. As we climbed out of the truck, I noticed other vehicles parked haphazardly around the yard. Some looked like they'd been there for years, slowly rusting away. Others were newer, and with a jolt of horror, I recognized one as the same model as our broken-down car. Frank ushered us towards the house, his hand on my back feeling less like a friendly gesture and more like a threat. My family's real hospitable, he was saying. They love having guests. The front door creaked open before we reached it, and a woman stepped out onto the porch. In the dim light from the single bare bulb above the door, her features seemed to shift and waver, never quite settling into a recognizable face. "Welcome, dears," she said, her voice sickly sweet. "We've been waiting for you." That was it. The final confirmation that this was no act of kindness, but something far more sinister. I grabbed Sarah's hand and turned to run, but Frank's grip on my shoulder tightened painfully. Now, he chided, all pretense of friendliness gone from his voice. "That's no way to treat your hosts. Come inside. We insist." What followed was a nightmare I still struggle to fully comprehend. The inside of the farmhouse was a maze of dark corridors and locked doors. We were separated, Sarah's screams echoing through the house as she was dragged away. I fought, kicked, clawed at my captors, but there were too many of them. Hands in the darkness, faces that seemed to melt and reform with each blink of my eyes. I was thrown into a small, windowless room that smelled of damp earth and decay. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized with horror that the walls were covered in photographs. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, each showing a different person. Some were smiling, caught in happier moments. Others wore expressions of terror that matched how I felt. And with growing dread, I recognized some of the faces, missing persons I'd seen on the news or milk cartons, people who had vanished without a trace, their disappearances unsolved mysteries. Until now, I don't know how long I was in that room. Hours, maybe days. Time lost all meaning in the perpetual darkness. Occasionally, Someone would slide a tray of food through a slot in the door. If you could call the unidentifiable slop they provided food. I ate it, hating myself for it, but knowing I needed to keep up my strength if I was going to find a way out of this hell. The worst part was the not knowing. What had happened to Sarah? Was she alive? Were they torturing her, or worse? The possibilities my mind conjured were almost worse than any reality could be. And then, one day, or night, who could tell, the door opened. Frank stood there, that same friendly smile on his face as if we were still just travelers he'd helped on the side of the road. "Time for you to meet the family properly," he said, gesturing for me to follow him. I thought about refusing, about fighting back. But what was the point? I was weak from captivity, outnumbered, and completely lost in this labyrinthine house. My only hope was to play along, to look for an opportunity to escape. Frank led me through twisting corridors, past rooms where I caught glimpses of unspeakable things, and finally, into what must have once been a dining room. A long table dominated the space, and seated around it were people, or things that looked like people at first glance. But as I stared, their features seemed to shift and change, never quite settling into anything human. And at the head of the table, in a high-backed chair that looked more like a throne, sat a figure that defied description. It was as if someone had tried to create a person from half-remembered descriptions, getting all the details just slightly wrong. "Welcome," the figure said, its voice a cacophony of sounds that somehow formed words. "We've been waiting so long for you to join us." As it spoke, I saw Sarah. She was seated at the table, her eyes glassy and unfocused, but she was alive. Relief flooded through me, quickly followed by a renewed determination. We were going to get out of here somehow. "What do you want from us?" I managed to ask, my voice hoarse from disuse. The figure's face twisted into what might have been a smile. "Why? We want you to be part of our family, to stay with us forever." As it spoke, I noticed something. A small remote control, sitting on the table next to the figure's hand. And suddenly, I understood. The shifting faces, the impossibly large house, the way Frank had found us so conveniently on that lonely road. It was all an illusion. A complex, terrifying illusion. But an illusion nonetheless. In that moment, I made a choice. A reckless, possibly suicidal choice, but the only one I could see. I lunged for the remote, my fingers closing around it just as hands grabbed at me from all sides. I hit buttons randomly, desperately, and the world around us flickered and changed. The monstrous family melted away, replaced by ordinary-looking people with expressions of shock and anger. The grand dining room became a dingy basement, filled with complex machinery and computer screens. In the chaos that followed, I found Sarah. Her eyes cleared as whatever drug they'd given her wore off. Together, we fought our way out of the basement, out of the farmhouse, into the cool night air. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out. Ran until we found a real town, with real people who called the police when they saw our battered, terrified state. The authorities found the farmhouse, of course, found evidence of dozens of abductions, of a family that had been preying on travelers for generations. But they never found Frank or the figure at the head of the table. They had vanished, like smoke in the wind. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear Frank's friendly voice offering us a ride. Still see those shifting, inhuman faces. And I wonder, with a chill that goes bone deep, if they're still out there, still waiting on lonely roads for unsuspecting travelers, still looking to add to their twisted, impossible family. So, if you're ever driving on a deserted highway and your car breaks down, be careful who you accept help from, because some families are best left alone and some invitations should never be accepted. The night I discovered the truth about my apartment building was the night I stopped believing in coincidences. It started with a noise, a soft, rhythmic tapping that seemed to come from inside the walls. At first, I dismissed it as old pipes, or maybe a rodent problem. But as the days passed and the tapping grew more insistent, more deliberate, I began to suspect that something far stranger was at work. I'd moved into the Blackwood apartments just 3 months earlier, drawn by the low rent and the building's quirky charm. It was an old place, all creaky floorboards and ornate moldings, with a history that stretched back to the 1920s. The landlord, a thin, nervous man named Mr. Garrett, had been oddly insistent that I take the apartment on the 5th floor, even though there were vacancies on lower levels. "Better view," he'd said with a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. "And quieter, too. You'll hardly hear a peep from the other tenants." At the time, I'd been grateful for the solitude. Fresh out of a messy breakup and starting a new job, I craved the peace and quiet. But now, as I lay awake night after night listening to that incessant tapping, I began to wonder if there was another reason Mr. Garrett had been so keen to isolate me up here. It was on a Tuesday night, exactly 2 weeks after the tapping began, that things took a turn for the bizarre. I'd finally worked up the courage to investigate the source of the noise, armed with a flashlight and a screwdriver I'd dug out of my junk drawer. As I pressed my ear to the wall, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the sound, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A voice, muffled and distant but unmistakably human, and it was calling my name. "Emily," it whispered, the sound seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Emily, help us." I stumbled back, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. I was sleep-deprived, imagining things. But even as I tried to rationalize it, the voice came again, louder this time. "Please, Emily, we don't have much time." With shaking hands, I began to pry at the wallpaper, tearing away strips to reveal the plaster beneath. And there, hidden behind decades of paint and paper, I found a small, ornate grate. As I peered through it, I caught a glimpse of movement in the darkness beyond. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Who's there?" A face appeared at the grate, so suddenly that I fell back with a startled cry. It was a woman, her features gaunt and pale in the beam of my flashlight. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and hope. "Thank God," she breathed. "We thought no one would ever hear us." Over the next hour, huddled by that small opening in my wall, I learned the impossible truth. The woman's name was Sarah, and she claimed to have been trapped in a hidden space between the walls for over 50 years. She wasn't alone. There were others, dozens of them, all lured to the Blackwood apartments over the decades and never seen again. "It's the building," Sarah explained, her voice tight with urgency. "It's alive somehow. It feeds on us, keeps us trapped, suspended in time. We don't age, don't die, but we can't escape either." I listened, my mind reeling, as Sarah told me about the Blackwood's dark history, how it had been built by a man obsessed with immortality, who had somehow imbued the very structure with a twisted, hungry life of its own, how it lured in tenants, slowly isolating them before swallowing them into its walls. "But you're different," Sarah said, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "You can hear us. You can help us break free." I wanted to believe it was all an elaborate hoax, some sick prank by the other tenants. But deep down, I knew it was true. It explained the odd behavior of Mr. Garrett, the strange noises I'd been hearing, the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to permeate the entire building. "What can I do?" I asked, surprising myself with my own willingness to accept this insane situation. Sarah's face lit up with relief. "There's a room in the basement," she said, "hidden behind the old boiler. Inside it you'll find the building's heart. Destroy it, and you'll set us all free." It sounded simple enough, but I knew it wouldn't be. As I made my way down to the basement that night, armed with nothing but a kitchen knife and my own determination, I could feel the building's awareness pressing down on me. The stairs creaked ominously under my feet. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of my vision, and more than once I heard what sounded like whispered voices urging me to turn back. The basement was a maze of rusted pipes and ancient machinery, the air thick with the smell of mold and decay. I found the boiler easily enough, a massive iron monstrosity that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. But try as I might, I couldn't find any sign of a hidden room behind it. Just as I was about to give up, I heard it. The tapping, soft at first, then growing louder, more insistent. It was coming from inside the boiler itself. With a sense of dread, I realized what I had to do. The door to the boiler was rusted shut, but desperation gave me strength. It took all my effort, but finally, with a screech of protesting metal, it swung open. The interior of the boiler was impossibly large, defying the laws of physics. A narrow passageway stretched out before me, lined with pulsing, organic-looking walls. And at the end, I could see a faint, reddish glow. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of this nightmare and never look back. But the thought of Sarah and the others, trapped for decades in this monstrous building, gave me the courage to press on. The passageway seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning in ways that made no sense. More than once, I felt the floor shift beneath my feet, as if the building was trying to disorient me. But I kept going, following the sound of that incessant tapping. Finally, I emerged into a vast chamber that couldn't possibly fit within the confines of the Blackwood apartments. And there, in the center of the room, was the heart. It was a massive, pulsing thing, more machine than organ. Pipes and wires snaked out from it in all directions, disappearing into the walls, and embedded in its surface were faces, hundreds of them, contorted in expressions of agony and fear. I recognized Sarah among them, her eyes meeting mine with a silent plea. As I approached, knife in hand, I felt the building's fury. The walls began to contract, the floor beneath me buckling and heaving. A howling wind filled the chamber, and I heard Mr. Garrett's voice bellowing from everywhere at once. "Stop! You don't know what you're doing. The Blackwood must survive." But it was too late. With all my strength, I plunged the knife into the heart of the building. There was a moment of resistance, and then the world exploded. I woke up on the sidewalk outside the Blackwood apartments, surrounded by debris and dazed, disoriented people. The building was gone, collapsed in on itself as if it had never existed, and all around me were the former tenants, not just from my time, but from decades past. Sarah was there, looking older now but free, tears of joy streaming down her face. In the days that followed, as the authorities tried to make sense of what had happened, I learned the full extent of the Blackwood's evil. Hundreds of people had vanished within its walls over the years, their disappearances written off as unsolved mysteries. Now, they were free, trying to adjust to a world that had moved on without them. As for me, I've developed a healthy distrust of old buildings and too-good-to-be-true rental agreements. I sleep with the lights on most nights, and the sound of tapping sends me into a cold sweat. But sometimes, when I pass by the empty lot where the Blackwood once stood, I feel a sense of pride, because on that impossible night, I faced the impossible, and I won. The day I started my new job as a night security guard at Oakwood Mall, I never imagined I'd end up uncovering a secret that would haunt me for the rest of my life. It was supposed to be an easy gig: patrol the empty corridors, make sure no one broke in after hours, maybe catch up on some reading during the quiet stretches. But from that very first shift, I knew something was off about this place. It started with the shadows. You'd expect a mall after dark to be full of them, sure, but these were different. They seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them, always just at the edge of my peripheral vision. And sometimes, when I turned a corner or entered a new section of the mall, I could have sworn I saw figures darting out of sight. I tried to rationalize it. Tricks of the light, an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror movies. But as the weeks went by, the strange occurrences only escalated. It was about a month into the job when I first heard the whispers. I was doing my usual rounds, flashlight beams sweeping across the darkened storefronts, when a sound caught my attention. It was coming from the old fountain in the center of the mall, the one that hadn't worked in years. As I approached, the whispers grew louder. I couldn't make out words, exactly, but the tone was urgent, almost pleading. My hands were shaking as I shone my light into the dry basin of the fountain. Nothing, just cracked tiles and years of accumulated dirt. But as I turned to leave, my light caught something etched into the stone rim. Numbers, carved so faintly, I almost missed them. 07-13, 1989. A date. But what did it mean? That night marked the beginning of my obsession. I started researching the mall's history, digging through old newspapers and local records. Oakwood Mall had opened in the early 80s, a standard suburban shopping center. Nothing remarkable about it, really, except there had been an incident on July 13, 1989, the exact date I'd found carved into the fountain. A group of teenagers had gone missing. They'd last been seen at the mall, but extensive searches had turned up nothing. The case had gone cold, eventually fading from public memory. But the mall remembered, and now it seemed it wanted me to know the truth. Over the next few weeks, I found more clues. Snippets of conversation caught on the mall's ancient intercom system, always cutting out before I could make sense of them. Strange symbols appearing in the condensation on windows, and always those moving shadows just out of sight. My coworkers started to notice the change in me. Dark circles under my eyes from sleepless days spent researching. Jumpiness, paranoia. They joked that the job was getting to me, that I was letting my imagination run wild in the empty mall. If only they knew. It all came to a head on a night in late October. I was making my final rounds before the end of my shift when every light in the mall suddenly went out. Not just the ones that were supposed to be on for security, every single bulb, even the emergency lights. In the pitch darkness, I heard it, footsteps echoing through the corridors. Not the steady pace of a fellow security guard, but the erratic, excited steps of multiple people. Laughing, talking, it sounded like a group of teenagers out for a night of fun. My heart pounding, I followed the sounds. They led me to a part of the mall I'd never paid much attention to before. A plain wall between two stores, unremarkable in every way. Except now, in the beam of my flashlight, I could see the outline of a door that shouldn't exist. With trembling hands, I reached out and turned the handle. It opened with a creak that seemed to echo forever. Beyond was a corridor that looked like it belonged in the 1980s. Neon lights flickered overhead, illuminating posters for movies and bands long since forgotten. And at the end of the hall, a group of teenagers turned to look at me. Their clothes, their hair, everything about them screamed 1989. One of them, a girl with big hair and a denim jacket, spoke. "Are you here to let us out?" she asked, her voice hopeful but tinged with fear. "We've been waiting so long." In that moment, I understood. Somehow, impossibly, I was looking at the missing teenagers from 1989, trapped in some kind of time bubble or parallel dimension, never aging, never escaping, just waiting, for 35 years, for someone to find them. I opened my mouth to respond, to tell them yes, I was here to help. But before I could get the words out, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around, coming face to face with Mr. Hadley, the mall's owner, a man who, I suddenly realized, hadn't aged a day since the photos I'd seen of him from the 80s. Now, he said, his voice oily and cold. "We can't have you spoiling the fun, can we? These kids are the heart of the mall, their youth, their energy. It keeps this place alive, and we wouldn't want it to die, would we?" As he spoke, I noticed others gathering behind him. Other employees I'd seen around the mall, all of whom should have been much older than they appeared, all wearing the same cold, hungry expression as Hadley. I realized then that I had stumbled into something far more sinister than I could have imagined. The mall wasn't just haunted, it was a predator, feeding off the trapped souls of those teenagers, using their eternal youth to fuel some dark, unnatural life. What followed was a nightmare of running and hiding, through corridors that shifted and changed, past storefronts that morphed into gaping maws trying to swallow me whole. I could hear the trapped teenagers calling out to me, begging for help, but always, Hadley and his cronies were right behind me. I don't know how I made it out. Luck, maybe, or perhaps some part of the mall itself decided to help me. All I know is that I found myself outside just as dawn was breaking, gasping for air in the parking lot as the mall loomed behind me, once again looking like nothing more than an ordinary shopping center. I never went back. I quit my job that very day, ignoring the concerned questions from HR and the knowing smirk from Hadley when I handed in my uniform. But I couldn't just walk away, not knowing what I knew. I've spent the years since then trying to uncover the truth, to find a way to free those trapped souls. I've reached out to paranormal investigators, to journalists, to anyone who might believe my story. Most think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. But sometimes, when I drive past Oakwood Mall late at night, I see them. Faces pressed against the darkened windows, silently pleading for help. And I know that somewhere inside, in a corridor trapped in 1989, a group of teenagers is still waiting to be set free. I don't know if I'll ever find a way to help them, but I do know this. Malls aren't just places for shopping anymore. Some of them hide secrets darker than we could ever imagine. And if you ever find yourself working the night shift in one, pay attention to the shadows. Listen for the whispers, because you never know when you might stumble upon a truth that will change your life forever. I never thought I'd be grateful for my severe peanut allergy, but on that sweltering July afternoon, it saved my life. The summer I turned 16, I landed what I thought was a dream job, live-in nanny for the prestigious Hamilton family. Little did I know, I was stepping into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. The Hamiltons seemed perfect on paper. Richard, a successful lawyer, and his wife Elena, a renowned pediatrician, had two adorable children, 7-year-old Lily and 5-year-old Max. They lived in a sprawling mansion on the outskirts of town, complete with a pool, tennis court, and meticulously manicured gardens. When I arrived, lugging my suitcase up the grand front steps, I felt like I'd walked onto the set of a movie. Elena answered the door, all perfect smile and designer sundress. "You must be Sarah," she said, ushering me inside. "We're so glad you're here. The children have been so excited to meet you." As she gave me a tour of the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way Elena's smile never quite reached her eyes, or the eerie silence that seemed to permeate the massive home. Where were the sounds of playing children, of a lived-in family space? I met the kids at dinner that night. Lily and Max were adorable, but unnervingly well-behaved. They sat ramrod straight in their chairs, answering their parents' questions in quiet, polite voices. Not once did they squabble or complain about the elaborate meal set before them, a far cry from the chaotic family dinners I was used to. It was during dessert that the first truly strange thing happened. Elena had made a beautiful peanut butter mousse, and as she was serving it, I mentioned my allergy. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, looking genuinely distressed. "I completely forgot. Let me get you something else." As she hurried to the kitchen, I noticed Richard and the children exchange a look. It was quick, barely a flicker, but in that moment, I saw something cold and calculating in their eyes that sent a chill down my spine. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. On the surface, everything seemed normal. I took the kids to the pool, helped them with summer reading, played endless games of hide and seek in the massive house. But underneath, there was a constant undercurrent of unease. Little things kept nagging at me. The way Lily and Max never seemed to argue or misbehave, even when no adults were around. The locked room in the east wing that Elena told me was just storage, but I often heard strange noises coming from. The fact that in all my time there, I never saw the kids interact with friends their own age. And then there were the nightmares. Every night I'd jolt awake, heart pounding, convinced I'd heard screams echoing through the house. But when I'd creep out to investigate, all would be silent and still. It was about a month into my stay when I stumbled upon the truth. I was in the laundry room, sorting through the kids' clothes, when I found it, a small notebook, tucked into the pocket of Max's jeans. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. Page after page of childish handwriting, detailing horrific acts, experiments, the notebook called them. Tests of endurance, of pain tolerance, of psychological breaking points, and accompanying each entry were clinical notes in an adult's hand, analyzing the results. I was so engrossed in the nightmare before me that I didn't hear the footsteps approaching. It wasn't until a shadow fell over me that I realized I wasn't alone. "Find something interesting, Sarah?" Richard's voice was calm, almost amused, but when I looked up, his eyes were as cold and dead as a shark's. I scrambled to my feet, the notebook clutched to my chest. "What is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "What have you been doing to those children?" Richard's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Not to them, Sarah. With them. For them. We're making them better, you see. Stronger. Superior." As he spoke, Elena and the children appeared in the doorway. Lily and Max were smiling, but there was nothing childlike in their expressions anymore. They looked hungry. "We had such high hopes for you, Sarah," Elena sighed, shaking her head. "We thought you might be suitable to join our little family, to help us with our great work. But it seems," Richard continued, taking a step towards me, "that you're not quite what we're looking for after all." I ran. Through the winding corridors of the mansion, up staircases and down hallways, the sound of pursuit close behind me. I could hear Lily and Max giggling, as if this was all some grand game to them. I ended up in the kitchen, frantically searching for a weapon, a phone, anything that might help me. And that's when I saw it. The jar of peanut butter on the counter, left out from lunch earlier. An idea struck me, born of desperation and fear. I grabbed the jar and a knife, smearing the peanut butter over my arms and face. Then I turned to face my pursuers. The Hamiltons burst into the kitchen, Richard in the lead, but they skidded to a stop when they saw me, their eyes widening in surprise and, yes, fear. "Don't come any closer," I warned, holding out my peanut butter-covered arms. "One touch and I go into anaphylactic shock. Is that the kind of mess you want to deal with?" It was a bluff, of course, my allergy was severe, but not quite that bad. But they didn't know that. For a long moment, we stood there in a tense standoff. Then, slowly, Richard backed away. "Let her go," he said to the others, his voice tight with barely contained rage. "She's not worth the risk." I didn't wait to be told twice. I ran from that house and didn't stop until I was miles away, collapsing on the side of the road where a kind stranger found me and called the police. The aftermath was a blur of police interviews and psych evaluations. The Hamiltons, of course, denied everything. The notebook had vanished, and without it, it was my word against theirs. Pillars of the community versus a teenage girl with an overactive imagination. In the end, nothing came of it. The Hamiltons moved away soon after to some other unsuspecting town where they could continue their work in peace. Sometimes I wonder about Lily and Max, about what kind of monsters they're growing up to be under their parents' twisted guidance. As for me, I still have nightmares about that summer, about cold eyes and childish giggles and the sound of footsteps chasing me through endless hallways. I can't look at a jar of peanut butter without feeling sick, but mostly, I think about how close I came to becoming part of their family. How, if it hadn't been for my allergy, I might have ended up as just another one of their experiments, another victim of the Hamiltons' pursuit of perfection. So if you're ever looking for a summer job, be careful. That perfect family in the big house might not be what they seem. And sometimes, the real monsters are the ones hiding in plain sight, behind picket fences and perfect smiles. The moment I laid eyes on my new neighbor, I knew something wasn't quite right. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on at first, just a feeling, a prickling at the back of my neck whenever he was around. If only I'd trusted that instinct sooner, maybe I could have prevented the nightmare that was about to unfold. It was a crisp autumn day when he moved in next door. I was raking leaves in my front yard when the moving truck pulled up. As I watched, a man stepped out of the passenger side, tall, well-dressed, with a smile that seemed a touch too wide to be natural. He spotted me and waved, crossing the lawn with an easy grace. "Hello there, I'm James, your new neighbor." I introduced myself, trying to ignore the unease that settled in my stomach as we shook hands. His grip was firm, almost painfully so, and his hand was ice cold despite the warm afternoon sun. Over the next few weeks, James proved to be the model neighbor. He kept his lawn immaculate, always greeted everyone with that too wide smile, and even brought over a homemade pie when he first moved in. But there was always something off about him. The way his eyes never seemed to blink quite enough. The way neighborhood pets would go silent and still when he walked by. The way he was always watching. It started small at first. Mrs. Johnson's cat went missing, then the Thompsons' dog. People chalked it up to coyotes or just bad luck. But I couldn't shake the memory of seeing James out in his backyard late one night, digging. When I'd called out to ask what he was doing, he'd looked up with those unblinking eyes and said, "Just a bit of late-night gardening. Sleep well, neighbor." Then people started to change. Sarah, from across the street, who'd always been a bit of a gossip, suddenly became withdrawn and quiet. When I ran into her at the grocery store, she wouldn't meet my eyes, just mumbled something about being in a rush and hurried away. But not before I noticed the strange circular mark on the back of her neck, just below her hairline. I started paying closer attention after that. I noticed how James seemed to be everywhere in the neighborhood, always engaged in conversation with someone. And after each interaction, that person would change, become quieter, more reserved. Their eyes would take on the same glassy, unblinking quality as James. One night, unable to sleep, I saw James leaving his house at 2 a.m. Without really thinking about it, I decided to follow him. He walked with purpose through the silent streets, eventually coming to the old community center at the edge of our neighborhood. It had been abandoned for years, scheduled for demolition, but never quite getting there. James unlocked the door and slipped inside. I crept up to a dirty window, peering through a gap in the grime. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. The main room of the community center had been transformed. Strange symbols covered the walls and floor, glowing faintly in the darkness. And in the center of it all was James, surrounded by our neighbors. They stood in a circle, swaying slightly, their eyes fixed on James as he raised his arms and began to chant in a language I'd never heard before. As I watched, horrified, James' face began to change. His features seemed to melt and shift, revealing something underneath that was decidedly not human. Tentacles writhed where his mouth should be, and his eyes multiplied, covering his face in a sea of blinking orbs. I must have made a sound, a gasp or a whimper, because suddenly, every eye in the room turned to the window. To me. I ran, faster than I've ever run in my life, heart pounding, lungs burning. I could hear something behind me, a slithering, squelching sound that was gaining ground fast. Just as I reached my front door, fumbling with my keys, I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I kicked out blindly, feeling my foot connect with something soft. There was a hiss of pain, and the grip on my ankle loosened just enough for me to wrench free and tumble through my door, slamming it shut behind me. For a long moment, I just sat there on my floor, gasping for breath. listening to the sound of something inhuman scratching at my door. Eventually, it went away, but I didn't move until dawn began to break. The next day, everything seemed normal. James was out watering his lawn, waving cheerfully to passers-by. My changed neighbors went about their routines as if nothing had happened. But now I could see the truth behind the facade. The slight iridescent sheen to their skin when the light hit it just right. The way they moved, just a touch too fluid to be natural. I spent the next week in a panic trying to figure out what to do. I couldn't go to the police. Who would believe me? And even if they did, what could they do against whatever James was? I thought about running, but the idea of leaving everyone I knew in the clutches of that thing was unbearable. In desperation, I turned to the internet, searching for anything that might help me understand what I was dealing with. It was there, on an obscure forum dedicated to paranormal encounters, that I found a glimmer of hope. The post was old, nearly a decade old, but it described something eerily similar to what was happening in my neighborhood. A friendly new neighbor, strange changes in the community, glimpses of something inhuman. But the key difference was that in this story, someone had found a way to stop it. The solution was almost too simple to be believed. Salt. Apparently, whatever these creatures were, they couldn't cross a line of pure salt. It disrupted their ability to maintain their human form, revealing their true nature. Armed with this knowledge and more bulk-sized containers of salt than I care to admit, I formulated a plan. It was risky, potentially suicidal, but it was the only chance I had to save my neighborhood, and possibly the world, from whatever James and his kind were planning. The next community barbecue, something James had suggested and everyone had enthusiastically agreed to, was my opportunity. As everyone gathered in the park, laughing and talking with that eerie, glassy-eyed cheer, I got to work. Under the guise of setting up decorations, I managed to create a massive circle of salt around the entire gathering. James was at the center, holding court with that too-wide smile, completely oblivious to what I was doing. With the last of the salt poured, I took a deep breath and stepped into the circle. "Hey, James," I called out, my voice surprisingly steady despite my racing heart. "I think it's time you showed everyone who you really are." James turned to me, his smile faltering for just a moment. "Whatever do you mean, neighbor?" he asked, but I could see the panic in his eyes. "I mean this," I said, and pulled out a water gun filled with salt water. Before he could react, I sprayed him full in the face. The effect was immediate and horrifying. James's skin began to bubble and melt, his features twisting and morphing into that tentacled, many-eyed monstrosity I'd seen in the community center. Around us, the other changed neighbors began to transform as well, their human disguises dissolving to reveal writhing, alien forms. Chaos erupted. The few unchanged neighbors screamed and tried to run, only to find themselves trapped by the salt circle. The transformed creatures, including the thing that had been James, lunged for me, tentacles flailing. But they couldn't touch me. Every time they tried to cross the salt line, their bodies seemed to hit an invisible wall, recoiling in pain. I stood my ground, salt gun at the ready, as sirens began to wail in the distance. What followed was a nightmare of flashing lights, men in hazmat suits, and more questions than I could possibly answer. The government, it turned out, had been tracking these creatures for years, always one step behind. My salt trap had finally given them the break they needed. In the aftermath, our neighborhood was quarantined for months. Those who had been changed were taken away for treatment, though I have my doubts about what that really meant. The rest of us were sworn to secrecy, our silence bought with threats and bribes in equal measure. Life eventually returned to some semblance of normalcy, but I know I'll never be the same. I still wake up in cold sweats, the memory of James' true form burned into my mind. I keep salt by every door and window, a habit I don't think I'll ever break. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear something slithering outside, testing for weaknesses, waiting for its chance to return. Because if there's one thing I learned from this nightmare, It's that the monsters are real. They're out there, wearing human faces, waiting for their chance to strike. So the next time you meet a new neighbor who seems just a little too perfect, a little too friendly, well, maybe keep some salt handy, just in case. The throbbing in my head was the first thing I noticed as consciousness slowly returned. My mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and there was a metallic taste on my tongue that I couldn't quite place. I tried to open my eyes, but the lids felt heavy, uncooperative. When I finally managed to pry them open, I was met with darkness so complete it took me a moment to realize my eyes were actually open. Panic set in as I tried to move, only to find my wrists and ankles bound tightly to what felt like a chair. The rough texture of rope bit into my skin as I struggled, my heart pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Where was I? How did I get here? The last thing I remembered was leaving the bar after a night out with friends. Had I been drugged? Kidnapped? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I began to make out vague shapes around me. I was in a small room, maybe a basement or a storage unit. The air was stale and damp, with an underlying scent that made my stomach churn, a sickly sweet odor that reminded me of decaying fruit. Suddenly, a light flickered on overhead, the harsh fluorescent glare making me wince. As my vision cleared, I found myself staring into the face of a man I'd never seen before. He was middle-aged, unremarkable in appearance, the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance. But his eyes were cold, calculating, filled with a curiosity that sent chills down my spine. "Ah, you're awake," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. I was beginning to worry I'd miscalculated the dosage. I tried to speak, but my tongue felt thick and unresponsive. All I could manage was a weak groan. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Don't worry, the effects will wear off soon. In the meantime, let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Elliot Parsons, and you, my dear, are about to become part of something truly extraordinary." As he spoke, he moved around the room, checking various machines and monitors I hadn't noticed before. They beeped and whirred, displaying numbers and graphs I couldn't begin to understand. "You see," Dr. Parsons continued, "I've dedicated my life to unraveling the mysteries of human consciousness. The mind, the soul, what makes us who we are. And after years of research, I've made a breakthrough, a way to separate consciousness from the physical body." He paused, looking at me expectantly, as if waiting for me to be impressed. When I didn't respond, he frowned slightly and went on. "Of course, the scientific community laughed at my theories, called me a crackpot, a madman, but I'll show them, and you, my dear, will help me do it." As the drug's effects began to wear off, fear gave way to anger. "You're insane," I spat out, my voice hoarse. "Let me go, or I swear I'll—" "You'll what?" Dr. Parsons interrupted, his tone still eerily calm. "Scream. No one can hear you down here. Call for help. Your phone is long gone. No, I'm afraid you're going to be my guest for quite some time." He turned away, fiddling with one of the machines. "Now, let's begin, shall we?" What followed was a nightmare beyond anything I could have imagined. Dr. Parsons attached electrodes to my head, inserted IVs into my arms. He spoke constantly as he worked, explaining his theories, his methods, his grand vision. But I barely heard him, too consumed by terror and the growing certainty that I was going to die in this room. And then, just as I thought things couldn't get any worse, they did. I felt a jolt, like an electric shock running through my entire body, and suddenly, I was outside myself. I could see my body, still strapped to the chair, eyes wide and unblinking, but I was also floating above it, formless, weightless. Dr. Parsons was ecstatic. "It worked," he cried, staring at a monitor that showed two distinct brainwave patterns. "Your consciousness has been successfully separated from your body. Can you hear me? Can you communicate? I tried to speak, to move, but in this disembodied state, I had no way to make myself heard or seen. I was trapped, a silent observer to my own torment. Days passed, or maybe it was weeks. Time lost all meaning as Dr. Parsons continued his experiments. He would return my consciousness to my body, only to rip it away again. Each time, the process became more painful, more terrifying, and each time, it became harder to find my way back. I began to lose pieces of myself. Memories, emotions, the very essence of who I was, all of it seemed to be slipping away. I could feel myself fragmenting, parts of my consciousness scattering like dust in the wind. Dr. Parsons, for his part, grew more manic with each passing day. His excitement gave way to frustration as he failed to achieve the breakthroughs he'd hoped for. He would rant for hours about the narrow-mindedness of his peers, about the greatness that awaited him once his work was recognized. I don't know how long this went on, but eventually, something changed. During one of the separations, as I floated in that strange, formless state, I felt something else. A presence, vast and incomprehensible. It seemed to fill the entire room, the entire world, and it spoke to me, not in words, exactly, more like concepts, ideas that bloomed directly in what passed for my mind in this state. It told me of realms beyond our own, of consciousnesses so vast and alien that merely brushing against them could shatter a human psyche. It told me that what Dr. Parsons was doing was dangerous, that he was tearing holes in the fabric of reality, holes that things from the other side could slip through, things that should never exist in our world. And then, to my horror, it showed me. I saw creatures of shadow and flame, writhing masses of tentacles and eyes, beings of pure energy that pulsed with malevolent intent. They were pressing against the weakened barriers of our reality, seeking entry. And with each of Dr. Parsons' experiments, those barriers grew thinner. The presence left me with a choice. It could help me stop Dr. Parsons, seal the breaches he'd created. But the price would be high. I would have to sacrifice a part of myself, become something not quite human to wield the power needed to end this. In that moment, faced with the horrors I'd seen, the choice was easy. What happened next is difficult to describe. I felt myself expand, my consciousness merging with something vast and ancient. Knowledge flooded into me, knowledge of the universe, of realities beyond our own, of powers that defied human understanding. When Dr. Parsons initiated the next separation, he got more than he bargained for. My consciousness didn't just leave my body, it exploded outward, filling the room with a blinding light. I could see the holes in reality now, ragged tears leaking otherworldly energies into our world. Dr. Parsons screamed, finally faced with the consequences of his actions. He could see them too now, the creatures pressing against the weakened barriers, hungry for entry. With my newfound power, I began to seal the breaches. It was agonizing work, like trying to sew up wounds in the very fabric of the universe. But slowly, painfully, I closed them off, one by one. As the last breach sealed, I turned my attention to Dr. Parsons. He was on his knees, babbling incoherently, his mind shattered by what he'd seen. Part of me wanted to destroy him for what he'd done to me, for the danger he'd put the entire world in. But in the end, I chose mercy. I wiped his mind clean, erasing all knowledge of his experiments and the horrors he'd unleashed. Returning to my body was like squeezing into a suit several sizes too small. I felt compressed, limited, only a fraction of what I had become. But I knew I couldn't maintain that expanded state. The human mind isn't meant to contain such vastness. I destroyed Dr. Parsons' equipment, erased his data, removed every trace of his terrible experiments. Then, using the last of my enhanced abilities, I freed myself and made my way back to the world above. Months have passed since that day. On the surface, my life has returned to normal. but I know I'll never truly be the same. There are moments when I can feel it, that vastness just beyond my reach, the knowledge of realities beyond our own. And sometimes, in the dark of night, I wonder, did I truly seal all the breaches? Or are there still holes out there, hidden and waiting? Are there things slipping through even now, unseen and unknown? I don't have the answers, but I remain vigilant, always watching, always ready, because I've seen what lies beyond the veil of our reality. And I know that the barriers between worlds are far thinner than any of us would like to believe.
The rusty key felt unnaturally heavy in my hand as I stood before the... Ooh, I'd had this moment for weeks since her funeral, but I couldn't put it off any longer. The house was to be sold, and it felt
to me to sort through the remnants of her life. With a deep breath, I slid the key into the lock and turned it, wincing at the loud click that echoed through the empty house. The door creaked open, revealing Hesper's
untouched for decades. Dust motes it ants in the thin shaft of light from the single window, and the musty smell of aged paper and forgotten memories assaulted my senses. I fumbled for the light switch, but life casting long shadows across piles of boxes and old furniture. As I picked my way through the clutter, a particular box caught my eye. Unlike the others, it wasn't cardboard or wood, but a sleek black
metal container with an intricate lock. I'd never seen it before, and curiosity got the better of me. Kneeling beside it, I noticed a small envelope taped to the top, addressed to me in my grandmother's elegant handwriting. With trembling fingers, I opened the envelope and began to read. My dear, I'm no longer with you. I'm sorry for the burden I'm about to place on your shoulders, but you're the only one I can trust with this.
Inside this box, you'll find the truth about our family. A truth I've kept hidden for over 60 years. It's a dangerous secret, one that has haunted me every day of my life. But it's time you knew. The key is taped to the back of this letter. Be careful, my love. Once you open this box, there's no going back. All my love, Grandma. My heart raced as I peeled the small key from the back of the letter. It felt wrong, somehow. Too warm, almost alive in my hand. But my curiosity overpowered my apprehension, and I inserted it into the lock. The moment the box opened, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. A wave of cold air rushed out, carrying with it a scent that made my head spin, something ancient and wrong like decay and ozone and something I couldn't quite place. Inside the box was a single item, a leather-bound journal, its cover worn and cracked with age. As I lifted the journal, a photograph slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up and my blood ran cold. It showed my grandmother, looking much younger, standing next to a man I'd never seen before. But it wasn't the man that caught my attention. It was what loomed behind them, a shape, blurred and indistinct, but unmistakably inhuman. Multiple limbs, too many eyes, a form that seemed to shift and change even in the static image. With shaking hands, I opened the journal and began to read. What I found inside shattered everything I thought I knew about my family, about reality itself. The journal detailed my grandmother's involvement with a secret society dedicated to studying and containing entities from beyond our reality. These beings, which the society called Outer Ones, existed in dimensions parallel to our own, occasionally slipping through weaknesses in the fabric of space-time. My grandmother had been recruited fresh out of college, her brilliant mind and unwavering curiosity making her an ideal candidate. At first, she'd been thrilled, the chance to explore the unknown, to push the boundaries of human knowledge. But as she delved deeper into the society's work, she began to understand the true horror of what they were dealing with. The Outer Ones were beyond human comprehension, their very presence warping the laws of physics and sanity alike. Some were merely curious about our world, while others harbored intentions far more sinister. The society's job was to study these entities, to find ways to communicate with the benign ones and repel the dangerous. But something had gone wrong, horribly, catastrophically wrong. In the summer of 1962, The society had attempted to open a controlled portal to the realm of the outer ones. My grandmother had been part of the team, her mathematical skills crucial to the calculations needed to stabilize the breach, but they had underestimated the power they were dealing with. The portal had opened wider than intended, and something had come through, something ancient and vast and hungry. In the chaos that followed, most of the team had been killed or driven mad. My grandmother had barely escaped with her life and her sanity intact. The society had managed to close the portal, but not before the entity had latched onto our reality. It couldn't fully manifest, but it could influence things from the periphery, and it had chosen my grandmother as its anchor. For decades, she had lived with this terrible knowledge, always feeling the entity's presence at the edges of her perception. She had left the society, tried to live a normal life, but the entity followed her. It whispered to her in her dreams, showed her visions of realities that no human was meant to see. And now, with her death, it had latched onto me. As I read the final pages of the journal, I became aware of a presence in the attic with me. Not a physical presence, but a weight in the air, a sense of being watched by countless unseen eyes. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen and writhe, taking on shapes that hurt my mind to look at directly. I slammed the journal shut, my heart pounding. But it was too late. I could feel it now, the entity that had haunted my grandmother for so long. It was aware of me, curious about this new consciousness it could touch. In that moment, I understood the true weight of the burden my grandmother had passed to me. This wasn't just knowledge. It was a responsibility, a duty to keep this thing contained, to prevent it from fully entering our world. As if in response to my thoughts, I felt a surge of something, not quite emotion, not quite thought, but a complex blend of both. The entity was communicating with me in its alien, incomprehensible way. I saw flashes of other worlds, of realities so far removed from our own that merely glimpsing them threatened to break my mind. But mixed with the terror was an undercurrent of wonder. The entity was curious, eager to learn about our world through me. And despite my fear, I found myself curious too. What could I learn from this being? What secrets of the universe might it reveal? I knew then that my life would never be the same. Like my grandmother before me, I was now a guardian of a terrible secret, a bridge between worlds that were never meant to touch. I would have to learn to live with this presence always at the edges of my awareness, to interpret its alien thoughts and keep it from influencing our world too much. As the full weight of this realization settled over me, I felt a strange calm descend. This was my purpose now, my legacy. I carefully repacked the journal and photograph into the metal box, locking it securely. I would find a safer place for it, somewhere the curious or unsuspecting wouldn't stumble upon it. As I left the attic, closing and locking the door behind me, I felt the entity's presence settle into the back of my mind, a constant alien companion that would be with me for the rest of my life. I stepped out of the house into the bright sunlight, blinking as my eyes adjusted. The world looked the same as it always had, people going about their daily lives, unaware of the realities that existed alongside our own. But I saw it differently now. In every shadow, every unexplained movement at the corner of my eye, I sensed the potential for something more. My grandmother's burden was now mine, and though it terrified me, a part of me thrilled at the possibilities it presented. What wonders and horrors would I witness in the years to come? What role would I play in the grand, cosmic dance between our world and the realms beyond? Only time would tell. But one thing was certain. Life would never be ordinary again. The first time I saw my doppelganger, I thought I was losing my mind. It was just a glimpse, a fleeting reflection in a store window as I walked home from work. But it was enough to stop me dead in my tracks, heart pounding, because the face staring back at me wasn't quite right. It was me, but wrong. The eyes were too wide, the smile too sharp. And as I watched, frozen in disbelief, it winked at me before disappearing. I told myself it was just stress, lack of sleep, maybe the beginnings of a migraine. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. And over the next few weeks, that feeling only grew stronger. It started small at first. Things in my apartment would be slightly out of place. A book I swore I'd left on the coffee table now on the shelf. My toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. Nothing major. Nothing I couldn't explain away as simple forgetfulness. But it kept happening, more and more frequently. Then came the texts and emails. Friends asking about conversations we'd never had. Co-workers mentioning meetings I'd attended but had no memory of. Each time, I'd laugh it off, make some excuse about being scatterbrained. But the fear was growing, a cold knot in the pit of my stomach. It was my best friend, Sarah, who finally confronted me about it. We were having coffee, and she kept giving me these strange looks. "Okay, what's going on with you?" she finally asked. "You've been acting weird for weeks, and don't try to deny it. I know you better than anyone." I wanted to tell her everything, about the reflection, the strange occurrences, the growing sense that I was somehow being replaced. But how could I without sounding completely insane? "I'm fine," I lied, forcing a smile. "Just been stressed at work, that's all." Sarah didn't look convinced, but she let it drop. As we said goodbye, she hugged me tightly. "You know you can tell me anything, right?" she whispered, "no matter how crazy it might seem." If only I'd taken her up on that offer, maybe things would have turned out differently. But I was too scared, too confused to reach out for help. And so, I faced what came next alone. It was a Tuesday night when everything came to a head. I was working late, the office empty and quiet around me. As I gathered my things to leave, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned, and there it was, my doppelganger, standing at the end of the hallway. This time, there was no mistaking it for a trick of the light or a stress-induced hallucination. It was solid, real, and utterly terrifying. Because now I could see the differences clearly. Its skin was too pale, almost translucent. Its movements were fluid, but wrong somehow, like a marionette controlled by unseen strings. And its eyes, God, its eyes, they were mine, but filled with a cold, alien intelligence that made my blood run cold. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want?" The thing that wore my face smiled, and I felt my skin crawl. When it spoke, its voice was mine, but distorted, like hearing myself through a bad phone connection. "I am you," it said. "Or rather, I'm what you're going to become. I'm your upgrade, your evolution. Isn't it wonderful?" I backed away, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. "You're not real," I said, more to convince myself than anything. "This isn't happening." The doppelganger's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, but I am real. More real than you can imagine. And it's time for you to step aside and let the new version take over." It took a step towards me, and I ran, through the dark office, down the stairs, out into the night. I didn't stop until I was blocks away, gasping for breath, my legs shaking. When I finally made it home, I locked every door and window, drew all the curtains. But I knew, deep down, that it wouldn't be enough. Whatever this thing was, wherever it had come from, locks and walls wouldn't keep it out. I spent the night huddled on my couch, jumping at every sound, every shadow. When dawn finally broke, I felt a moment of relief. Surely, in the light of day, everything would make sense again. But as I stumbled to the bathroom, exhausted and on edge, I realized the nightmare was far from over. Because there, standing in front of my mirror, was the doppelganger. Only now, It looked even more like me. The inhuman pallor was gone, replaced by my exact skin tone. Its movements were smoother, more natural. It turned to me, and I saw my own surprised expression mirrored perfectly on its face. "Oh," it said, sounding genuinely startled. "You're still here. I thought the transition would be complete by now." "What transition?" I asked, my voice shaking. "What are you talking about?" The doppelganger sighed, a perfect imitation of my own exasperated exhale. "It's complicated," it said, "but essentially, I'm your replacement. A better version of you, created to seamlessly take over your life." As it spoke, I noticed more changes. Its voice was now indistinguishable from mine. Even the little scar on my chin from a childhood accident was there, perfectly replicated. "But why?" I asked, struggling to comprehend the insanity of the situation. "Who created you? What's the point of all this?" The doppelganger shrugged, the gesture so familiar it made my stomach churn. "I don't know all the details," it admitted. "I just know that I'm part of something bigger. An experiment, maybe. Or perhaps the next step in human evolution. All I know is that I'm here to replace you, and once the process is complete, you'll simply cease to be." The casual way it discussed my erasure sent a chill down my spine. "And if I refuse?" I challenged, trying to sound braver than I felt. "If I fight this?" For a moment, something like pity flashed across the doppelganger's face. "You can try," it said softly, "but it won't change anything. The process has already begun. Haven't you noticed? The memory gaps, the lost time. That's me, slowly taking over. Soon, there won't be enough of you left to fight." As it spoke, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Memories flickered through my mind. Conversations I didn't remember having. Places I'd never been but somehow recognized. The lines between myself and this imposter were blurring, and I didn't know how to stop it. "Please," I begged, not even sure what I was asking for. "There has to be another way." The doppelganger stepped closer, its expression a perfect mirror of concern. It reached out, and I was too shocked to pull away as it laid a hand on my cheek. Its touch was warm, alive, utterly human. "I'm sorry," it said, and I believed it. "I truly am. But this is how it has to be. Don't worry, though. I'll take good care of your life. Your friends, your family, they won't even know the difference." As it spoke, I felt myself fading. It was like being pulled underwater, the world growing distant and muffled. I tried to fight it, to hold on to myself, but it was like grasping at smoke. The last thing I saw was my own face, watching me with a mixture of fascination and sadness as I slipped away. I don't know how long I was gone. Time had no meaning in that formless void. But somehow, impossibly, I clawed my way back. It was like swimming up from the depths of a dark ocean, fighting against a current that wanted to drag me back down. When I opened my eyes, I was in my bed. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare, but then I saw the note on my nightstand, written in my own handwriting. "I don't know how you did it, but you're stronger than we thought. This isn't over. The process may have stalled, but it will resume. Enjoy your reprieve while it lasts." I sit here now, writing this down, trying to make sense of what's happened, what's still happening. I don't know who to trust, who to turn to. For all I know, everyone in my life has already been replaced, and I'm the last original human left. All I know is that I'm not giving up without a fight. Whatever this thing is, wherever it came from, I won't let it erase me. I'll find a way to stop it, to reverse this process. It talked about, but a part of me wonders, how will I know if I've succeeded? How can I be sure that the person writing these words, thinking these thoughts, is really me? Or am I already gone? Nothing more than an echo fading into oblivion as my replacement lives my life. I don't have the answers, but I'll keep fighting, keep searching for the truth, because the alternative Surrendering to this slow, insidious erasure is unthinkable. If you're reading this, be careful. Watch for the little inconsistencies, the moments of lost time, because you never know when your upgrade might be coming for you. And if you see someone who looks just like you, smiling a smile that's not quite right, run, and don't look back. I never thought a simple house-sitting job would lead me to uncover a decades-old mystery. But that's exactly what happened last summer. It all started when my neighbor, Mrs. Callahan, asked me to look after her place while she visited her sister in Florida. Mrs. Callahan was a sweet old lady who'd lived in the same Victorian house for over 50 years. I'd always admired the place from afar, its intricate woodwork, the wraparound porch, the tower room with its circular window. So when she offered to pay me to essentially live in a piece of history for 2 weeks, I jumped at the chance. The first few days were uneventful. I watered the plants, fed the cat, and spent my evenings exploring the house's nooks and crannies. It was on the 4th night that things took a turn for the strange. I was in the attic, rummaging through old boxes out of sheer curiosity, when I found it, a small, leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. At first, I hesitated to open it. It felt like an invasion of privacy, reading someone else's private thoughts. But curiosity got the better of me, and I flipped it open to a random page. The date at the top read June 15, 1972. The handwriting was cramped and hurried, as if the writer had been in a rush. It's happening again. The noises in the walls, the whispers in the dark. I thought it was over, that we'd sealed it away for good, but it's found a way back. God help us all. A chill ran down my spine as I read those words. I told myself it was nothing, probably just the ramblings of an overactive imagination. But as I continued to read, flipping back and forth through the journal, a disturbing picture began to emerge. The journal belonged to a woman named Eleanor, who I assumed was Mrs. Callahan's mother. She wrote about a presence in the house, something dark and malevolent that had tormented her family for generations. According to Eleanor, it had started with her great-grandmother, who had brought something back with her from a trip to Egypt, a small statue of a jackal-headed god. At first, the family had dismissed the strange occurrences as coincidence, objects moving on their own, cold spots in rooms, the feeling of being watched. But as time went on, things escalated. Eleanor wrote of night terrors so vivid they left physical marks, of whispered voices urging violence, of shadows that moved against the laws of nature. The entries became more frantic as I read on. Eleanor described rituals performed to contain the entity, consultations with psychics and occultists. The final entry, dated October 31st, 1973, simply read, "We've done it. The binding is complete. May God forgive us for what we had to do." I closed the journal, my hands shaking. It was just a story, I told myself, the product of an overactive imagination or maybe early onset dementia. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak of the old house, every shadow cast by moonlight through the windows seemed sinister. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I'd let an old journal spook me. But in the early hours of the morning, as I finally began to drift off, I heard it. A whisper, so faint I thought I might have imagined it. But then it came again, clearer this time. "Find it. Free us." I bolted upright, my heart pounding. The room was empty, still, but the air felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. And there, in the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A shadow, darker than the surrounding darkness, slithering across the wall. I didn't sleep again that night. The next day, I threw myself into research. I scoured the internet for any information about the house's history, about Eleanor and her family. What I found only deepened the mystery. There were gaps in the property records, periods where the house seemed to have no official owner, and the Callahan family had a troubling history of mental illness and mysterious deaths. As night fell, I found myself back in the attic, searching for, I didn't even know what, more journals. The statue Eleanor had mentioned, some kind of proof that I wasn't going crazy. What I found was a hidden compartment behind a loose floorboard. Inside was a small wooden box, intricately carved with symbols I didn't recognize. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a statue, no bigger than my palm. It depicted a figure with the body of a man and the head of a jackal, Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. As I lifted it from the box, I felt a jolt, like static electricity but stronger. And in that moment, I heard the whisper again, "Free us." The temperature in the room plummeted. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen, to move with a life of their own. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I had made a terrible mistake. What followed was a night of pure terror. The entity Eleanor had written about was real, and it was awake. Shadows danced on the walls, taking on monstrous shapes. Objects flew across rooms of their own accord, and always, there were the whispers, promising power, threatening pain, begging for freedom. I tried to leave, to run from the house, but every door I approached slammed shut. Every window refused to budge. I was trapped, alone with something ancient and hungry. As dawn approached, I found myself huddled in the tower room, the statue clutched to my chest. I didn't want to touch it, but some instinct told me that letting it go would be even worse. Through the circular window, I could see the sky beginning to lighten, and then, just as I thought I couldn't take any more, there was a new voice. Clear, calm, cutting through the chaotic whispers. "You have to finish it." I turned, half expecting to see a ghost, but there was no spectral figure, no visual manifestation, just the voice, somehow inside my head and all around me at once. "Who are you?" I asked, my own voice hoarse from hours of fear. "Eleanor," the voice replied. "We didn't seal it away. Not completely. We couldn't bear to destroy it, to sever the connection entirely. That was our mistake. But you can fix it. You can end this, once and for all." "How?" I asked, desperation making me willing to believe, to try anything. The voice, Eleanor, told me what to do. It was simple, really, almost anticlimactic after the night of terror I'd endured. All I had to do was break the statue at the exact moment the first ray of sunlight touched it. As the sky outside grew brighter, I positioned myself by the window. The statue felt heavier than it should, and I could feel it vibrating slightly in my hands. The shadows in the room writhed and pulsed, and the whispers grew to a fever pitch. The moment the sun crested the horizon, I brought the statue down hard on the windowsill. It shattered with a sound like breaking glass, but 1,000 times louder. There was a flash of light so bright it left me seeing spots, and a scream that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, silence. Blessed, absolute silence. When my vision cleared, I found myself alone in a perfectly ordinary attic. The oppressive atmosphere was gone. The shadows were just shadows again. Even the broken pieces of the statue had vanished, as if they'd never existed. I spent the rest of Mrs. Callahan's vacation in a daze, going through the motions of house-sitting while trying to process what had happened. When she returned, I half expected her to mention something, to give some indication that she knew about the house's dark history. But she just thanked me for taking care of things, paid me, and that was that. I've never told anyone else this story. Who would believe me? Sometimes, I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But on dark nights, when the wind howls and shadows seem to move in the corners of my room, I remember, and I wonder, how many other houses out there are hiding secrets like Mrs. Callahan's? How many other ancient evils are waiting to be awakened, or finally put to rest? The first night on my new job as a security guard at Oakwood Office Park, I thought the flickering light in the far corner of the parking lot was just faulty wiring. By the third night, I knew better. Something was out there in the darkness, something that didn't belong in our world. And it was getting closer. I'd taken the job out of desperation. Divorced, broke, and with a stack of overdue bills, the night shift position seemed like a godsend. The pay was decent, and the job description sounded easy enough. Patrol the grounds, check for any signs of intrusion or vandalism, and report any suspicious activity. Simple, right? The first 2 nights were uneventful. I made my rounds, sipping lukewarm coffee and listening to podcasts to stay awake. The office park was a ghost town after hours, nothing but empty parking lots and dark windows reflecting the moonlight. It was boring, but I couldn't complain. Boring meant safe, and safe meant a steady paycheck. But on that third night, everything changed. It started with the light. I noticed it during my 2 a.m. round, a street lamp at the far end of the lot flickering erratically. I made a note to report it to maintenance in the morning and continued my patrol. But when I circled back an hour later, I noticed something odd. The light wasn't just flickering anymore, it seemed to be moving, swaying slightly as if buffeted by a strong wind. Except there was no wind. The night was dead calm. I approached cautiously, my hand on the pepper spray at my belt. As I got closer, I realized the movement wasn't coming from the light itself, but from something underneath it. A shape, indistinct in the darkness, writhing and pulsing like a mass of snakes. My breath caught in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to step closer, squinting to make out details in the unreliable light. That's when I saw the eyes, dozens of them, gleaming in the darkness, all fixed on me. I ran, sprinted back to the security office and slammed the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I reached for the phone, ready to call. Who? The police. What would I tell them? That I saw a monster in the parking lot. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the office, watching the monitors and jumping at every shadow. When dawn finally broke, I ventured out, half convinced I'd imagined the whole thing. But there, under the now steady light of the street lamp, was a large, dark stain on the asphalt. It looked like oil, but it moved slightly when I approached, pulling away from my feet as if alive. I reported the oil spill to my supervisor, careful not to mention anything about eyes or moving shadows. He promised to have someone check it out, but I could tell from his tone that it wasn't a priority. The next night, I came prepared. I'd spent the day researching, diving into forums about paranormal encounters and unexplained phenomena. Most of it seemed like nonsense, but a few things stuck out. Salt, apparently, was a deterrent against many supernatural entities. I felt ridiculous packing a container of Morton's in my bag, but it made me feel a little safer. The flickering light was back, more intense this time, and the shape beneath it had grown, spreading across the parking lot like a living oil slick. As I watched, frozen in horror, tendrils of darkness began to reach out, exploring the surrounding area with an unsettling intelligence. That's when I heard it, a sound so low it was more felt than heard, a vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It made my teeth ache and my vision blur, and carried with it a sense of ancient alien hunger. I ran again, but this time to my car. I grabbed the salt and a flashlight, then forced myself to approach the writhing mass. The vibration grew stronger, and I could feel something pulling at my mind, urging me to step into the darkness, to let it envelop me. With shaking hands, I opened the salt container and began to pour, creating a circle around myself. The effect was immediate and shocking. Where the salt touched the dark substance, it hissed and recoiled, leaving clean patches of asphalt behind. Emboldened, I began to walk forward, pouring salt as I went. The darkness retreated before me, the eyes blinking out one by one. The vibration in the air took on a different quality, no longer hungry but angry. I worked through the night, using up every bit of salt I had. By the time the sky began to lighten in the east, I had managed to push the entity, for lack of a better word, back to the far corner of the lot. It was contained, but not defeated. I could still see it pulsing there, waiting. Over the next few weeks, a pattern emerged. Each night, the entity would try to spread, and each night, I would push it back with salt. I started bringing larger quantities, buying it in bulk from a restaurant supply store. My car's trunk was filled with bags of the stuff. I tried to tell others, my supervisor, the day shift guards, even a few of the office workers who came in early, but no one believed me. They saw the salt, dismissed my talk of living shadows as some kind of prank or mental breakdown. I was written up twice for misuse of company resources and warned that any further incidents would result in termination. But I couldn't stop. Whatever this thing was, I was the only thing standing between it and what? I didn't know, but I was certain it wasn't anything good. As the entity's attempts to spread became more aggressive, I started to notice changes in myself. I was losing weight, my skin taking on a gray, unhealthy pallor. I had trouble sleeping during the day, plagued by nightmares of endless darkness and watching eyes. And sometimes, when I looked in the mirror, I could swear I saw something moving in the shadows behind me. It all came to a head on a moonless night in late October. I arrived for my shift to find the parking lot in darkness, every light extinguished. And there, in the center of the vast empty space, was the entity. It had grown massive, a roiling sea of darkness that seemed to devour the very air around it. I reached for my salt, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. Not this time. The vibration in the air was deafening now, and I could feel my sanity slipping as I stared into that vast, hungry void. That's when I saw them. People, dozens of them, walking slowly towards the darkness. Their eyes were blank, faces slack with a terrible ecstasy. I recognized some of them, office workers, other security guards, even my ex-wife, all of them drawn here, called by the entity for God knows what purpose. I tried to stop them, screaming warnings that fell on deaf ears. They walked past me as if I didn't exist, stepping into the darkness and vanishing without a sound. I watched in horror as the entity pulsed and grew with each person it consumed. In that moment, I knew what I had to do, what I should have done weeks ago. I ran to my car and grabbed every bag of salt I had. Then, steeling myself, I charged towards the center of the darkness. The pull was immense, like trying to run upstream in a raging river. Each step was agony, the darkness clawing at my mind, showing me visions of power and knowledge beyond human comprehension. But I kept going. I reached the epicenter, where the darkness was so thick it was almost solid. And there I saw it, a tear in reality itself, a portal to somewhere else, somewhere no human was ever meant to see. With the last of my strength, I upended the bags of salt directly into the portal. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. The entity screamed, a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my days, and began to collapse in on itself. The darkness rushed past me, back towards the portal, taking with it all those it had consumed. I was the only one left in the parking lot when it was over, the only one who remembered what had happened, the only one who knew how close our world had come to something terrible. I quit my job the next day, moved to a new city, started over. But I can't forget, and sometimes, on dark nights when the shadows seem to move of their own accord, I find myself reaching for the container of salt I always keep nearby, just in case. The first whisper was so faint, I thought it was just the wind. But as the shadows lengthened and the forest grew darker, I realized with mounting horror that I was hearing voices, and they were getting closer. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. I'd done this trail a dozen times before, always making it back to my car well before sunset. But today, something was different. Maybe it was the unseasonably warm weather that had me dawdling, stopping to admire wildflowers I'd never noticed before. Or maybe it was that nagging feeling I'd had all day, like I was being watched. Whatever the reason, by the time I realized I'd strayed from the main path, the sun was already dipping below the tree line. I tried retracing my steps, but in the fading light, every tree looked the same. The dense canopy overhead blocked out what little remaining daylight there was, plunging the forest into an eerie twilight. I fumbled for my phone, cursing under my breath when I saw there was no signal. The battery was low, too. I'd been using it to take photos all day, not thinking I'd need it for anything else. I switched on the flashlight feature, wincing at how quickly the battery percentage dropped. That's when I heard it, a whisper, so soft I almost missed it. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. No response. I started walking faster, my eyes darting left and right, searching for any sign of the trail. The beam of my phone's flashlight seemed pitiful against the encroaching darkness. Branches snagged at my clothes, and more than once I tripped over hidden roots. The whispers came again, louder this time. I couldn't make out words, but the sound sent chills down my spine. It seemed to be coming from all around me, as if the trees themselves were talking. "Is someone there?" I shouted, hating how my voice cracked. Part of me hoped for an answer. At least then I'd know I wasn't alone out here. But the larger part of me dreaded a response. I broke into a jog, then a run. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging scratches. But I didn't slow down. The whispers were getting louder, more insistent. I still couldn't understand what they were saying, but the tone was unmistakable. Hungry, eager, closing in. My foot caught on something, a root or a rock, I couldn't tell, and I went down hard. My phone flew from my hand, its light flickering out as it hit the forest floor. For a moment, I lay there, the breath knocked out of me, surrounded by absolute darkness. The whispers stopped, slowly, painfully. I pushed myself to my knees. My hands groped blindly in the leaf litter, searching for my phone. I found it, but the screen remained dark no matter how many times I pressed the power button. The battery must have died in the fall. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I became aware of movement around me. Shadows within shadows, darker than the night itself, seemed to shift and flow. And then the whispers started again, so close now I could feel the breath on my ear. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my scraped palms and bruised knees. I ran blindly, branches and thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. The whispers followed, growing in volume until they were a cacophony of hissing voices, wordless yet full of malice. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that dark, twisted forest. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but still I pushed on. Because whatever was behind me, whatever was whispering in the darkness, was far worse than any physical pain. Just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, when my legs were about to give out and my heart felt like it would burst from my chest, I saw a light ahead. Faint at first, then growing brighter. A clearing in the trees, lit by the rising moon. With a final burst of energy I didn't know I possessed, I sprinted toward the light. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, angry now, desperate. I felt something brush against my back, icy cold fingers trying to grab hold, but I jerked away and kept running. I burst out of the tree line into a small meadow. The sudden moonlight was almost blinding after the pitch darkness of the forest. I collapsed onto the grass, gulping in great lungfuls of air. For a long moment, all I could hear was the sound of my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. Then, slowly, I became aware of the normal nighttime sounds, crickets chirping, an owl hooting in the distance. The whispers were gone. I rolled onto my back, looking up at the star-filled sky. Never had I been so glad to see the moon and stars. As my breathing slowed and my pulse returned to something approaching normal, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been in my head? Some kind of panic-induced hallucination brought on by getting lost in the dark? But no. The scratches on my arms and face were real enough, as was the tear in my jacket where something had grabbed at me. I sat up slowly, wincing at my various aches and pains. The meadow was small, maybe 50 feet across, surrounded on all sides by dense forest. In the moonlight, the trees looked perfectly ordinary. There was no sign of the shifting shadows I'd seen, no hint of the malevolent presence I'd felt pursuing me. But I knew better than to trust appearances. Whatever was out there in the darkness, it was real. And it was waiting. I got to my feet, brushing grass and leaves from my clothes. I had no idea where I was or how far I'd run from the trail. My phone was dead. I had no food or water, and the temperature was dropping rapidly now that night had fallen. I was in serious trouble, but I was alive, and as long as I stayed in this moonlit clearing, I was safe. I hoped. I spent the night pacing the perimeter of the meadow, too afraid to sit still, let alone try to sleep. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had me spinning around, heart in my throat. But nothing emerged from the darkness. As the eastern sky began to lighten with the approaching dawn, I allowed myself to relax slightly. I'd made it through the night. Soon it would be light enough to try and find my way back to civilization. But as I turned to watch the sun rise, movement at the edge of the meadow caught my eye. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. There, just inside the tree line, was a figure, humanoid in shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at odd angles. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, it took a step forward into the meadow. The moment its foot touched the grass, the first rays of sunlight crested the horizon. The figure let out a silent scream, its body seeming to dissolve into wisps of shadow that were quickly burned away by the growing light. Within seconds, it was gone. The meadow was empty save for myself and the cheerful sounds of birds greeting the new day. I didn't wait around to see if there were more of whatever that thing was. As soon as I could see clearly, I picked a direction and started walking. It took hours of trudging through the woods, but eventually I heard the blessed sound of traffic. I emerged from the forest onto the shoulder of a highway. A passing trucker was kind enough to stop and give me a ride to the nearest town, where I was able to contact my family and let them know I was okay. I told the police I'd gotten lost while hiking and spent the night in the woods. It was easier than trying to explain what had really happened. Who would believe me anyway? But I know what I saw, what I heard, what chased me through that dark forest. And I know that it's still out there, waiting in the shadows between the trees. I won't be going hiking again anytime soon. At least, not alone. And never, ever after dark. Because now I know that when night falls in the forest, it's not just shadows and animals that come out to hunt. There are older, darker things that lurk in the spaces between the trees. Things that whisper in voices almost, but not quite, human. And if you listen closely on a quiet night, you might hear them too. But trust me, you don't want to. Because once you hear those whispers, once you know they're out there, you'll never feel safe in the dark again. I know I don't. Every night as I lay in bed, I find myself straining to hear, dreading the moment when the normal sounds of the night are replaced by those familiar, terrible whispers. So far, they haven't found me here in the city. But sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I could swear I hear something. A faint, distant voice calling my name. And I wonder how long it will be before the shadows come for me again. The moment I saw his eyes in the rearview mirror, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. There was something off about them, a wild, unhinged look that sent a chill down my spine. But by then, it was too late. We were already speeding down a dirt road into the darkness, with nothing but desert stretching out around us. It had started as a dream vacation. Sarah and I had been planning this road trip through the Southwest for months. We'd saved up, mapped out our route, and packed our little hatchback to the brim with camping gear and snacks. The first few days had been amazing, breathtaking vistas, quirky roadside attractions, and starry nights spent cuddling by the campfire. But then, on the fourth day, our car started making a worrying rattling noise. We tried to ignore it at first, but it kept getting worse. By the time we were halfway between nowhere and not much else, smoke was pouring from under the hood. "Shit," I muttered, pulling over to the side of the empty highway. Sarah gave me a worried look as I popped the hood, coughing as a cloud of acrid smoke billowed out. I'm no mechanic, but even I could tell this was bad. Something had overheated and melted, leaving a mess of plastic and metal gunk where important engine parts should be. We weren't going anywhere in this car. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice tight with anxiety. I pulled out my phone, already knowing what I'd see. No signal. We were well and truly stranded. That's when we saw the truck approaching. It was an old pickup, more rust than paint, kicking up a cloud of dust as it rumbled down the highway. We waved frantically, and to our relief, it slowed to a stop beside us. The driver leaned out the window. He was a wiry man, probably in his 50s, with leathery skin and a patchy gray beard. "You folks having some trouble?" he asked, his voice gravelly. We explained our situation, and he nodded sympathetically. "That's a real shame. Nearest town's about 60 miles that away," he said, gesturing down the road. "I can give you a ride if you want." Was heading that direction anyway. Sarah and I exchanged glances. We didn't have many options, but getting into a stranger's car in the middle of nowhere wasn't exactly safe. But what choice did we have? "That would be great, thank you," I said finally. "I'm Jack, and this is my wife, Sarah." The man introduced himself as Earl and helped us grab our most important belongings from our dead car. As we climbed into his truck, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling of unease, but I pushed it aside. This was just a kind stranger helping out some stranded tourists. Nothing to worry about. How wrong I was. At first, everything seemed fine. Earl made small talk as we drove, asking about our trip and telling us about life in this part of the country. But after about 20 minutes, I realized something was off. We should have been heading towards more populated areas, but instead, the landscape was getting more desolate. Earl," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Are you sure this is the way to town?" He glanced at me in the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it, that manic glint in his eyes. "Oh, we're not going to town," he said, his voice suddenly cold. "We're going somewhere much more interesting." My blood ran cold. I felt Sarah tense beside me. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Earl's only response was to step on the gas. The truck lurched forward, speedometer climbing as we left the highway for a bumpy dirt road. "What the hell, man?" I shouted, grabbing for the door handle. But Earl had thought of that. The locks were engaged, and there was no way to open them from the inside. "I wouldn't try anything stupid if I were you," Earl said, reaching into his jacket and pulling out a wicked-looking hunting knife. He kept his eyes on the road, but the threat was clear. Sarah let out a choked sob beside me. I wrapped an arm around her, my mind racing. What was this lunatic planning? Where was he taking us? The landscape outside became a blur as Earl drove deeper into the desert. The sun was setting, painting the sky in reds and purples that would have been beautiful under any other circumstances. Now, it just felt ominous, like the desert itself was bleeding. After what felt like hours but was probably only about 45 minutes, Earl finally slowed the truck. We'd arrived at nothing. Just a flat expanse of desert, no buildings or landmarks in sight. "Everybody out," Earl growled, waving the knife threateningly. Shaking, Sarah and I climbed out of the truck. The desert air was cooling rapidly as night fell, and I could feel goosebumps rising on my arms, though that might have been more from fear than cold. Earl herded us away from the truck, the knife glinting in the fading light. "Start walking," he ordered, pointing into the darkness. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "We don't have much money, but you can take what we have. Just let us go." Earl let out a harsh laugh. "This ain't about money, boy. This is about survival." "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "This desert, it's got a hunger," Earl said, his eyes wild. "It needs to be fed, and if I don't feed it, it'll take me instead." I stared at him, uncomprehending. Had the isolation out here driven this man insane? Or was there something darker at play? "I now walk," Earl said, prodding me in the back with the knife. We had no choice but to obey. We stumbled forward into the darkness, the only light coming from the stars above and the faint glow of Earl's truck headlights behind us. After about 10 minutes of walking, Earl called for us to stop. "This'll do," he muttered, more to himself than to us. "Do for what?" I asked, dreading the answer. Instead of replying, Earl began to chant in a language I didn't recognize. The words were guttural, harsh, and they seemed to hang in the air unnaturally. And then, to my horror, the ground began to shake. At first, I thought it was an earthquake, but then I saw it, a massive shape rising from the sand like some monstrous worm breaching the surface of an ocean. Sarah screamed. I stood frozen in terror. The thing, whatever it was, towered above us, easily the size of a house. In the dim starlight, I could make out rows of gnashing teeth and writhing tentacles. "The desert's hungry," Earl said, his voice filled with a twisted kind of reverence, "and you're the meal." As the monster lunged towards us, survival instinct finally kicked in. I grabbed Sarah's hand and we ran, our feet slipping in the loose sand. I could hear Earl laughing behind us, his voice mixing with the otherworldly roar of the creature. We ran blindly into the night, gasping for breath, our hearts pounding. I had no idea where we were going, but anywhere was better than back there. After what felt like miles, we finally collapsed, our legs giving out. As we lay there in the sand, gulping in air, I strained my ears for any sign of pursuit. But there was nothing, just the whisper of wind over sand and our own ragged breathing. What was that thing?" Sarah gasped out between breaths. I shook my head. "I don't know. I don't want to know." I pushed myself up to sitting, looking around. In every direction there was nothing but darkness and desert. We need to find help. But how? We were miles from anywhere, with no food, no water, and no idea which way to go. The situation seemed hopeless. Then, in the distance, I saw a faint glow. Civilization. "Look," I said, pointing. "Let's head that way. It's our best shot." And so we walked. Hours passed. The glow never seemed to get any closer, but we pushed on. What choice did we have? As the sky began to lighten with the approach of dawn, I started to wonder if we'd been walking towards a mirage. But then, finally, we crested a small rise and saw it. A gas station. Its fluorescent lights a beacon of hope in the desert. The attendant's eyes went wide when he saw us stumble in, dirty, exhausted, and wild-eyed. We must have looked half mad as we babbled our story about the crazy man and the monster in the desert. In the end, we told the police a sanitized version, that we'd been kidnapped by a crazy local Sikh, but had managed to escape. They never found Earl or any trace of his truck. As for the thing we saw, we kept that to ourselves. Who would believe us anyway? We made it home eventually, but the experience changed us. I still have nightmares about that night. The sound of Earl's chanting, the sight of that monstrous shape rising from the sand, and sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I could swear I hear something. A distant roar, hungry and inhuman. I don't know if what we saw that night was real, or just a hallucination brought on by fear and the desert heat. But I do know one thing. I'll never look at the desert the same way again. Because now I know that in those vast, empty spaces, ancient and terrible things might be hiding just beneath the surface. And they're always hungry. saw her, I knew something was terribly wrong. She sat motionless in the hospital bed, her skin pale as the sheets around her, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. But it wasn't her appearance that sent a chill down my spine. It was the fact that according to every chart, every record, and every other member of the staff, she didn't exist. I've been a night shift nurse at St. Mary's Hospital for over a decade. I thought I'd seen it all. Gruesome injuries, miraculous recoveries, and everything in between. But nothing could have prepared me for that night. It started like any other shift. I clocked in at 11 p.m., got my assignments from the day nurse, and began my rounds. Everything was routine until I reached room 237. The door was slightly ajar, which was odd. We always kept patient doors closed at night. I pushed it open, clipboard in hand, ready to check on Mr. Johnson, the elderly man recovering from hip surgery who'd been assigned to this room. But Mr. Johnson wasn't there. Instead, I saw her. She looked to be in her early 20s, with long, dark hair spread out on the pillow around her. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. An IV drip was attached to her arm, steadily pumping clear fluid into her veins. I blinked, confused. Had there been a mix-up with room assignments? I checked my clipboard again. No, this was definitely supposed to be Mr. Johnson's room. "Excuse me, miss," I said softly, approaching the bed. "I think there might have been some confusion. Can you tell me your name?" No response, not even a flicker of her eyes. I reached for the chart at the end of her bed, but there was nothing there. Frowning, I checked the name on the wristband all patients wear. It was blank. A sense of unease began to creep over me. This wasn't right. Every patient is supposed to be logged, every bed accounted for. Who was this woman, and how had she ended up here without any records? I decided to check with the charge nurse. Surely she'd know what was going on. "Hey, Linda," I said, trying to keep my voice casual as I approached the nurse's station. "Do you know anything about the patient in 237? There seems to be some mix-up." Linda looked up from her computer, brow furrowed. 237? That's Mr. Johnson's room. Hip replacement, remember? I nodded slowly. Right, but there's a young woman in there now. Dark hair, early 20s. Do you know if there was a room change? Linda's frown deepened. What are you talking about, Sarah? There haven't been any room changes. Mr. Johnson is in 237. My heart began to race, but I just saw her. Can you come look? With a sigh, Linda stood up. All right, let's go see what's going on. We walked back to room 237 together. I pushed open the door, ready to show Linda the mysterious patient, but the room was empty. The bed was neatly made, untouched. There was no sign that anyone had been there at all. I stood there, mouth agape, as Linda brushed past me to check the bathroom. "There's no one here, Sarah," she said, giving me a concerned look. "Are you feeling all right? Maybe you need to take a break." I nodded numbly, unable to process what was happening. Had I imagined the whole thing? But it had seemed so real. For the rest of the night, I couldn't shake the image of that pale, unresponsive woman. I kept finding excuses to pass by room 237, half expecting to see her there again. But each time the room was empty. As my shift neared its end, I decided to do one final check. I don't know what I was expecting. Part of me hoped I'd find the room empty again, proving that I had just been overtired and imagining things. But when I opened the door, my heart nearly stopped. She was back. This time, she was sitting up in bed, her dark eyes fixed on me as I entered. A chill ran down my spine as I realized she was smiling. A small, secretive smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice shaking. Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp. "Don't you know?" she said, her voice raspy as if from disuse. "You're the one who called me here." I took a step back, my hand fumbling for the door handle behind me. I don't understand." "What do you mean?" She tilted her head, regarding me with those unsettling dark eyes. This place, it's full of pain, of suffering. It draws us. And you, with your compassion, your desire to help, you're like a beacon. My mind was reeling. This couldn't be happening. Ghosts weren't real. This had to be some kind of hallucination, a mental breakdown brought on by too many night shifts and not enough sleep. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I knew deep down that this was real. The chill in the air, the goosebumps on my skin, this was no figment of my imagination. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of intense longing. To live again, to feel, to be more than just a shadow lingering in the spaces between life and death. She reached out a pale hand towards me. "You could help me. Your life force, your energy, it could bring me back." I recoiled, pressing myself against the door. "No, I can't. I won't." Her face contorted with anger, all pretense of humanity dropping away. In that moment, she looked ancient, terrifying, a creature of nightmare barely contained in human form. "You don't have a choice," she snarled, lunging towards me with inhuman speed. I screamed, throwing myself out of the room and slamming the door shut behind me. I could hear her howling with rage on the other side, the sound more animal than human. Linda and 2 security guards came running. "Sarah, what's wrong?" Linda cried, taking in my pale, shaking form. "In there," I gasped, pointing at the door. "There's someone." One of the guards pushed past me, throwing open the door. But just like before, the room was empty. No sign of the woman, no evidence of any disturbance. Linda put a comforting arm around my shoulders. "Sarah, honey, I think you need to go home. You're obviously exhausted." I wanted to protest, to make them understand what I'd seen, but I knew how it would sound. So I nodded, allowing Linda to lead me away. As we walked down the hall, I glanced back one last time. There, in the doorway of room 237, I saw her. She was watching me, that small, secretive smile back on her face. As our eyes met, she raised a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture before fading away like mist. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. When I finally returned to work, I requested a transfer to the day shift. I told myself it was because I needed a change, that the night shift was messing with my sleep schedule. But deep down, I knew the real reason. I was afraid of what, or who, I might see in those quiet, shadowy hospital corridors at night. Months have passed since that night, and I haven't seen the woman again. Sometimes I manage to convince myself that it was all just a stress-induced hallucination. But then I'll catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a pale face, dark hair, and my heart will skip a beat. Because I know she's still there, lurking in the shadows of St. Mary's, waiting, watching. And sometimes, late at night when the hospital is quiet, I swear I can hear her whispering my name. I don't know what she is, a ghost, a demon, or something else entirely. But I do know one thing. In those liminal spaces between life and death, in the sterile corridors and quiet rooms of the hospital, there are things that defy explanation, things that hunger, things that wait, and sometimes, if you're not careful, they might just notice you noticing them. So if you ever find yourself in a hospital late at night, and you see a patient that no one else seems to acknowledge, my advice is this: don't make eye contact, don't engage, and whatever you do, don't let them know you can see them. Because once they know you can see them, they'll never leave you alone. As for me, I still work at St. Mary's. I still care for my patients, still do my best to bring comfort and healing, but I never walk past room 237 if I can help it, and I always keep one eye on the shadows, because I know now that in a place where the veil between life and death is at its thinnest, anything is possible, and not all of those possibilities are benign. So the next time you're in a hospital and you feel a chill run down your spine, or see something move in your peripheral vision, remember my story. And remember, just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. Watching, waiting, hungry for life. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was the toothbrush. It wasn't mine or my wife's, but there it was. A third toothbrush in our bathroom, still wet from recent use. That's when I realized the previous owners of our new house hadn't just left some of their belongings behind, they had never left at all. We'd been so excited about this house. After years of cramped apartment living, Sarah and I had finally saved enough for a down payment on our dream home. It was a charming Victorian in a quiet neighborhood, with more space than we knew what to do with. The price had seemed almost too good to be true, but we chalked it up to the house needing some TLC. We were more than happy to put in the work to make it our own. The first few days after moving in were a whirlwind of unpacking boxes and arranging furniture. We were so busy that we barely noticed the little oddities at first. A chair that wasn't quite where we'd left it. The faint sound of footsteps when we were both in the same room. We brushed these off as tricks of memory or settling noises in an old house. But then came the toothbrush incident. I stood there in the bathroom, staring at that blue toothbrush, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. "Sarah," I called out, my voice sounding strangely hollow in the tiled room. "Did you buy a new toothbrush?" She appeared in the doorway, a quizzical look on her face. No. Why?" I pointed wordlessly at the offending object. Sarah's eyes widened as she saw it, then narrowed in confusion. "That's weird," she said slowly. "Maybe the previous owners forgot it." It was a rational explanation, but something about it didn't sit right with me. The toothbrush looked too new, too recently used. And why hadn't we noticed it before? That night, as we lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone in the house. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind outside had me on edge. Sarah must have sensed my unease because she reached out and squeezed my hand in the darkness. "It's just an old house," she murmured sleepily. "It'll take some getting used to." I wanted to believe her. But as I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, I couldn't help but feel that something was watching us from the shadows. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee brewing. For a moment I smiled, thinking Sarah had gotten up early. Then I remembered, Sarah hated coffee. She was a tea drinker through and through. I bolted out of bed, my heart racing. Sarah was still asleep beside me. The smell of coffee grew stronger as I crept down the stairs, my bare feet silent on the old wood. The kitchen was empty when I reached it, but a fresh pot of coffee sat in the machine, steam still rising from its surface. 2 mugs sat on the counter beside it, one still half full of the dark liquid. My hands shook as I touched the mug. It was warm. That was the moment I knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we were not alone in this house. Over the next few days, the incidents escalated. We'd come home to find lights on that we were sure we'd turned off. Books would be moved from one room to another. Once, I found a half-eaten sandwich in the fridge that neither of us had made. Sarah was skeptical at first, trying to find logical explanations for everything. But even she couldn't deny the evidence piling up around us. Our dream home was quickly becoming a nightmare. We tried to research the history of the house, hoping to find some clue about what was happening. But our efforts turned up nothing unusual, just a series of normal families who had lived and moved on. It was a week after the coffee incident that we discovered the hidden room. We were in the attic, sorting through some old boxes left by the previous owners, when Sarah leaned against a wall and it moved. A section of the paneling swung inward, revealing a small, dark space beyond. Heart pounding, I grabbed a flashlight and peered inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was a bedroom, tiny but fully furnished. A small cot, a desk, a chair, and everywhere, covering every surface, were photographs. Hundreds of them. Photos of us. Eating dinner, watching TV, sleeping in our bed. Photos taken from inside our house, in places where no one should have been able to stand without us noticing. Sarah let out a choked sob beside me. I pulled her close, my mind reeling as I tried to make sense of what we were seeing. That's when we heard it, the sound of footsteps coming up the attic stairs. We froze, clinging to each other in terror. The footsteps grew closer, slow and deliberate. Then, a voice, soft, almost gentle. "I see you found my room." An old man stepped into view, his face lined with age but his eyes sharp and alert. He smiled at us, but there was no warmth in the expression. Who are you?" I managed to stammer out. "I'm Albert," he said, as casually as if we were meeting at a neighborhood barbecue. "I used to own this house. Still do, in a way." Sarah found her voice. "But we bought this house. We have the paperwork." Albert waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, I'm sure you do. But you see, I could never really leave this place. It's my home. Has been for over 50 years. A chill ran down my spine as the implications of his words sank in. "You've been living here all this time?" He nodded, looking almost proud. "In the walls, in the hidden spaces, watching. This house. It's a part of me now, and I'm a part of it." I felt Sarah trembling beside me. I wanted to run, to grab her and flee this madness. But something held me in place. Fear, morbid curiosity, or perhaps some strange power Albert held over his domain. "Why?" Sarah whispered. "Why didn't you just leave?" Albert's face darkened. "Leave? This is my home, my life's work. Every brick, every board, I know them all. I've watched families come and go, living their lives in my house. But they always leave in the end. Not me. Never me." He took a step closer, and we instinctively backed away. "And now you're here, young, full of life, just like Agnes and I were, all those years ago." "Agnes?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Albert's eyes misted over. "My wife. She left. Couldn't handle the solitude, the secrecy. But I stayed. I had to stay." A new horror dawned on me. "The previous owners, did they know about you?" He smiled that cold smile again. "Oh yes, they knew. They tried to force me out, to reclaim their house. But this house, it has a way of protecting me. They left in the end. They always do." My mind was racing. We had to get out of here, had to call the police. But as if reading my thoughts, Albert shook his head. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he said softly. "This house, it doesn't like outsiders. Bad things tend to happen when people try to interfere." As if to emphasize his point, the attic door suddenly slammed shut with a bang that made us all jump. "You see," Albert said, spreading his arms wide, "the house knows. It protects me. Us. Now." "Us," Sarah echoed, her voice trembling. Albert's grin widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh yes, you're a part of the house now too, just like me. We're going to be one big, happy family." The full horror of our situation crashed over me. This man, this thing, whatever he was, had no intention of letting us leave. We were trapped in this nightmare, this house that was more than a house. I grabbed Sarah's hand, my mind made up. "We're leaving," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Now. And if you try to stop us." But Albert just laughed, a sound that seemed to echo from the very walls around us. "Oh, you can try to leave. They all do at first, but you'll be back. The house won't let you go that easily. It's in your blood now, just like it's in mine." With that, he turned and walked into the hidden room, the panel swinging shut behind him with a final sounding click. We didn't waste any time. We ran from the attic, down the stairs, out the front door. We didn't stop running until we reached our car, parked on the street. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Albert stood in the upstairs window watching us go. Even from a distance, I could see the smile on his face. He raised a hand in a mocking wave. We never went back to that house. We left everything behind. Clothes, furniture, all of it. It wasn't worth the risk. We stayed with friends, then found a new place to live. We tried to move on, to forget. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear the creaking of old floorboards, the whisper of hidden passages, and in my dreams I see Albert's face, smiling that cold smile, welcoming me home. Because deep down, I fear he was right. The house is a part of us now, and one day it might call us back. But for now, we run, we hide, and we pray that the house and Albert never find us again. The last fare of the night is always the worst. That's what I used to think anyway. But after what happened that foggy Tuesday evening, I realized how wrong I was. Sometimes, the last fare isn't just the worst, it's the one that changes everything. I've been driving a cab in the city for 15 years. I've seen it all, or so I thought. Drunks, fighters, lovers, the occasional celebrity. But nothing could have prepared me for that night. It was just past midnight, and I was ready to call it quits. The fog had rolled in thick, blanketing the city in a soupy haze that made driving a nightmare. I was about to radio in that I was heading home when the call came through. Pickup at 1242 Sycamore Street. The dispatcher's tired voice crackled over the radio. Last one of the night, Jake. I sighed, weighing the extra cash against my warm bed waiting at home. In the end, greed won out. Roger that, I replied, already turning the cab toward Sycamore. The streets were eerily empty as I drove, the fog swallowing up the glow from the streetlights. It felt like I was driving through a ghost town. By the time I pulled up to 1242 Sycamore, my nerves were on edge. The house was dark, no lights on inside or out. I was about to radio back to dispatch when I saw movement in the shadows. A figure emerged from the fog, tall and thin, walking with an odd, jerky gait. As they approached the cab, I got a better look. It was a man, or at least I thought it was. He wore a long, dark coat that seemed to blend into the night, and a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face. Something about him set my teeth on edge, but I couldn't put my finger on why. He opened the back door and slid in without a word. The temperature in the cab seemed to drop 10 degrees. "Where to?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady as I glanced in the rearview mirror. The man didn't look up, his face still hidden by the hat. When he spoke, his voice was low and raspy, like he hadn't used it in a long time. "Drive," he said. "I'll tell you when to stop." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to kick this guy out and drive away fast. But something, curiosity, stupidity, or maybe just the promise of a good fare, made me put the cab in drive and pull away from the curb. We drove in silence for what felt like hours, but my watch told me it was only 20 minutes. The fog grew thicker until I could barely see the road in front of me. I was completely lost, having left the familiar city streets behind long ago. "Turn here," the man suddenly said, making me jump. I hadn't even seen a turn, but sure enough, there was a narrow road leading off into what looked like dense woods. "Look, buddy," I started to say. "I don't think—" "Turn," he repeated, and this time there was an edge to his voice that brooked no argument. Heart pounding, I made the turn. The road was barely more than a dirt track, branches scraping against the sides of the cab as we crawled along. The fog pressed in around us, so thick now that I could barely see past the hood of the car. After a few minutes, the man spoke again. "Stop." I brought the cab to a halt, the engine idling loudly in the silence. We were in some kind of clearing, though I couldn't see much beyond a few feet in any direction. "We're here," the man said. I turned to look at him, fear finally overcoming my curiosity. Look, I don't know what's going on, but my words died in my throat as I got my first clear look at his face, or rather, where his face should have been. Under the brim of the hat was nothing, just empty, swirling darkness. I scrambled for the door handle, my heart thundering in my chest. But before I could open it, I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. "Don't be afraid," the thing said. "I just need a ride home, and you're going to help me get there." That's when I noticed the world outside the cab had changed. The fog was gone, replaced by a starless void. We weren't in a clearing anymore. We weren't anywhere. "What are you?" I managed to choke out. The being tilted its head, the motion unnaturally smooth. "I am a traveler like you, just trying to get home." "And where is home?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. The darkness where its face should be seemed to swirl faster. "Somewhere else. Somewhere your kind can't normally go. But with your help, with your vehicle, I can make it back." I shook my head, trying to clear it. This couldn't be happening. I must have fallen asleep at the wheel, crashed the cab. This was all some dying hallucination. But the cold grip on my shoulder felt real enough. "I don't understand," I said. "How can my cab possibly—" "Your vehicle is more than just metal and rubber," the being interrupted. "It's a vessel, imbued with the energy of countless journeys. With the right modifications, it can traverse more than just physical distance." As it spoke, I became aware of changes happening to the cab. The interior seemed to be stretching, expanding in impossible ways. The dashboard lights flickered and changed, showing readings and symbols I didn't recognize. "What's happening?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "We're preparing for the journey," the being replied. "Your vehicle is adapting to traverse the spaces between realities." I wanted to run, to wake up from this nightmare. But some part of me, some traitorous spark of curiosity, wanted to see where this impossible fare would lead. "What do I need to do?" I heard myself asking. I felt rather than saw the being smile. "Drive," it said simply. "I'll guide you." And so I drove. I don't know how long we traveled through that starless void. Time seemed to have no meaning there. The being beside me called out directions in a language I shouldn't have been able to understand, but somehow did. We passed through realms of light and shadow, through spaces filled with colors I had no names for. I saw things that defied description, creatures and landscapes that shouldn't exist. Throughout it all, I drove. My hands on the wheel were the only things that felt real, the only connection to the world I knew. Finally, after what could have been minutes or millennia, we arrived. The void outside the cab windows solidified into a landscape that hurt my eyes to look at, all sharp angles and impossible geometries. "We're here," the being said, its voice tinged with what sounded like relief. "Thank you for the ride." It opened the door and stepped out. As it did, I caught a glimpse of others like it, moving in ways that made my brain ache to process. "Wait," I called out, surprising myself. "How do I get back?" The being turned back to me, the darkness under its hat swirling one last time. "The way back is always easier than the way there," it said. "Just drive and think of home. Your vehicle remembers the way." And with that, it was gone, leaving me alone in a reality I didn't belong in. For a moment, I sat there, paralyzed with fear and awe. Then, slowly, I put the cab in drive. I thought of my small apartment, of the city I knew, of the world that made sense. The cab lurched forward, and reality blurred around me once more. When everything settled, I found myself back on Sycamore Street, right where I'd picked up my impossible fare. The fog had lifted, and the first light of dawn was peeking over the horizon. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what had happened. Part of me wanted to believe it was all a dream, a hallucination brought on by too many late nights and too much coffee. But I knew better. The cab's odometer showed thousands more miles than it had before. And there, on the passenger seat, was a single coin, made of a metal I'd never seen before, etched with symbols that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I never told anyone what happened that night. Who would believe me? I kept driving my cab, but I never took another fare after midnight. And I always kept an eye out for tall, thin figures emerging from the fog, because now I know the truth. That sometimes, the last fare of the night isn't just a ride across town. Sometimes, it's a journey to places beyond imagination. And once you've made that trip, you're never quite the same again. So if you ever find yourself in a cab late at night, and the driver seems a little jumpy, a little too eager to get you to your destination and be done, well, maybe give them a break. They might have seen things you couldn't imagine, and they might be worried that this fare could be their last, in more ways than one. The forest was alive that night, but not in the way it should have been. As I stared at the bizarre symbols carved into the trees surrounding our campsite, I realized with growing horror that we weren't just lost. We were trapped in a nightmare that defied explanation. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My best friends, Mike and Sarah, had convinced me to join them on a camping trip in the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest. "It'll be great," Mike had said. "Just us, nature, and not a care in the world." If only we had known what was waiting for us in those ancient woods. The first day had gone well enough. We hiked deep into the forest, following a trail that wound through towering redwoods and fragrant pines. By late afternoon, we found a perfect clearing to set up camp. As the sun set, we sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. It felt like old times, back when life was simpler and our biggest worry was passing our next exam. It wasn't until the next morning that things started to go wrong. We woke to find our campsite shrouded in an unnaturally thick mist. The air felt heavy, oppressive, making it hard to breathe. And the forest, it was silent. No bird song, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just an eerie, all-encompassing quiet. Maybe it's just the weather, Sarah suggested, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. We decided to pack up and head back to the trailhead. That's when we discovered the first of the symbols. It was carved into the trunk of a massive oak tree about eye level. A complex cone swirling design that seemed to shift and change the longer you looked at it. None of us recognized it, but something about it sent a chill down my spine. "Probably just some other campers messing around," Mike said with forced cheerfulness. But as we started walking, we found more symbols. They were everywhere, carved into trees, etched into rocks, even scratched into the dirt of the path. And the path, it wasn't right. We'd followed a clear, well-maintained trail into the forest, but now it was overgrown, barely visible in places. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. After an hour of walking, we should have reached the trailhead. Instead, we found ourselves back at our campsite. "This is impossible," Sarah whispered, her face pale. "We've been walking in a straight line. How can we be back here?" We tried again, this time using Mike's compass to keep our bearings. But no matter which direction we chose, we always ended up back at the clearing. It was as if the forest itself was shifting around us, herding us back to where we started. As night fell, the true horror of our situation began to sink in. We were lost, yes, but it was more than that. The forest had changed. The trees seemed taller, more ancient, the shadows deeper and darker. And those symbols, they were glowing now, pulsing with a faint, sickly light. We huddled around our campfire, jumping at every snapping twig and rustling leaf. None of us wanted to admit it, but we all felt it. We were being watched. "We need to get out of here," Mike said, his voice tight with fear. "First light tomorrow. We make a run for it. Pick a direction and just go, no matter what." Sarah and I nodded, too scared to argue. But as I lay in my tent that night, listening to the unnatural silence of the forest, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke with a start to the sound of chanting. It was faint at first, barely audible over the pounding of my heart, but it grew louder, echoing through the trees. I unzipped my tent with shaking hands, peering out into the darkness. What I saw made my blood run cold. Figures moved in the shadows between the trees, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at odd angles. They swayed in time to the chanting, circling our campsite, and their eyes, God, their eyes glowed with the same sickly light as the symbols. I wanted to scream, to wake Mike and Sarah, but fear had frozen my voice. I could only watch in mute horror as the figures drew closer, their chanting growing louder and more frenzied. Just when I thought they would breach the circle of our campsite, a new sound cut through the night. A horn, deep and resonant, echoing through the forest. The figures stopped, their heads turning as one towards the sound. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they melted back into the shadows. I sat there, shaking, until the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees. As soon as it was light enough to see, I woke Mike and Sarah, my words tumbling out in a panicked rush as I told them what I'd seen. They were skeptical at first, but the fear in my eyes must have convinced them. We packed up camp in record time, leaving behind anything we didn't absolutely need. But as we tried to leave the clearing, we found our way blocked. The trees had grown closer overnight, their trunks pressed so tightly together it was like a wall of wood. The symbols carved into their bark seemed to writhe and pulse, as if alive. "No," Sarah whispered, pressing her hands against the living barrier. "No, this can't be happening." Mike tried to hack through with his camping hatchet, but the wood seemed impervious to the blade. After a few swings, he threw the hatchet down in frustration. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted at the uncaring forest. As if in answer, the chanting started again. Closer this time, and accompanied by the sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves. They were coming. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand and pulling her along. We crashed through the underbrush, no longer caring about following a path. Our only thought was to get away, to find some way out of this nightmare forest. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. But no matter how far or fast we went, the chanting followed. Sometimes it seemed to come from right behind us. Other times it echoed from all directions at once. As the day wore on, the forest grew darker. The canopy above became so thick that barely any light filtered through. We were running blind, stumbling over roots and rocks, our arms and faces scratched by low-hanging branches. And still, we couldn't escape. Every time we thought we'd found a way out, the forest would shift around us, herding us back towards the center, towards something we couldn't see but could feel waiting for us. Night fell, plunging us into total darkness. We huddled together, too exhausted and terrified to keep running. The chanting grew louder, closer. I could hear movement in the darkness around us, the snap of twigs under inhuman feet. "I'm sorry," Mike whispered. "I'm so sorry I brought us here." Sarah was crying softly, her hand clutching mine so tightly it hurt. I wanted to comfort them, to say something brave and reassuring. But the words stuck in my throat as I saw them, the glowing eyes, emerging from the darkness. They surrounded us, those impossible figures. In the dim light cast by their eyes and the pulsing symbols, I could see them clearly for the first time. They were like a child's drawing of a person, all wrong proportions and angles that shouldn't exist in nature. Their skin was bark-like, their hair a tangle of leaves and twigs. As they drew closer, the chanting reached a fever pitch. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But then, cutting through the chant, came that horn again, louder this time, and accompanied by the sound of pounding hooves. My eyes flew open just in time to see a figure burst into our circle. It rode a massive stag, its antlers gleaming like polished silver in the dark. The rider was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing armor that seemed to be made of living wood and leaves. It raised a horn to its lips and blew again. The sound washed over us like a physical force, and the chanting creatures recoiled. "You do not belong here," the rider said, its voice like the creaking of ancient trees. "Go, now." The creatures hesitated for a moment, then melted back into the shadows. The forest seemed to exhale, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. The rider turned to us. "You have strayed into a place not meant for your kind," it said. "I will guide you back to your world, but you must never return. The old ways are waking and the forest grows hungry." In a daze, we followed the rider through the darkened forest. As we walked, I noticed the symbols on the trees changing, becoming less alien, less threatening. The air grew lighter, fresher. Finally, after what felt like hours, but could have been minutes, we emerged from the tree line. I nearly wept at the sight of our car, parked exactly where we'd left it days ago. "Remember," the rider said as we stumbled towards the vehicle. "The forest remembers. Do not come back." When I turned to thank it, the rider was gone. There was no sign of the stag, no hoof prints in the soft earth. Just the edge of the forest, looking perfectly ordinary in the early morning light. We drove home in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. We never spoke about what happened that weekend, not to each other and certainly not to anyone else. Who would believe us? But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I think I can hear it, a faint, distant chanting. And I know that somewhere out there, in the depths of the forest, ancient and terrible things are stirring, and I pray that they stay there, in the shadows between the trees, where we can pretend they don't exist. Because the alternative, that they might one day step out of those shadows and into our world, is too terrifying to contemplate. The chanting started at midnight, a low, rhythmic drone that seeped through the walls of my professor's house. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe some late-night TV left on in another room. But as I descended into that accursed basement, I knew I was lying to myself. What I found there would haunt me for the rest of my days. It was supposed to be an easy gig. Professor Blackwood, my favorite lecturer in the anthropology department, had asked me to house-sit for a week while he attended a conference in Europe. "Just water the plants, feed the cat, and don't go into the basement," he'd said with a wink. I should have asked why, should have pressed for more information, but I was too excited about the prospect of staying in his beautiful Victorian home, surrounded by his extensive library of rare books. The first few days were uneventful. I spent my time reading, enjoying the quiet of the old house, and occasionally venturing into town for supplies. The cat, a surly old tomcat named Algernon, largely ignored me except at mealtimes. It was on the fourth night that things changed. I was up late, poring over an obscure text on Mesopotamian burial rites, when I first heard it. A faint sound, barely audible, coming from somewhere below. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling or pipes groaning, but it persisted, growing louder as the night wore on. By midnight, it was unmistakable, chanting, low and rhythmic in a language I didn't recognize. It seemed to be coming from the basement, the one place Professor Blackwood had explicitly told me not to go. I tried to ignore it, to focus on my book, but the chanting wormed its way into my brain, making it impossible to concentrate. It ebbed and flowed, sometimes fading to near silence, other times swelling to a volume that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. After an hour of this, my curiosity finally overcame my trepidation. I had to know what was going on down there. Grabbing a flashlight, I made my way to the basement door. It was locked, of course, but I remembered seeing a ring of keys in the professor's study. It didn't take long to find the right one. The door creaked open, revealing a set of steep stairs descending into darkness. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. I flicked on my flashlight and began to descend, each step feeling like a betrayal of the professor's trust. The basement was larger than I expected, stretching out beyond the beam of my flashlight. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something else, something coppery and unpleasant. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I began to make out shapes in the darkness. Bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with ancient-looking tomes. Tables were scattered about, covered in strange artifacts and bubbling alembics. But it was the center of the room that drew my attention. There, in a circle of flickering candles, stood an altar. It was made of rough-hewn stone, its surface stained dark with what I desperately hoped wasn't blood. Arranged around it were symbols I recognized from my studies, occult sigils and eldritch runes that had no business existing outside of dusty old grimoires. The chanting was coming from behind the altar. As I approached, my heart pounding in my chest, I saw a figure hunched over an open book. It was muttering in that strange language, its voice rising and falling in time with the chants I'd heard upstairs. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a whimper, I'm not sure, because suddenly, the figure straightened and turned towards me. In the flickering candlelight, I saw its face, and my blood ran cold. It was Professor Blackwood, but not as I knew him. His eyes were wild, pupils dilated to the point where they seemed entirely black. Dark veins stood out against his pale skin, pulsing in time with the chanting that still echoed through the basement. "Ah, my dear student," he said, his voice somehow both his own and not. "I'm glad you've joined us. We've been expecting you." I wanted to run, to flee back up the stairs and out of that cursed house, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, transfixed by the horror before me. What is this?" I managed to stammer. "Professor, what's going on?" He smiled, a grotesque parody of the warm grin I was used to seeing in his lectures. "This, my dear, is true knowledge. The kind they don't teach in universities. The kind that opens doors to realms beyond our own." As he spoke, I became aware of movement in the shadows behind him. Things were stirring, drawn by his words and the incessant chanting that now seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. "You see," Blackwood continued, "anthropology is just the beginning, a way to understand the surface-level beliefs of cultures. But beneath that, in the depths of human experience, there are truths that most are too afraid to face." He gestured to the book on the altar. "This tome contains rituals passed down through millennia, hidden from those who would suppress them. With it, I can pierce the veil between worlds, commune with entities older than time itself." I found my voice again. But why? What could possibly be worth this? His eyes gleamed with a fervor that chilled me to my core. "Power, my dear. Knowledge beyond imagining. The ability to reshape reality itself." As he spoke, the shadows behind him coalesced into shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Tentacles, eyes, mouths, all shifting and changing in ways that defied physics and sanity alike. "And now that you're here," Blackwood said, reaching out towards me, "you can join us. Become part of something greater than yourself." That broke the spell. With a cry of terror, I turned and fled, taking the stairs two at a time. Behind me, I could hear Blackwood's laughter mixing with the chanting and other, more terrible sounds. I didn't stop running until I was out of the house and halfway down the street. I spent the night in a cheap motel, jumping at every sound, convinced that at any moment, those otherworldly horrors would come bursting through the walls. When morning came, I debated whether to go to the police. But what would I tell them? That my professor was performing eldritch rituals in his basement, that I'd seen things that shouldn't exist outside of nightmares. They'd think I was insane or on drugs. In the end, I did nothing. I returned to my dorm room and tried to forget what I'd seen, but the memories haunted me. I couldn't concentrate in class, couldn't sleep without nightmares plaguing me. A week later, Professor Blackwood returned to campus as if nothing had happened. He taught his classes, held office hours, acted completely normal. But sometimes, when he thought no one was looking, I'd catch a glimpse of that manic gleam in his eyes. I dropped his class and, of course, changed my major entirely. I couldn't bear to be in the same room as him, knowing what I knew. But even years later, long after I'd graduated and moved away, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear chanting, a low, rhythmic drone that makes my skin crawl and my heart race. And I wonder what horrors Professor Blackwood unleashed with his forbidden rituals. What ancient, terrible things now walk the earth because of his obsession with hidden knowledge. I try to tell myself it was all a hallucination, a bad dream brought on by too much studying and not enough sleep. But deep down, I know the truth. I've seen behind the veil, glimpsed realities that our minds aren't equipped to handle, and I know that out there, in the shadows between what we know and what we fear, things are stirring. So if you ever find yourself house-sitting for a professor with an extensive occult library and a locked basement, take my advice. Don't go down there. Some knowledge isn't meant for mortal minds. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. And the price of forbidden wisdom is often higher than anyone is prepared to pay. The first time my GPS tried to kill me, I thought it was a glitch. The third time, I realized something far more sinister was at play. By then, it was too late. I was already lost in a forest that shouldn't exist, with no way out and something hungry lurking in the shadows. It all started on what should have been a routine drive home from my sister's place in the country. I'd made the trip a dozen times before, but this time, I decided to use the new GPS system I'd installed in my car. It'll be faster, I told myself. Maybe I'll discover a new scenic route. Those words would come back to haunt me. The first couple of hours were uneventful. The GPS guided me along familiar highways and back roads, its robotic voice a soothing presence in the quiet car. But as night fell and I entered a more remote area, things began to change. In 500 meters, turn right, the GPS intoned. I frowned. There shouldn't be a right turn here, just a straight shot through to the highway on. But I could see a small dirt road coming up on my right, barely visible in the growing darkness. That can't be right, I muttered to myself, but the GPS was insistent. Turn right now, it commanded. Against my better judgment, I made the turn. The dirt road was rough, jostling my car as I crawled along at a snail's pace. Trees pressed in on both sides, their branches scraping against the windows like skeletal fingers. After about 10 minutes of this, I'd had enough. This clearly wasn't the right way. I went to turn around, but the road had narrowed to the point where there was barely enough room for my car, let alone space to make a U-turn. Recalculating, the GPS chirped. Continue straight for 2 kilometers. No way, I said aloud. We're going back. I started to reverse, trying to retrace my path. That's when things got weird. The GPS screen flickered, the map distorting for a moment. When it stabilized, it showed me in a completely different location, somewhere in the middle of a vast forest, miles from any road. Turn left now, the GPS said, its voice suddenly deeper, more insistent. I ignored it, continuing to back up slowly. But no matter how far I went, the trees didn't thin out. The road didn't widen. It was as if the forest was growing around me, swallowing me up. Panic started to set in. I fumbled for my phone, but there was no signal. The GPS screen flickered again, and this time when it cleared, the map was gone entirely. In its place was a swirling symbol, hypnotic and alien. You have arrived at your destination, the GPS said, in a voice that no longer sounded even remotely human. That's when I saw the eyes in my rear-view mirror, glowing, hungry eyes, watching me from the darkness between the trees. I slammed on the gas, no longer caring about the rough terrain. Branches whipped at my windshield as I plowed forward, deeper into the impossible forest. The GPS continued to speak, but now it was in a language I didn't recognize, guttural and ancient sounding. I drove for what felt like hours, the forest never thinning, never changing. My gas gauge dropped steadily, and I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. But every time I tried to turn around or backtrack, I'd catch a glimpse of those eyes in my mirror, always watching, always following. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally ran out of gas. The car sputtered to a stop in a small clearing. For a long moment, I just sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, heart pounding in my chest. The GPS gave one final crackle, and then went silent. In the sudden quiet, I could hear something moving in the underbrush around me, slow, deliberate movements. Whatever had been chasing me all night was closing in. With shaking hands, I reached for the door handle. I had no plan, no idea what I was going to do, but I couldn't just sit there and wait for whatever was out there to get me. As I stepped out of the car, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The pre-dawn light cast everything in a gray, otherworldly glow. And there, at the edge of the clearing, I saw them. They were like nothing I'd ever seen before, vaguely humanoid in shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Their skin was the color and texture of tree bark, and their eyes... God, their eyes were those same glowing orbs I'd seen in my rearview mirror all night. They didn't move as I stood there, frozen in terror. They just watched, their gaze hungry and patient. They knew they had me, knew I had nowhere to go. That's when I heard it. A sound cutting through the unnatural silence of the forest. A car engine. I turned towards the sound, hope surging through me. And there, impossibly, was a road. A normal, paved road that I could have sworn wasn't there a moment ago. I didn't stop to question it. I ran, sprinting towards the sound of approaching civilization. Behind me, I heard inhuman shrieks of fury, the sound of snapping branches as the creatures gave chase. I burst out onto the road just as a truck came around the bend. The driver, an older man with a weathered face, slammed on his brakes, looking at me with a mixture of shock and concern. "Please," I gasped, glancing back at the forest. The creatures were gone, melted back into the shadows between the trees. But I could still feel their eyes on me. "Please, I need help." The truck driver, bless him, didn't ask questions. He just opened the passenger door and gestured for me to get in. As we drove away, I watched the forest recede in the side mirror. Just before it disappeared from view, I could have sworn I saw a familiar swirling symbol etched into one of the trees. I never went back for my car, never reported what happened to the police. Who would believe me? I threw away my GPS and stuck to paper maps after that. But sometimes, on long drives through rural areas, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a flash of glowing eyes, or a too tall figure standing unnaturally still by the side of the road. And I'll remember that night, lost in a forest that shouldn't exist, pursued by things that defy explanation. So if you're ever out driving and your GPS tries to direct you down a road that doesn't look quite right, do yourself a favor. Ignore it. Stick to the route you know. Because there are places out there in the dark spaces between destinations that aren't meant for humans to find. Places where ancient, hungry things wait patiently for lost travelers to stumble into their domain. And once they've got you in their sights, they never really let you go. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night to find my phone's map app open, displaying that same swirling symbol. And in the distance, I'll hear something that sounds almost like a GPS voice, distorted and inhuman, saying over and over, recalculating, return to your destination. We're waiting for you. I've learned to ignore it, to shut off my phone and close my eyes and tell myself it's all in my head. But deep down, I know the truth. I know that somewhere out there in a forest that exists outside of normal reality, those creatures are still waiting, still hungry, still hoping that one day I'll take a wrong turn and find my way back to them. So be careful out there on the road, and whatever you do, don't blindly trust your GPS, because you never know where or what it might be leading you to. The first alert came at 2:17 a.m., a shrill beep that jolted me awake, followed by the robotic voice of my home security system. Motion detected in the living room. By the third alert, I knew something was terribly wrong. By the 10th, I realized I was trapped in my own home with something that shouldn't exist. I'd always been a bit of a tech geek, so when the latest smart home security system hit the market, I had to have it. Cameras in every room, motion sensors, the works. All controllable from my smartphone. It made me feel safe, knowing I could keep an eye on my house even when I wasn't there. But that night, it became my worst nightmare. The first alert woke me from a dead sleep. I fumbled for my phone, squinting at the bright screen. The app showed me a live feed of my living room, but it was empty, just shadows and moonlight filtering through the curtains. Must be a glitch, I muttered, dismissing the alert and rolling over to go back to sleep. 17 minutes later, another alert. This time, motion detected in the kitchen. Again, I checked the feed. Nothing. I was about to shut off the alerts entirely when a third one came through. Motion detected in the hallway. Now I was starting to get freaked out. 3 false alarms in one night. That wasn't normal. I sat up in bed, fully awake now, and started cycling through all the camera feeds. Living room, empty. Kitchen, empty. Hallway, empty. Everything looked normal, but something felt off. The shadows seemed deeper somehow, the silence of the house more oppressive. I was about to get up and do a physical check of the house when every single alert went off at once. My phone exploded with notifications, the screen flashing with multiple camera feeds. Motion detected in the living room. Motion detected in the kitchen. Motion detected in the hallway. Motion detected in the guest bedroom. On and on it went, alerting me to movement in every room of the house. But as I frantically cycled through the feeds, I couldn't see anything out of place. No burglars, no animals that might have gotten in, just empty rooms and long shadows. Heart pounding, I got out of bed. Whatever was going on, I needed to figure it out. As I reached for the doorknob, my phone pinged again. Motion detected in the master bedroom. I froze. That was impossible. I was the only one in here, and I hadn't moved enough to trigger the sensor. Slowly, I turned to look at my phone screen. The feed from my bedroom camera showed me, standing by the door, but behind me, in the corner of the room, was a shadow that seemed to move independently of anything else, growing larger as I watched. I spun around, but the corner was empty. When I looked back at my phone, the shadow was gone from the feed too. That's when the true horror of the situation started to sink in. Something was in my house. Something that could trigger my motion sensors but didn't show up on camera. Something that could appear and disappear at will. I ran out of the bedroom and down the stairs, my bare feet slapping against the hardwood floors. I had to get out, had to get help. But as I reached the front door, I found it wouldn't open. The smart lock had engaged, and no matter how I pulled or pushed, it wouldn't budge. My phone pinged again. Intruder alert. All exits locked for your safety. Safety, right. I was locked in with whatever this thing was. I ran to the living room windows, but they too were sealed shut. In my panic to feel secure, I'd installed locks on every possible entry point, all controllable through the security system, and now that same system was trapping me inside. For the next hour, I ran from room to room, trying every window, every door. My phone continued to blow up with alerts, always one step behind me. Motion detected in the living room as I ran to the kitchen. Motion detected in the kitchen as I dashed upstairs. It was like the thing was chasing me, always just out of sight. I caught glimpses of it sometimes, a flicker of movement in a mirror, a shadow that didn't quite match the objects casting it. But every time I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there. As dawn approached, I found myself huddled in a corner of the living room, my useless phone clutched to my chest. The alerts had stopped coming, but that almost made it worse. Now there was just silence, heavy and expectant. I must have dozed off at some point, exhaustion finally overcoming terror. When I woke, sunlight was streaming through the windows. My phone was dead, and the house was quiet. Normal. Cautiously, I got to my feet. Nothing jumped out at me. No shadows moved where they shouldn't. Had it all been some sort of waking nightmare? I managed to disengage the smart lock on the front door. Whatever had been controlling it seemed to have lost power along with my phone. As I stepped outside, gulping in the fresh morning air, I almost managed to convince myself that I had imagined the whole thing. A vivid nightmare brought on by stress and too much late-night TV. But then I saw it, scratched into the wood of my front door, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. A symbol, complex and alien. It seemed to shift and change the longer I stared at it, making my eyes water and my head spin. I slammed the door shut and ran, not stopping until I reached the coffee shop 3 blocks away. As I sat there, hands shaking around a cup of coffee I couldn't bring myself to drink, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had my security system been hacked? Was I losing my mind? Or was there really something in my house? Something that defied explanation and preyed on my deepest fears? I didn't go home that day, or the next. I stayed with a friend, making up a story about a gas leak in my house. When I finally worked up the courage to return, a week later, everything seemed normal. No more alerts, no more moving shadows. But sometimes, late at night, I'll hear my phone ping. And even though I've uninstalled the security app, even though I've had the whole system ripped out, I'll see that notification, motion detected. I tell myself it's just a glitch, a remnant of the app that didn't fully uninstall. But deep down, I know better. Whatever came into my house that night, whatever triggered those alerts and moved in the shadows, it's still there. Waiting. Watching. I sleep with the lights on now. I've covered all the mirrors in the house, and I've learned to live with the constant feeling of eyes on me, of movement just at the edge of my vision. Because I know the truth now. Our homes aren't the safe havens we think they are. The technology we rely on to protect us can just as easily be turned against us. And there are things out there, things that live in the spaces between what we can see and what we can explain, that are always looking for a way in. So if you ever find yourself jolted awake by an unexpected alert from your home security system, think twice before dismissing it as a glitch. Because sometimes, the things that go bump in the night are all too real. And once they've found a way into your home, into your life, they never really leave. They just wait, patient and hungry. For the moment you let your guard down, for the moment you forget to check that alert, convince yourself it's nothing, because that's when they strike, and by then it's already too late. The sun was setting when we rolled into town, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. It should have been beautiful, but something about the empty streets and shuttered windows made my skin crawl. As night fell, we realized our mistake. This wasn't just any small town. It was a trap, and we had driven right into it. It was supposed to be a fun family road trip. My wife, Sarah, our 2 kids, Tommy and Lisa, and I had been planning it for months. We were going to drive across the country, see all the cheesy tourist traps and natural wonders along the way. Make memories, you know? We were about halfway through our journey when it happened. We'd been driving all day. The kids were getting cranky and we were all ready for a break. That's when we saw the sign, "Welcome to Millbrook, population 506. Last stop for 100 miles. What do you say we stop for the night? I asked Sarah. She nodded, relief evident on her face. The kids perked up at the prospect of stretching their legs. As we drove into town, I felt the first stirrings of unease. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight. All the storefronts were dark, their windows covered with newspaper or heavy curtains. Must be a Sunday, Sarah said, but her voice lacked conviction. We found a motel on the edge of town, the only building with its lights on. The neon vacancy sign flickered weakly as we pulled into the parking lot. The man at the front desk was old, his skin papery and pale. He barely looked at us as he handed over the key, his eyes fixed on something over our shoulders. When I turned to look, there was nothing there. Our room was musty and outdated, but we were too tired to care. We ordered pizza from the only place in town that seemed to deliver. The guy who brought it looked nervous, his eyes darting around as he practically threw the box at me and ran back to his car. As we ate, we could hear movement outside, shuffling footsteps, whispered conversations. Every time I went to the window to look, the street was empty. But I could feel eyes on us, watching from behind those covered windows. The kids fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the day's travel. Sarah and I stayed up a bit longer, trying to find something to watch on the ancient TV. That's when we heard it, a soft tapping at the door. I got up to answer it, but Sarah grabbed my arm. "Don't," she whispered, fear evident in her eyes. The tapping came again, more insistent this time. Then a voice, low and gravelly. "We know you're in there, outsiders. Come out. Join us." My blood ran cold. I grabbed the chair from the desk and wedged it under the doorknob. The tapping turned to pounding, the single voice joined by others. A chorus of "Join us" rose from outside, growing louder and more frenzied with each passing second. Sarah was shaking the kids awake. "We have to go," she said, her voice trembling. "Now." We grabbed what we could and made for the bathroom window. It was small, but we were desperate. I helped Sarah through first, then passed the kids to her. As I was squeezing through, I heard the door of our room splinter. We ran to our car, the sound of pursuit close behind. As I fumbled with the keys, I caught a glimpse of our attackers in the rearview mirror. They looked wrong. Their movements were jerky, unnatural, and their eyes, God, their eyes were pitch black, reflecting the moonlight like pools of oil. The engine roared to life and I floored it, tires squealing as we peeled out of the parking lot. In the rearview mirror, I could see them flooding out of the motel, pouring into the street behind us. We raced through the town, taking turns at random, trying to find a way out. But every road seemed to lead us back to the center of town. It was like the layout of the streets was changing, shifting to keep us trapped. "There!" Sarah shouted, pointing at a road leading out of town. I swung the car around, hope surging through me. But as we approached the town limit, our hopes were dashed. A crowd of townspeople stood there, blocking the road. They stood unnaturally still, their black eyes fixed on our approaching car. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a stop just feet from the human barricade. For a long moment, nobody moved. We sat there, engine idling, staring at the wall of people in front of us. They stared back, unblinking. Then, as one, they began to move towards us. Their movements were puppet-like, jerky and uncoordinated. But they moved with purpose, closing in on our car from all sides. "Dad?" Tommy's voice came from the back seat, small and scared. "What's happening?" I didn't have an answer for him. I threw the car into reverse. But we were surrounded now. Hands slapped against the windows, faces pressed against the glass. Their mouths moved in unison. "Join us. Become one with us." Sarah was sobbing, clutching the kids close. I was about to tell them I loved them, sure that this was the end, when suddenly the crowd parted. A figure walked through the gap, different from the others. It was the old man from the motel, but he seemed more. His eyes were the same pitch black as the others, but they held an intelligence, a malevolence. that the rest lacked. He approached my window, and to my horror, I found myself rolling it down. I couldn't stop my hand. It was like my body was no longer under my control. "Welcome to Millbrook," the old man said, his voice resonating in a way that made my teeth ache. "We've been waiting for you." "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my own voice sounding distant and strange to my ears. The old man smiled, revealing teeth that were just a bit too sharp. "We want you to stay, to become part of our family. This town, it hungers, and you, my dear outsiders, are the feast." As he spoke, I felt a pull, a desire to step out of the car, to join the crowd, to become one with Millbrook. From the corner of my eye, I could see Sarah's hand moving to her seatbelt, her face blank. "No!" I shouted, the sound snapping me back to reality. I slammed my foot on the gas, not caring who or what was in our way. The car lurched forward, knocking the old man aside. People bounced off the hood as we plowed through the crowd. I heard screams, both from outside and inside the car, but I couldn't stop. We burst through the human barricade and suddenly we were on an open road, the town receding behind us. I drove for hours, until the sun began to rise, afraid that if I stopped, we'd find ourselves back in that nightmare town. We never spoke about what happened that night. How could we? Who would believe us? We cut our trip short and went home, but things were never the same. Sometimes, I catch Sarah staring off into space, a blank look in her eyes. The kids have nightmares they can't explain. And me? I can't shake the feeling that we didn't really escape. That a part of us is still there in Millbrook, waiting with the rest of those poor souls for the next unsuspecting travelers. So if you're ever on a long road trip and you see a sign for a town you've never heard of, do yourself a favor. Keep driving, no matter how tired you are, no matter how much you need a break. Because some towns aren't meant to be visited. Some places exist only to trap the unwary, to feed on their essence. And once they've got a taste of you, they never really let you go. The mansion loomed before us, a decaying giant swallowed by the forest. As we stepped inside, the musty air carried whispers of secrets long buried. But it wasn't until we found the fresh food in the kitchen that we realized we weren't alone. Something was living here, hidden in the shadows of a place that shouldn't exist. I've always been drawn to abandoned places. There's something about the decay, the forgotten stories, that calls to me. So when my best friend, Mike, told me he'd found coordinates to a supposedly haunted mansion deep in the woods, I was all in. We set out early on a Saturday morning, our backpacks loaded with cameras, flashlights, and enough snacks to last the day. The hike was tougher than we expected. The forest grew denser the further we went, the trees pressing in close, their branches seeming to reach for us as we passed. After hours of trudging through underbrush and checking our GPS, we finally broke through into a clearing. And there it was. The mansion was enormous, at least 3 stories tall, with turrets and balconies that spoke of a bygone era of wealth and opulence. But time had not been kind. Vines crawled up the walls, windows were shattered, and part of the roof had caved in. "This is impossible," Mike breathed, eyes wide. "There's no record of any building out here. How did we not know about this?" I shook my head, equally amazed. "Let's check it out." We approached cautiously, years of urban exploring having taught us to be wary of rotting floorboards and unstable structures. The front door hung off its hinges, creaking ominously as we pushed it open. The interior was a mess of decay and faded grandeur. Tattered carpets squelched under our feet, heavy with years of rainfall from the holes in the ceiling. Ornate furniture lay scattered and broken, and paintings hung askew on mold-spotted walls. We moved slowly through the rooms, cameras clicking away, documenting every bizarre detail. In what must have been a ballroom, a massive chandelier lay shattered on the floor, crystals spread out like a glittering pond. "This place is unreal," Mike said, his voice hushed with awe. "It's like time stopped here 100 years ago." But as we explored further, things started to feel off. In a study filled with rotting books, I noticed a desk with a clean spot in the dust, as if someone had recently been writing there. In a bedroom, the sheets were rumpled, like someone had just gotten out of bed. "Mike," I called out, my unease growing. "Are you seeing this?" He nodded, his earlier excitement replaced by caution. "Yeah, something's not right here." We pressed on, our exploration now tinged with a growing sense of dread. And then we found the kitchen. Unlike the rest of the house, the kitchen showed signs of recent use. Very recent. A pot sat on the ancient stove, still warm to the touch. The sink held freshly washed dishes. And on the counter, a loaf of bread that couldn't have been more than a day old. Mike and I exchanged looks of disbelief and fear. "We need to go," he said, already backing towards the door. "Now." But before we could move, we heard it. Footsteps, coming from upstairs. Heavy, deliberate steps that creaked on old floorboards. Panic surged through me. We bolted for the front door, all thoughts of caution forgotten. But as we reached the entrance hall, we found our path blocked. A figure stood there, tall and gaunt, dressed in clothes that looked as old and decayed as the house itself. But it was the face that froze the scream in my throat. Where there should have been eyes, nose, and mouth, there was only smooth, blank skin. The thing cocked its head, regarding us with a face that couldn't see. Then it spoke, the words somehow forming without a mouth. "Visitors," it said, the voice echoing in our heads rather than our ears. "How delightful. It's been so long since we've had guests." Mike made a strangled sound beside me. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. I was rooted to the spot, terror coursing through my veins. "Please," the thing continued, taking a step towards us. "Won't you stay for dinner? We have so much to discuss." That broke the spell. We turned and ran, deeper into the house, away from the horrifying greeter. I could hear it following, its footsteps unnaturally fast behind us. We raced through rooms, upstairs, along corridors that seemed to stretch and twist in impossible ways. The house itself seemed alive, changing around us, leading us deeper into its depths. Finally, gasping for breath, we found ourselves in a circular room at the top of one of the turrets. There was nowhere left to run. As we stood there, chests heaving, the door slowly creaked open. But it wasn't the faceless figure that entered. It was a woman, beautiful in an otherworldly way, her eyes glowing with an inner light. "Don't be afraid," she said, her voice melodious and soothing. "We mean you no harm. We just get so lonely here." What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. She smiled, and in that smile I saw eons. "We are the caretakers, the guardians of this place that exists between your world and others. This house, it's a doorway, and sometimes it needs to be fed." As she spoke, I became aware of movement all around us, shadows taking shape, forming into figures both human and not. They filled the room, watching us with hungry eyes. "Please," Mike whimpered beside me. "Let us go. We won't tell anyone about this place." The woman's smile turned sad. "Oh, my dears, don't you see? You can't leave. You're part of the house now. Part of us." And then they were upon us. I felt cold hands grasping at me, pulling me into their embrace. I tried to fight, to scream, but it was like moving through molasses. The last thing I remember is the woman's voice, gentle and remorseless. "Welcome home." I woke up in my own bed, sunlight streaming through the window. For a moment I thought it had all been a nightmare, but then I saw the dirt under my fingernails, leaves tangled in my hair. Mike was gone. His family reported him missing, but the police never found any trace of him. They questioned me, of course, but I couldn't tell them the truth. Who would believe me? Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear whispers, voices calling from just beyond the edge of sleep. And in my dreams, I'm back in that mansion, wandering endless corridors, searching for something I can never find. I don't go exploring anymore. I've given up my urban exploration hobby, sold all my gear, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. That someday, the house will call me back. That Mike is there, waiting for me in those twisted halls. And the worst part of me wants to go, because now I know the truth. There are places in this world that shouldn't exist, doorways to realms beyond our understanding. And once you've glimpsed what lies beyond, you're never truly free. So if you're ever hiking in the deep woods and you come across a mansion that's not on any map, do yourself a favor. Turn around, go home, pretend you never saw it. Because some mysteries are better left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. And if you hear whispers in the night, calling you to come explore, to uncover secrets long buried, cover your ears, close your eyes, and whatever you do, don't answer. Because once the house has chosen you, it never really lets you go. The first time I heard my own voice screaming for help from my phone, I thought I was going crazy. By the third call, I knew something far more sinister was at play. Whatever was on the other end of the line wasn't just mimicking my voice. It was me, trapped in a nightmare I couldn't begin to understand. It started on a Tuesday night. I was settling in for a quiet evening at home, scrolling through social media and half watching some mindless reality TV show. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, displaying my own number on the caller ID. I frowned, assuming it was just another spoofed robocall. But curiosity got the better of me, and I answered. "Hello?" I said, expecting to hear a recorded message about an extended car warranty. Instead, I heard my own voice, panicked and breathless. "Help me. Please. Oh God, help me. They're coming. They're..." The call cut off abruptly. I sat there, phone still pressed to my ear, a chill running down my spine. It had been my voice, no doubt about it. But how? And what the hell was going on? I tried to shake it off, tell myself it was just some elaborate prank. Maybe someone had used one of those AI voice cloning tools. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The terror in that voice, my voice, had been too real. I couldn't sleep that night, jumping at every little sound, half expecting to hear my own screams echoing through the apartment. When my alarm went off the next morning, I was already awake, staring at the ceiling with gritty, bloodshot eyes. I went through my day in a daze, unable to focus on work, constantly checking my phone. Part of me hoped it would ring again, so I could prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. Another part dreaded that very thing. It was just after lunch when it happened again. Same number, same caller ID. This time, I hesitated before answering, my hand shaking as I raised the phone to my ear. "Who is this?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want?" "Listen to me," my own voice hissed back, low and urgent. "You need to run. Get out of the office now. They've found me, and they'll be coming for you next. Please, you have to..." The call cut off again, leaving me with a dial tone and a growing sense of dread. I looked around the office, half expecting to see some threat lurking in the corners. But everything was normal. My co-workers tapped away at their keyboards, oblivious to my internal panic. I made it through the rest of the day somehow, though I couldn't have told you what I actually accomplished. As soon as 5 o'clock hit, I was out the door, racing home to... what? Hide. Try to figure out what was going on. I didn't know, but I knew I couldn't stay at the office a minute longer. That night, I started researching. I looked up everything I could find about phone spoofing, voice cloning, elaborate pranks. But nothing I found could explain what I was experiencing. The level of terror in those calls, the specificity of the warnings. It all felt too real to be faked. I was deep in a Reddit rabbit hole about parallel universes when my phone rang for the third time. I almost didn't answer it. Almost. But I had to know. This time, there was no mistaking the background noises. Screams, inhuman roars, the sound of tearing metal, and over it all, my voice, ragged and desperate. Listen carefully, I heard myself say. I don't have much time. You need to understand. This isn't a prank or a joke. I'm you, from another timeline, another reality. Something's broken the barriers between worlds, and they're coming through. You need to. There was a sound like reality tearing apart, and the call went dead. I sat there in the dark, my phone clutched in a white-knuckled grip, trying to process what I'd just heard. It was insane, impossible, but some part of me knew it was true. Over the next few days, the calls kept coming. Sometimes it was warnings, frantic attempts by my other self to prepare me for something. Other times, it was just screams, the sounds of battle, glimpses into a war I couldn't see or understand. I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls from anyone but myself. I taped over my windows, stockpiled food and water, prepared for I didn't know what. A week after the first call, things changed. I was jolted awake by my ringtone, fumbling for the phone in the dark. "They're here," my voice said, calm now, resigned. "I'm sorry. I tried to warn you, to prepare you. But there's nothing we can do now. They're coming for you. Just like they came for me. All of us, across every timeline. I hope your reality lasts longer than mine did. Goodbye, and good..." The call cut off mid-word, but this time it wasn't replaced by a dial tone. Instead, I heard something. A sound that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. A noise that shouldn't exist in our reality. And then I saw it. A tear in the air itself. Like reality was a sheet of paper someone had taken scissors to. Through the tear, I caught glimpses of things. Shapes that hurt to look at, that my mind couldn't quite process. I ran, out of my apartment, down the stairs, into the street. But everywhere I looked, I saw more tears forming, more of those impossible things pushing through. People were screaming now, running from horrors I could barely comprehend. Cars crashed as drivers caught sight of things that shouldn't exist. The sky itself seemed to be splitting apart, revealing a void beyond that was somehow alive and hungry. I kept running, though I knew it was hopeless. I could feel reality crumbling around me, the laws of physics breaking down. Gravity flickered on and off, buildings twisted into impossible shapes, and everywhere those things poured through the tears. As I felt my own reality begin to tear apart, my phone rang one last time. I answered it, knowing what I'd hear, my own voice, tired and sad. "I'm sorry. It's too late for us. But maybe, somewhere out there, in some other timeline, another version of us will figure it out. We'll stop this before it starts. Good luck." The world dissolved around me, and I felt myself falling through layers of broken realities. In that last moment, I realized something. I needed to warn myself, to try and stop this, even if it was futile. With the last of my strength, I focused on a time before all this started. I reached out across dimensions I didn't understand and made a call. "Hello?" I heard my own voice answer, blissfully unaware of what was coming. "Help me!" I screamed into the void. "Please, oh God, help me! They're coming! They're..." And then I was gone, scattered across a million shattered realities. But somewhere out there, I knew another me was just beginning this nightmare. And maybe, just maybe, they'd find a way to stop it. So if you ever get a call from your own number and hear your own voice screaming for help, listen carefully. Your entire reality might depend on it, because sometimes the call is coming from inside the multiverse, and the danger is more real than you could ever imagine. The first time I saw my reflection blink, I thought it was a trick of the light. The second time, I convinced myself I was overtired. But when it started moving independently, whispering things only I could hear, I realized I was trapped in a nightmare that defied all logic. It all began on a Tuesday evening. I'd just gotten home from a long shift at the hospital, my eyes heavy with exhaustion. As I stumbled into my bathroom to wash up before bed, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror. For a split second, I could have sworn my reflection's eyes moved before mine did. I blinked hard, shaking my head. "Get it together, Sarah," I muttered to myself. "You're just tired." But as the days passed, these odd occurrences became more frequent. My reflection would smile a fraction of a second before I did. Its hand would twitch when mine was still. Tiny discrepancies, but enough to send a chill down my spine every time I noticed them. I started avoiding mirrors, hurrying past them with my eyes averted. I covered the one in my bathroom with a towel, ignoring the odd looks from my roommate. But I couldn't escape my reflection entirely. It was always there, lurking in windows, shiny surfaces, even the black screen of my phone. A week after that first incident, things escalated. I was brushing my teeth, carefully not looking directly at the mirror when I heard a whisper, so faint I almost missed it over the sound of running water. "Sarah." I froze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth. Slowly, heart pounding, I raised my eyes to the mirror. My reflection stared back at me, but its eyes were wrong. They were my eyes, but filled with a darkness I'd never seen before. And then it smiled, a slow, cruel thing that I definitely wasn't doing. The toothbrush clattered into the sink as I stumbled backward. A scream caught in my throat. My reflection didn't move with me. It stood there, still smiling that terrible smile. "Hello, Sarah," it said, its voice a twisted version of my own. "We need to talk." I ran from the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, lights blazing, jumping at every shadow. When morning came, I convinced myself it had been a vivid nightmare brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something was very, very wrong. Over the next few days, I tried to go about my life normally. I went to work, hung out with friends, all while studiously avoiding any reflective surfaces. But I could feel it watching me. Always. A presence just at the edge of my vision. Patient and hungry. It was a week later when it happened again. I was alone in the break room at work, refilling my coffee mug, when I saw my reflection in the shiny surface of the coffee machine. It waved at me, grinning widely while I stood frozen in horror. "You can't ignore me forever, Sarah," it said, its voice somehow coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We're a part of each other, you and I. The sooner you accept that, the easier this will be." "What are you?" I whispered, my voice shaking. "What do you want?" My reflection's grin widened impossibly. "I'm you, Sarah. The you that you keep hidden away. All your darkest thoughts, your deepest desires. And what I want out." I dropped my mug, hot coffee splashing across the floor. By the time I looked back at the coffee machine, my reflection was normal again, mirroring my terrified expression. That night, I finally broke down and told my roommate, Lisa, what was happening. I expected her to think I was crazy, to suggest I see a therapist. Instead, her face went pale. "Oh God," she whispered. "It's happening to you too." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, too?" Lisa's eyes darted around the room, as if afraid of being overheard. "It started for me a month ago. My reflection, it started doing things I wasn't doing. Saying things. Horrible things." She shuddered. I thought I was losing my mind. "What did you do?" I asked, desperate for any solution. I tried to ignore it at first, but it just got worse. It started trying to convince me to do things. Terrible things. Lisa's voice dropped to a whisper. "I think it's trying to take over." A chill ran down my spine. "Take over? How?" But before Lisa could answer, we heard a crash from her bedroom. We rushed to investigate, but the room was empty. The only thing out of place was her full-length mirror, now lying shattered on the floor. And in each shard of glass, we saw Lisa's reflection, laughing silently. From that moment on, things spiraled out of control. Our reflections became bolder, appearing in every reflective surface we encountered. They whispered constantly, urging us to give in, to let them take control. We tried everything we could think of. We covered every mirror in the apartment, avoided water and shiny surfaces. But it wasn't enough. Our reflections found ways to reach us, their voices growing louder and more insistent with each passing day. I started to notice changes in Lisa. She became withdrawn, jumpy. I'd catch her talking to herself, or rather, to her reflection, when she thought I wasn't around. Her eyes grew darker, her smile a little too wide. One night, I woke to the sound of breaking glass. I rushed to Lisa's room, but she was gone. The mirror we'd covered was uncovered, the sheet lying in a heap on the floor. And in the glass, I saw Lisa's reflection, smiling triumphantly. "She's ours now," it said in Lisa's voice, but not Lisa's voice. "And soon, you will be too." I ran. I didn't stop to pack, didn't stop to think. I just ran, out of the apartment, into the night. But no matter how far I went, I couldn't escape. Every window I passed, every puddle on the street, showed me my reflection. Watching. Waiting. I've been on the run for weeks now. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. My reflection is always there, growing stronger as I grow weaker. Sometimes, I catch myself moving in ways I didn't intend, saying things I didn't mean to say. I'm losing control, bit by bit. I'm writing this as a warning. If you start to notice odd things about your reflection, if it seems to move on its own, if you hear whispers when you're alone, don't ignore it. Don't pretend it's not happening. Because by the time you accept the truth, it might be too late. They're out there, these dark reflections of ourselves, waiting for a moment of weakness, a crack in our reality that they can slip through. And once they're out, they'll do anything to stay. So be careful the next time you look in a mirror. The face looking back at you might not be your own. And if you see it smile when you're not smiling, if you hear it whisper when your lips aren't moving, run, run, and don't look back. Because in the end, the most terrifying monster isn't the one lurking in the shadows. It's the one staring back at you from the other side of the glass, wearing your face and knowing your deepest, darkest secrets. And it's hungry. So very, very hungry. The day my smartwatch started predicting deaths, I thought it was a glitch. When the predictions came true, I realized I was caught in a nightmare of my own making. With each countdown, another life hung in the balance, and I was powerless to stop it. It all started innocently enough. I'd always been a tech enthusiast, eager to try out the latest gadgets. So when the new UltraFit smartwatch hit the market, boasting advanced health monitoring and predictive algorithms, I was first in line to get one. For the first few weeks, it was great. The watch tracked my steps, monitored my heart rate, even analyzed my sleep patterns. I became obsessed with optimizing my health metrics, constantly checking the app for new insights. Then, about a month after I got the watch, I noticed something odd. A new notification popped up on the screen, countdown, 24 hours. Below it, in smaller text, was my aunt's name. I frowned, tapping the screen for more information, but there was nothing else. Just that ominous countdown and my aunt's name. I figured it must be some kind of bug, maybe a reminder I'd set and forgotten about. I made a mental note to check the settings later and went about my day. 24 hours later, I got the call. My aunt had suffered a sudden heart attack. She didn't make it. As I stood there, phone still in hand, my watch vibrated. The countdown had reached 0, and below it, a new message appeared. Prediction accurate. New countdown initiating. My blood ran cold. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? But the alternative was too horrifying to contemplate. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself it was just a terrible fluke. I dug through the watch's settings, searched online forums, even contacted customer support, but I found nothing to explain what had happened. Then, a week later, another countdown appeared. This time it was for 72 hours, with my best friend's name underneath. Panic set in. I called my friend immediately, warning him to be careful, to stay home if possible. He laughed it off, telling me I was being paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in my stomach. As the hours ticked by, I grew more and more anxious. I checked on my friend constantly, much to his annoyance. When the countdown reached its final hour, I was a nervous wreck. Then, with just minutes to go, I got the call. My friend had been in a car accident. He was rushed to the hospital, but it was too late. He was gone. Once again, as the countdown hit 0, my watch vibrated. Prediction accurate. New countdown initiating. This time, I couldn't deny it. Somehow my watch was predicting deaths, and I was powerless to stop them. The next few months were a nightmare. Countdowns appeared randomly, sometimes with days of warning, sometimes with only hours. I tried everything I could think of to prevent the predicted deaths. I warned people. I called the police with anonymous tips. I even tried destroying the watch. But nothing worked. The watch seemed indestructible, and no matter what I did, the predictions always came true. It was like fate itself was conspiring against me, ensuring that these deaths occurred no matter what. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. My whole life became consumed by these countdowns, by my desperate attempts to save lives I knew, deep down, couldn't be saved. My friends and family started to worry. They thought I was having some kind of breakdown, and how could I explain to them what was really happening? They'd think I was crazy. Hell, I thought I was crazy, but the countdowns kept coming, and with each one, another person died. Sometimes it was people I knew, sometimes strangers whose names I'd never heard before. But always, the watch was right. I tried to get rid of the watch, to give it away or sell it, but every time I took it off, I was overwhelmed by a sense of panic. What if I missed a countdown? What if I could have saved someone? The guilt was unbearable. So I kept it on, this harbinger of doom strapped to my wrist. I became a prisoner to its predictions, living my life in increments between countdowns. Then, one day, a new countdown appeared. But this time, it was different. The time frame was longer, 30 days, and the name below it was my own. I stared at the watch face, my heart pounding. Was this it? Had the watch finally turned its grim prediction on me? For a moment, I felt relief. At least it would be over. No more dreading the next countdown, no more futile attempts to change fate. But then the fear set in. 30 days. What would happen in those 30 days? I became paranoid, seeing potential death in every situation. I barely left my house, had my groceries delivered, worked from home. But the countdown kept ticking down, indifferent to my precautions. As the final day approached, I was a wreck. I'd said goodbye to my family and friends, settled my affairs. All that was left was to wait. With 1 hour to go, I sat in my living room, staring at the watch. The seconds ticked by, each one bringing me closer to what? I didn't know. And that was the most terrifying part. As the countdown reached its final minute, I closed my eyes, bracing myself for whatever was to come. The watch vibrated. I opened my eyes, expecting. I don't know what I expected. Death? Pain? Some kind of cosmic reckoning. But I was still there. Still alive. I looked down at the watch. The screen was blank for a moment. Then a message appeared. Prediction cycle complete. Resetting. And just like that, it was over. The watch returned to its normal functions, showing the time, my heart rate, my step count. No more countdowns, no more deaths. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what had happened. Had it all been some sort of test, a glitch in the system, or something more, something I couldn't begin to understand? In the days that followed, I waited anxiously for another countdown to appear, but none came. The watch was just a watch again, but I was changed. How could I not be, after months of predicting deaths, of carrying that terrible knowledge? I found myself looking at people differently, wondering about the fragility of life, the inevitability of death. I kept the watch, though I don't wear it anymore. It sits in a drawer, a reminder of that impossible time. Sometimes, late at night, I take it out and turn it on, half expecting to see another countdown. But it remains silent, its dark secrets locked away. I don't know if what happened to me was real, or if I somehow experienced the most elaborate delusion in history. But I do know this: we're all on a countdown, whether we can see it or not. And maybe the real lesson isn't about trying to change fate, but about making the most of the time we have. So if you ever come across a smartwatch that seems too good to be true, that offers insights beyond what should be possible, think twice before putting it on, because some knowledge comes at too high a price. And once you've glimpsed the workings of fate, you can never unsee them. As for me, I've learned to live with uncertainty, to appreciate each day as it comes, because in the end, it's not about how much time we have, but what we do with it. And I, for one, am done counting down. The elevator doors opened to reveal a floor that shouldn't exist, and in that moment, I knew our building held secrets darker than I could have ever imagined. Little did I know, stepping out onto that impossible level would plunge me into a nightmare from which there might be no escape. I've lived in the Greystone Apartments for 5 years now. It's a decent enough place, not too fancy, but clean and well-maintained. 15 floors of mostly young professionals and small families. I'm on the 10th floor, with a view of the city skyline that almost makes up for the constant noise of traffic below. That fateful day started like any other. I was heading to work, coffee in hand, barely awake as I waited for the elevator. When it arrived, I stepped in without really looking, my mind already on the day ahead. It wasn't until the doors were closing that I noticed I wasn't alone. A woman stood in the corner, so still and quiet I'd almost missed her. She was pale, with long dark hair that fell over her face. Something about her sent a chill down my spine, but I couldn't put my finger on why. I nodded politely and pressed the button for the lobby. The woman didn't move or acknowledge me. As the elevator descended, I found myself stealing glances at her, trying to place why she seemed so odd. Was she a new tenant? I was pretty sure I knew everyone in the building, at least by sight. We passed the second floor, and suddenly the elevator jerked to a stop. The lights flickered, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought we were going to plummet. But then everything stabilized, and the doors slid open. What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. Instead of the lobby, or any floor I recognized, the doors had opened onto a long, dimly lit corridor. The walls were a sickly green color, the paint peeling in places to reveal dark stains underneath. Flickering fluorescent lights cast strange shadows, and the air that wafted in smelled musty and wrong. I stood there, frozen in confusion and the beginnings of fear. This wasn't right. Our building didn't have a floor like this. I turned to the woman, about to ask if she knew what was going on, but the words died in my throat. She was looking directly at me now, and her eyes... God, her eyes were solid black, like empty pits in her pale face. She smiled, revealing teeth that were just a bit too sharp. "Your floor," she said, her voice a raspy whisper that seemed to echo in the small space. Before I could react, she was behind me, her cold hands on my back. With surprising strength, she shoved me out of the elevator. I stumbled forward, nearly dropping my coffee. By the time I regained my balance and spun around, the elevator doors were already closing. The last thing I saw was that terrible smile, And then I was alone in the impossible corridor. For a long moment, I just stood there, trying to make sense of what had happened. This had to be some kind of mistake, right? Maybe I was still asleep, and this was all some bizarre dream. But the musty air filling my lungs felt all too real, as did the cold dread settling in my stomach. Tentatively, I took a few steps down the corridor. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. Doors lined the hallway on both sides, their paint chipped and peeling. The numbers on them faded almost to illegibility. I tried the nearest door, but the knob wouldn't budge. Same with the next one, and the next, all locked. As I moved deeper into the corridor, I became aware of sounds coming from behind the doors. Muffled voices, crying, and once, a scream that cut off abruptly. I quickened my pace, looking for any way out. The corridor seemed to go on forever, turning at odd angles that didn't make sense given the layout of our building. I must have walked the equivalent of several city blocks, all while staying on what should have been a single floor. Just as panic was starting to truly set in, I saw a figure ahead. Relief flooded through me. Another person. Maybe they could explain what was going on. "Hey," I called out, jogging towards them. "Excuse me. Can you help me? I'm a bit lost." The figure turned, and my relief evaporated instantly. It was a man, or at least it had the shape of a man, but his proportions were all wrong, limbs too long, joints bending in impossible ways. And his face. It was like someone had tried to sculpt human features without ever having seen a real person. I backpedaled, my heart racing. The thing tilted its head, regarding me with eyes that were just empty sockets. Then it began to move towards me, its gait a jerky, unsettling thing. I ran, back the way I had come, no longer caring about finding an exit, just wanting to get away from that nightmarish figure. I could hear it behind me, its movements faster than should be possible given its awkward gait. As I ran, I became aware of more movement around me, shapes in my peripheral vision, darting between doors. The muffled sounds from behind the doors grew louder, more frenzied. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that twisted corridor, but eventually, mercifully, I saw the elevator ahead. I put on a final burst of speed, practically throwing myself at the doors. To my immense relief, they opened. I dove inside, frantically jabbing at the button for my floor. As the doors began to close, I caught a glimpse of the corridor beyond. It was filled with figures now, all shapes and sizes, all wrong in ways I couldn't quite process. They surged towards the elevator, a tide of nightmares. The doors slid shut just in time. I felt the elevator begin to move, and I sagged against the wall, gasping for breath. When the doors opened again, I was back on my floor. The familiar hallway, with its inoffensive beige walls and generic artwork, had never looked so beautiful. I stumbled to my apartment, locked the door behind me, and called in sick to work. I spent the day trying to convince myself that what I'd experienced wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something impossible existed in our building, a floor that defied logic and reason. And now that I knew about it, I couldn't unknow it. In the days that followed, I tried to find out more. I asked my neighbors if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the elevator. Most just gave me odd looks. But a few got a haunted look in their eyes, quickly changing the subject. I researched the history of the building, looking for any clues. What I found chilled me to the bone. Over the years, dozens of people had gone missing from the Greystone. They were just gone. No traces, no explanations. Had they found that impossible floor? Were they still there, trapped behind those locked doors? I couldn't bring myself to move out. Where would I go? How could I live with myself, knowing what I knew and doing nothing? So I stayed, but I took the stairs. Every time, no matter how tired I was, no matter how many floors I had to climb, because I knew that somewhere in our building, that impossible floor was waiting. and if I was ever unlucky enough to find it again, I might not make it back. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear the elevator moving on its own, stopping at a floor that doesn't exist. And in my darkest moments, I wonder, is it only a matter of time before that floor finds me again? So if you ever find yourself in an elevator that opens onto a floor that shouldn't be there, take my advice. Don't step out, no matter what you see, no matter who tells you to. Because some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. And in the spaces between floors, in the cracks of reality we pretend don't exist, things are waiting. Hungry things, patient things, things that would love nothing more than to welcome you to your new home, on a floor that doesn't exist. The first time my reflection tried to warn me, I dismissed it as a trick of the light. By the third time, I realized I was caught in a terrifying game of cat and mouse with a version of myself desperate to change the future. If only I had listened sooner. It started on a Tuesday morning, as I was getting ready for work. I was running late, as usual, hurriedly brushing my teeth while mentally rehearsing my presentation for the day. That's when I saw it. A flicker of movement in the mirror that didn't quite match my own. I paused, toothbrush halfway to my mouth, and stared at my reflection. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw my mirror self shaking her head, a look of urgent warning in her eyes. But when I blinked, everything was normal again. I chalked it up to lack of sleep and too much caffeine. After all, I'd been pulling long hours at the office, preparing for this big presentation. It was natural to be a little jumpy, right? The day went by in a blur of meetings and last-minute preparations. By the time I got home that evening, I'd all but forgotten about the strange incident in the bathroom. It wasn't until 2 days later that it happened again. I was trying on outfits for a date, turning this way and that in front of my full-length mirror. As I reached for a different shirt, I caught sight of my reflection making a slashing motion across its throat, mouthing what looked like, "Don't go." I jerked back, heart racing. This time, I was sure I hadn't imagined it. But when I looked again, my reflection was behaving normally, mirroring my shocked expression. "Get a grip, Liz," I muttered to myself, running a shaky hand through my hair. "You're just nervous about the date." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Something was very, very wrong. I ended up canceling the date, too unsettled to go out. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every shadow and avoiding looking at any reflective surfaces. The third time it happened, there was no denying it. I was at work, washing my hands in the bathroom, when my reflection suddenly pressed its palms against the glass, its eyes wide with fear. "Listen to me," I saw it mouth urgently. "You're in danger." I stumbled backward. A scream caught in my throat. A coworker entering the bathroom gave me an odd look, but I barely noticed. I was too focused on the mirror, where my reflection was now back to normal, looking as terrified as I felt. That was the moment I knew I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something impossible was happening, and if I didn't figure it out soon, I had a feeling I'd regret it. Over the next few days, I became hyper-aware of every reflective surface around me. Mirrors, windows, even the shiny surface of my phone. I scrutinized them all, waiting for another message from my other self. It didn't take long. Walking past a store window, I caught sight of my reflection gesturing frantically. I stopped, ignoring the confused looks from passers-by, and watched as Mirror Me pointed urgently at something behind me. I spun around, half expecting to see some imminent threat, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Just the usual bustle of the city street. When I turned back to the window, my reflection was pressing what looked like a scrap of paper against the glass. I squinted, trying to make out the hastily scrawled message, "Harris Building, 8 p.m. Stop it." The image faded quickly, leaving me staring at my own bewildered face in the window. The Harris Building, that was where my office was located. But what was happening at 8 p.m., and what was I supposed to stop? I spent the rest of the day in a state of nervous anticipation. As 8 p.m. approached, I found myself back at the office, pacing the empty corridors, jumping at every sound. At precisely 8 p.m., I heard a commotion from the floor above. Heart pounding, I raced up the stairs. I burst through the door to find two of my co-workers in what looked like a heated argument. One of them, Dave from accounting, had the other pinned against the wall. "Hey!" I shouted, startling them both. "What's going on here?" Dave released his grip, looking sheepish. "It's nothing, Liz. Just a misunderstanding about some numbers in the quarterly report." But I could see the fear in the other man's eyes, the way he rubbed his throat where Dave's arm had been. This was more than a simple disagreement. As security arrived to sort things out, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just prevented something much worse from happening. But how had my reflection known? From that point on, the warnings became more frequent and more specific. My reflection would appear at odd moments, desperately trying to communicate. Sometimes it was written messages, other times frantic gestures or mouthed words. Each time, the warnings led me to avert some kind of disaster. A car accident narrowly avoided. A fire caught before it could spread. Once I even prevented a mugging, all based on my reflection's cryptic clues. I began to understand that somehow, impossibly, my reflection was a version of me from the future. A version that had seen terrible things happen and was trying to change the course of events. But as grateful as I was for the warnings, the constant vigilance was taking its toll. I was barely sleeping, jumping at every reflective surface, constantly on edge waiting for the next message. My friends and family were starting to worry, noticing my erratic behavior and the dark circles under my eyes. Then came the warning that changed everything. I was at home, listlessly channel surfing, when my reflection appeared in the black screen of the turned-off laptop on my coffee table. It looked worse than I'd ever seen it. Hair disheveled, eyes wild with fear and exhaustion. "It's coming," my reflection mouthed, looking over its shoulder as if expecting something to pounce at any moment. "Can't stop it. Hide." Before I could react, the image vanished, leaving me staring at my own terrified face in the laptop screen. Hide? Hide from what? And what did it mean? It couldn't be stopped. For the next week, I was a nervous wreck. I called in sick to work, barricaded myself in my apartment, and waited for whatever apocalyptic event my future self had warned me about. But nothing happened. Days passed, and the world continued to turn. No disasters, no accidents, not even a stubbed toe. As the adrenaline wore off, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Was this some kind of elaborate mental breakdown? Just as I was starting to think about seeing a therapist, I caught sight of my reflection in the bathroom mirror. But this time it wasn't trying to warn me, wasn't trying. It was smiling. A sad, tired smile, but a smile nonetheless. "Thank you," it mouthed. "It's over." And just like that, it was gone. My reflection went back to being just that. A reflection. I never saw another warning after that day. My life slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be after everything I'd experienced. But I was changed. How could I not be? After weeks of averting disasters and changing the course of events, I found myself hyper-aware of the butterfly effect, how small actions could have huge consequences. I never knew exactly what catastrophe my future self had been trying to prevent. Maybe it was something big, a culmination of all the smaller events I'd changed. Or maybe it was something more personal, a tragedy that would have sent my life spiraling in a different direction. Whatever it was, I'm grateful. Grateful to that other version of myself who fought so hard to change things, who broke the laws of physics to send warnings back through time. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself staring into mirrors, half expecting to see that frantic version of myself appear again. And I wonder, if I had to do it, if I had to find a way to send messages to my past self, would I be strong enough, clever enough, determined enough? I hope I never have to find out. But if I do, If someday I find myself on the other side of the mirror, desperately trying to change the past, well, at least I know one thing. I'll listen. So if you ever catch your reflection moving independently, if you ever see yourself trying to tell you something, pay attention. It might just save your life, or someone else's, or maybe, just maybe, the entire world. Because sometimes, the most important warnings come from the last place you'd expect. Yourself. The old bed and breakfast looked quaint and inviting as we pulled up, but I should have known better. In a place where guests check in but never check out, we were about to discover the true meaning of permanent residence. It was supposed to be a fun family road trip, a chance for Sarah and me to bond with our kids, Jake and Lily, away from the distractions of modern life. We'd been driving for hours, the kids getting crankier by the minute, when we saw the sign, Willow Creek BB, next exit. "What do you say we call it a night?" I asked Sarah, who nodded wearily from the passenger seat. The GPS led us down a winding country road, deeper into the woods than I'd expected. Just as I was starting to wonder if we'd made a wrong turn, the trees parted to reveal a large Victorian house, its white paint gleaming in the late afternoon sun. "Wow," Jake breathed from the back seat. "It looks like something out of a movie." As we pulled into the gravel driveway, an elderly woman emerged from the front door, her silver hair caught up in a neat bun. She smiled warmly as we got out of the car, stretching our stiff limbs. "Welcome to Willow Creek," she said, her voice as warm and inviting as fresh-baked cookies. "I'm Martha. You must be the Thompsons." I blinked in surprise. "Yes, but how did you know?" Martha's smile widened. "Oh, we don't get many visitors out this way. I just assumed. Now, let's get you folks settled in." As we followed Martha inside, I couldn't shake a niggling feeling of unease. How had she known we were coming? We hadn't made a reservation. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision. The interior of the BB was like stepping back in time. Antique furniture, floral wallpaper, and the smell of cinnamon and old books. It was charming, in an old-fashioned way, but something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Martha showed us to our rooms, a master bedroom for Sarah and me, and a smaller room with twin beds for the kids. As we were getting settled, I heard other guests moving around, muffled voices and footsteps from the other rooms. "Sounds like we're not the only ones here," I remarked to Sarah as we unpacked. She nodded, but her brow was furrowed. "Did you notice him, though? We didn't see any other cars in the driveway." I paused, realizing she was right. Before I could dwell on it, Martha's voice floated up from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The dining room was set for a feast, far more food than I would have expected for a small BB. Several other guests were already seated, an elderly couple, a middle-aged man dining alone, and a young couple about our age. As we ate, I tried to make small talk with the other guests, but their responses were oddly vague. They couldn't seem to remember where they were from or how long they'd been staying at Willow Creek. The elderly couple just smiled blankly when I asked, while the middle-aged man muttered something about losing track of time. The young couple, Tom and Amy, were the most talkative, but even their answers seemed rehearsed, as if they were reciting lines from a script. When I asked what had brought them to Willow Creek, Tom's eyes glazed over for a moment before he replied, "Oh, just passing through." After dinner, Sarah and I tucked the kids into bed. Jake was out like a light, but Lily seemed unsettled. "Daddy," she whispered as I was about to turn off the light. "I don't like it here. The people are weird." I forced a smile, trying to hide my own growing unease. "It's just because we're tired, sweetie. Everything will look better in the morning." But as I lay in bed that night, unable to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that Lily was right. There was something off about this place, about the other guests. It was like they were not quite there. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Careful not to wake Sarah, I crept to the door and peered out. I saw Martha gliding down the hall, stopping at each door and listening. She pressed her ear to each door in turn, nodding to herself before moving on. When she reached our door, I quickly stepped back, my heart pounding. I heard her pause outside, and for a terrifying moment, I thought she might come in. But after what seemed like an eternity, she moved on. The next morning, I was determined to get some answers. But as we came down for breakfast, I was shocked to see that all the guests from the night before were gone. In their place were new faces, a family with 3 kids, an older woman traveling alone, and a pair of newlyweds. "Where did everyone go?" I asked Martha as she served us pancakes. She looked at me quizzically. "I'm not sure what you mean, dear. These folks checked in late last night." I opened my mouth to argue, to insist that these weren't the people we'd had dinner with, but Sarah kicked me under the table, shaking her head slightly. I got the message. Don't make a scene in front of the kids. After breakfast, I made an excuse about checking on the car and pulled Sarah aside outside. "Something's not right here," I hissed. "The guests have changed, Martha's lying, and did you see how she was creeping around last night?" Sarah bit her lip, looking worried. "I know. I've been feeling it too. We need to leave, John. Now." We hurried back inside to pack, but as we entered the foyer, we found Martha blocking the stairs. "Leaving so soon?" she asked, her voice still warm but with an undercurrent of something else. "Threat? Warning? But you've only just arrived, and we have so much planned for your stay." "I'm sorry," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But we really need to get back on the road." Martha's smile didn't waver, but her eyes hardened. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, once you check into Willow Creek, you don't check out." As if on cue, the other guests appeared, surrounding us. Their faces were blank, eyes vacant. With a jolt of horror, I realized they weren't breathing. "What are you?" Sarah whispered, clutching my arm. Martha's form seemed to flicker, like a bad TV signal. For a moment, I saw something else beneath her grandmotherly exterior, something ancient and hungry. "We are the caretakers," she said, her voice now a chorus of whispers. "This place, it needs to be fed, and you, my dears, are the perfect feast." I didn't wait to hear more. Grabbing Sarah's hand, I yelled for the kids and made a break for the door. But as we burst out into the sunlight, my heart sank. The driveway was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of misty forest. We ran anyway, plunging into the trees, the sound of pursuit close behind. But no matter how far we ran, we couldn't escape. The forest looped back on itself, always bringing us back to the BB. After what felt like hours, we collapsed on the front lawn, exhausted and terrified. Martha and the other guests stood on the porch, watching us with patient, hungry eyes. "You can't leave," Martha said gently. "But don't worry, you'll get used to it. Everyone does, eventually." As I looked at my family, at Sarah's tear-streaked face, at Jake and Lily huddled together in fear, I knew we were trapped. We had checked in to Willow Creek BB, and like all the others before us, we would never check out. Now, as I write this, I don't know how long we've been here. Time doesn't work right in this place. We've watched countless families come and go, seen them slowly fade into the background, becoming part of the house, part of the hunger. I know that soon we'll be like the others, vacant-eyed, endlessly repeating the same routines, waiting for the next unsuspecting guests to arrive. But for now, while I still remember who I am, I'm leaving this warning. If you're ever on a long road trip and you see a sign for Willow Creek BB, keep driving. No matter how tired you are, no matter how quaint and inviting it looks, don't stop, because once you check in, you'll never leave. And somewhere in that endless misty forest, we'll be waiting, watching, hungry for new guests to join us in our eternal stay at Willow Creek. chanting started at exactly 3:33 a.m., a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the walls of our dorm room. I thought my new roommate was just weird at first, but as the days went by, I realized I was living with something far more sinister than a quirky college student. It was my first semester at Evergreen State University, and I was both excited and nervous about the whole college experience. When I arrived at my assigned dorm room, my roommate, Tyler, was already there, unpacking his things. He seemed nice enough at first, quiet, a bit intense maybe, but polite. "Hey, I'm Mark," I said, extending my hand. Tyler shook it, his grip surprisingly firm. "Tyler," he replied, his dark eyes studying me with an intensity that made me slightly uncomfortable. As we settled into college life, I noticed some odd things about Tyler. He kept strange hours, often staying up late into the night hunched over his desk, scribbling in a notebook I never got a good look at. He had an unusual collection of books, old, leather-bound volumes with titles in languages I didn't recognize. But hey, it was college, right? Everyone was a little weird, finding themselves and all that. I tried not to judge. It was about 3 weeks into the semester when the chanting started. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of Tyler's voice, low and rhythmic, speaking words I couldn't understand. When I sat up and turned on my lamp, he stopped abruptly, looking at me with those intense eyes. "Sorry," he said, his voice hoarse. "Did I wake you? I was just practicing for my linguistics class." I nodded, too groggy and confused to argue, and went back to sleep. But it happened again the next night, and the next. Always at 3:33 a.m., always the same guttural chanting. I started to dread going to sleep, knowing I'd be woken by those eerie sounds. I tried talking to Tyler about it, but he always brushed it off with vague excuses. Linguistics practice, meditation, even sleep talking. He had an explanation for everything. But as the weeks went on, stranger things began to happen. Objects in our room would move on their own when Tyler was out. I'd come back from class to find my textbooks rearranged, or my laptop open to websites I'd never visited, full of symbols and text I couldn't read. One night, I woke up to find Tyler standing over my bed, staring at me with eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. When I gasped and sat up, he blinked and the glow was gone. "Sorry," he mumbled. "Sleepwalking." I didn't believe him, but what could I say? That I thought my roommate was some kind of demon. I started spending less time in the room, hanging out in the library or at friends' places until late at night. But no matter how late I came back, Tyler would be awake, scribbling in that notebook or reading those strange books. About 2 months into the semester, things escalated. I woke up one night to the usual chanting, but this time it was louder, more frenzied. I opened my eyes to see Tyler standing in the center of the room, arms raised, that notebook open on the floor in front of him. The air in the room felt thick, charged with some kind of energy I couldn't explain. As Tyler chanted, the pages of the notebook began to turn on their own, faster and faster. "Tyler," I shouted, panic rising in my throat. "What the hell are you doing?" He turned to look at me, and I saw that his eyes were completely black, no whites visible at all. When he spoke, his voice was deeper, resonating in a way that made my teeth ache. "The doorway is opening," he said, grinning. "They're coming through." Before I could respond, a wind whipped up in the room, scattering papers and knocking books off shelves. In the center of the whirlwind, just above the notebook, the air seemed to ripple and tear. Through that tear, I saw something. Shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly, moving in ways that shouldn't be possible. I heard sounds that no human throat could make, saw colors that shouldn't exist. I scrambled out of bed, pressing myself against the wall, as far from that impossible tear in reality as I could get. "Tyler, stop!" I screamed, but my voice was lost in the howling wind and the otherworldly sounds coming from the rift. Tyler turned to me, his face split in a manic grin. "It's too late to stop it," he said, his voice still that deep, unnatural tone. They're here, and they're hungry. As he spoke, something began to emerge from the rift. A limb, if you could call it that. A writhing mass of tentacles and eyes and mouths, all shifting and changing in nauseating ways. In that moment, blind panic took over. I didn't think. I just acted. I lunged forward, grabbed Tyler's weird notebook, and threw it across the room. It hit the window, knocking it open, and a gust of cool night air rushed in. The effect was immediate. The rift seemed to waver, the thing trying to come through it recoiling as if burned by the night air. Tyler screamed, a sound of fury and frustration that was barely human. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran, out of the room, down the hallway, not stopping until I was outside the dorm building, gasping for breath in the cool night air. When campus security arrived, drawn by the commotion, they found our room in chaos, papers everywhere, furniture overturned, that strange notebook smoking slightly where it had landed by the open window. But Tyler was gone. In the days that followed, as the police investigated and the university tried to make sense of what had happened, I struggled to come to terms with what I'd seen. No one believed my story about rifts in reality and otherworldly creatures. They assumed Tyler had some kind of psychotic break, maybe was on drugs. But I knew the truth. I'd seen it with my own eyes, heard it with my own ears. Something had almost come through into our world that night. Something ancient and hungry and utterly alien. I switched dorms after that, then switched schools entirely the next semester. I couldn't bear to be in that place anymore. Couldn't shake the feeling that thin spots remained in the fabric of reality there, that things might still be trying to push through. Years have passed, and I've tried to put that night behind me. But sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I find myself checking the clock. And if it's 3:33 a.m., I lie awake, straining my ears for the sound of chanting. Because I know now that there are things out there, things that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. Things that are always looking for a way in. And sometimes, all it takes is one person, one ritual, one moment of weakness, to open a door that should stay forever closed. So if you ever find yourself with a roommate who keeps odd hours, who chants in languages you don't understand, who has books that make your eyes hurt to look at, be careful. Be very, very careful. Because you might just be living with someone who's trying to invite something into our world that should never, ever be here. And once that door is opened, there's no telling what might come through, or if we'll ever be able to close it again. The photograph was impossible. Me, standing in a place I'd never been, with people I'd never met. But as more of these impossible photos appeared, each dated in the future, I realized I was caught in a nightmare where my fate was already sealed, and time itself was unraveling around me. It started on a Tuesday, a day that began like any other. I was sorting through my mail, tossing junk into the recycling bin, when I came across a plain white envelope with no return address. Curious, I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. At first glance, it seemed like a typical tourist snapshot, a group of people smiling in front of the Eiffel Tower. But as I looked closer, my blood ran cold. There, in the center of the group, was me. I stared at the photo, my mind reeling. I'd never been to Paris. I'd never met any of the people in the picture. And yet, there I was, clear as day, smiling at the camera as if I didn't have a care in the world. Flipping the photo over, I saw a date written in neat handwriting. June 15th, 2024. 6 months in the future. I sat down hard, the photo trembling in my hands. This had to be some kind of mistake, right? A prank, maybe, or a really good Photoshop job. But the longer I looked at it, the more certain I became. That was me in the photo, and somehow, impossibly, it was a glimpse into my future. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, unable to focus on work, constantly pulling out the photo to examine it again. By the time I went to bed that night, I had convinced myself it was all an elaborate hoax. I tucked the photo into my bedside drawer, determined to forget about it. But the next morning, there was another envelope waiting for me. This photo showed me at what looked like a wedding. I was dressed in a suit, raising a glass and a toast. The bride and groom were strangers to me, but again, there I was, as real as could be. The date on the back, August 3rd, 2024. Over the next week, more photos arrived. Me at a beach I didn't recognize. Me in a hospital waiting room, looking worried. Me at a funeral, tears streaming down my face. Each photo was dated, each one further into the future. I became obsessed, poring over every detail of the photos, trying to glean any information I could about this apparent future. I searched online for the locations, the faces of the strangers who seemed to know me, but I found nothing concrete, just more questions. As the photos kept coming, I started to notice changes in myself. The me in the later photos looked different, thinner, with a haunted look in my eyes. In the last photo I received, dated December 31st, 2024, I barely recognized myself. I looked gaunt, my eyes sunken, standing alone on what looked like a cliff edge, staring out at a stormy sea. That photo terrified me more than all the others combined. What had happened to me in the course of a year to change me so dramatically? I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls from friends and family. I became a hermit, surrounded by these glimpses of a future I didn't understand and couldn't control. I taped the photos to my walls in chronological order, creating a timeline of a year that hadn't happened yet. As I stared at this visual representation of my apparent future, I began to notice patterns. Certain faces appeared multiple times, locations repeated. It was as if I was looking at puzzle pieces of my life, but I couldn't figure out how they fit together. Then, one day, no new photo arrived. I waited anxiously, checking my mailbox every hour, but nothing came. The next day, still nothing. As days turned into weeks with no new photos, I felt a mixture of relief and dread. Was it over? Or was something worse coming? It was a month after the last photo arrived that things took an even stranger turn. I was at the grocery store, my first time out of the house in weeks, when I saw her. A woman from the photos, the one who had been at the wedding and appeared in several other shots. She was examining a display of apples, looking exactly as she had in the photos, my heart pounding. I approached her. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaky. "This is going to sound strange, but do I know you?" She looked at me, confusion clear on her face. "I'm sorry. I don't think so. Are you sure you're not mistaking me for someone else?" I fumbled for my phone, where I'd saved copies of all the photos. "Look," I said, showing her the wedding picture. "That's you, right? And that's me. But I've never met you before. And this wedding hasn't happened yet." The woman's eyes widened as she looked at the photo. That is me," she said slowly. "But I don't understand. I'm not engaged. I've never seen you before in my life. How is this possible?" Before I could respond, a man walked up to us. With a jolt, I recognized him too. He was in several of the later photos, including the final one on the cliff. "Sarah, is everything okay?" he asked, looking between us with concern. Sarah, I finally had a name for her, showed him the photo on my phone. His reaction mirrored hers. Shock, disbelief, and a growing fear. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What is this?" I tried to explain about the photos, about how they'd been arriving for weeks, showing a future I didn't understand. As I spoke, I could see the disbelief on their faces turning to something else. Fear, anger, I couldn't quite tell. "Look," I said desperately, "I know how this sounds. But you're in these photos. Multiple photos. Something is going to happen. Something that brings us all together. And I don't know what it is or how to stop it." Sarah and the man exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. Then, to my surprise, Sarah pulled out her own phone. "We need to show you something too," she said, her voice tight. She pulled up a photo on her phone and showed it to me. It was a picture of her and the man, standing in front of a "Welcome to Paris" sign. And there, in the background, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, was me. "This was taken 2 years ago," Sarah said. "We didn't notice you in the background until recently, but we've never met you before today." My mind reeled. How could I be in their past when they were in my future? It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. As we stood there in the grocery store, surrounded by the mundane normalcy of shoppers going about their day, I felt reality shift around me. The certainty I'd had about my life, about time itself, crumbled away. In that moment, I understood that the photos weren't just glimpses of the future. They were evidence of something much bigger, much stranger. Time wasn't a straight line. It was a web, a tangle of possibilities and paradoxes. And somehow, I was caught in the middle of it. Sarah, the man whose name I learned was David, and I left the store together. We spent hours talking, comparing notes, trying to make sense of our impossible situation. But the more we talked, the more complex it became. It wasn't just the three of us. There were others in the photos, other lives entangled in this temporal mess. As night fell, we made a decision. We would find the others. We would piece together this puzzle, no matter where or when it took us. Because one thing was clear. The future in those photos, my gaunt, haunted future self on that cliff, was a warning. Something was coming. Something big. And somehow, we were at the center of it. I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know if we can change the future shown in those photos, or if by trying to change it, we'll only ensure it happens. But I do know this. Time is not what we thought it was. Reality is more fragile, more malleable than we ever imagined. And somewhere out there, our future selves are taking photos, sending them back, trying to warn us, or guide us, or maybe, just maybe, asking for our help. So if you ever receive a photo of yourself in a place you've never been, with people you've never met, pay attention. It might not just be a glimpse of your future. It might be the beginning of an unraveling, a cascade of cause and effect that spans time itself. Because in a world where time is broken, where the future can influence the past, anything is possible. And the only way forward might just be to embrace the impossible. The scream echoed through the forest, freezing my blood and stopping me in my tracks. As a park ranger, I'd heard plenty of animal calls. But this was something else entirely. Little did I know, that unearthly sound was just the beginning of a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the wilderness I called home. My name's Jack, and I've been a ranger at Blackwood National Park for going on 15 years now. I thought I knew every inch of these woods, every creature that called them home. But that night, I realized how wrong I was. It started as a routine patrol. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and purples as I made my final rounds before heading back to the ranger station. That's when I heard it, a scream that sounded almost human, but with an otherworldly quality that sent chills down my spine. I radioed it in, thinking maybe some hiker had gotten themselves into trouble. "This is Ranger Collins. I've heard what sounds like a person in distress near Coyote Ridge. I'm going to investigate." "Copy that, Jack," came the crackly reply. "Be careful out there. Storm's rolling in." I looked up, noticing for the first time the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Great, just what I needed. As I made my way towards the source of the sound, the forest seemed to close in around me. The usual nighttime noises, chirping crickets, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, had gone silent. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath. I found the first sign that something was wrong about a quarter mile from where I'd heard the scream. It was a campsite, but one like I'd never seen before. The tent was shredded, sleeping bags and supplies scattered everywhere. But it was the strange symbols carved into the trees surrounding the camp that really got to me. They looked ancient, alien almost, glowing faintly in the dying light. "Hello?" I called out, my hand resting on the butt of my sidearm. "Park Ranger, is anyone here?" No response, just the growing rumble of thunder in the distance. As I examined the campsite, my flashlight beam caught something that made my stomach turn. Blood, a lot of it, soaking into the forest floor. But there was no body, no sign of where it had come from. I was about to radio in again when I saw it, a figure at the edge of my flashlight's beam. For a split second, I thought it was a bear standing on its hind legs. But as it turned to face me, I realized how wrong I was. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with limbs that were just a bit too long, joints that bent in ways they shouldn't. Its skin was a patchwork of fur and scales, and its face, God, its face was like something out of a nightmare. Multiple eyes, all glowing with an inner light, and a mouth full of teeth that would put a shark to shame. I stood there, paralyzed with fear, as the thing cocked its head, regarding me with what seemed like curiosity. Then it spoke, its voice a guttural growl that somehow formed words. "You shouldn't be here, guardian of the trees," it said. "The veil is thin tonight. The old ones stir." Before I could react, it turned and loped off into the forest, moving with a speed and grace that shouldn't have been possible for something its size. I don't know how long I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest. It was the crackle of my radio that finally snapped me out of it. Jack, come in. Did you find anything?" I raised the radio to my mouth with a shaking hand. I'm not sure. There's a campsite here. Looks like there was some kind of attack. And I saw something. I can't explain it. I need backup." "Copy that. We're sending a team your way. Stay put." Stay put. Right. As if I could move even if I wanted to. The storm hit then, rain coming down in sheets. Lightning illuminated the forest in brief. Strobe-like flashes. And in those flashes, I saw them. More creatures, similar to the first but each unique in its own horrifying way. They moved through the trees with preternatural speed and grace, their glowing eyes fixed on me. I don't know what made me do it, but I ran. Away from the campsite, away from the road, deeper into the forest. I could hear them behind me, their inhuman shrieks mixing with the thunder. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were on fire. But no matter how fast I went, I could feel them getting closer. Just when I thought it was over, that I couldn't run another step, I burst into a clearing. In the center stood a massive oak tree, larger than any I'd ever seen in the park. Its trunk was covered in the same strange symbols I'd seen at the campsite, but these were glowing brightly, pulsing with an inner light. As I stumbled towards the tree, I heard the creatures enter the clearing behind me, but they stopped at the edge, as if held back by some invisible barrier. "The Guardian has found the anchor," one of them growled. "The game changes." I pressed my back against the tree, feeling a strange warmth emanating from it. The creatures paced at the edge of the clearing, their glowing eyes never leaving me. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice hoarse from running. "What do you want?" The largest of the creatures, the one I'd first encountered, stepped forward. "We are the in-between," it said, "neither here nor there. We walk the spaces between your world and others. But why are you here? Why now?" "The veil thins," it replied. "The old magics weaken. We seek passage." As it spoke, I became aware of a change in the air. The storm had intensified, the wind whipping through the trees with unnatural force, and in the sky above the clearing, I saw something. A tear, like reality itself, was coming apart at the seams. Through it, I caught glimpses of other places, other worlds that hurt my mind to look at directly. "You must choose a guardian," the creature said. "Open the way or close it forever. But know this, the choice is not without cost." I looked at the tear in the sky, growing larger by the second. At the creatures, watching me with hungry anticipation. At the tree at my back, its symbols pulsing in time with my racing heart. In that moment, I understood. I don't know how, but I knew what I had to do. I placed my hand on the tree, feeling a surge of energy course through me. The symbols on the trunk began to glow brighter, spreading up into the branches. "I'm sorry," I said, though I'm not sure to whom, "but this isn't your world to enter." Power flowed through me, more than I thought possible. I felt connected to every tree in the forest, every blade of grass, every living thing. And with that connection came knowledge, ancient, primal knowledge of the true nature of the world. I pushed that power outward, towards the tear in the sky. I could feel the resistance, the other side pushing back, trying to force its way through. But I was the guardian, the protector of this place, and I would not let it fall. With a sound like reality itself tearing, the rift closed. The creatures howled in fury and despair, their forms already beginning to fade. "You've doomed us, Guardian," the leader snarled, "and yourself." As they disappeared, I felt the power draining from me. I slumped against the tree, utterly exhausted. The storm began to subside, the unnatural wind dying down to a gentle breeze. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to process what had happened. When my team finally found me, I was barely conscious. They told me later that I'd been missing for 3 days, though it had felt like only hours to me. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded crazy even to my own ears. In the end, I said I'd gotten lost in the storm, that I must have hit my head or something. But I know the truth. I know what I saw, what I did. And I know that the forest I've spent my life protecting is more than it seems. There are old magics here, ancient forces that most people can't even begin to comprehend. Now, as I walk my patrols, I see things differently. I notice the symbols carved into certain trees, invisible unless you know to look for them. I feel the pulse of energy running through the earth beneath my feet. And sometimes on nights when the moon is full and the wind whispers secrets through the leaves, I catch glimpses of other worlds in the shadows between the trees. I am the guardian now, the protector of not just this forest, but of the barrier between worlds. It's a responsibility I never asked for, but one I'll bear for as long as I'm able. So if you ever find yourself in Blackwood National Park, and you hear a strange sound in the night, or see something move in the corner of your eye that doesn't quite make sense, well, don't worry. I'm out there, watching, protecting, but maybe stick to the marked trails, just to be safe. Because in these woods, the line between our world and others isn't as solid as you might think. And sometimes, things slip through the cracks. The security camera footage showed a customer who appeared in different aisles simultaneously, but was never seen at the checkout. As I rewound and replayed the tape for the 100th time, I realized I was dealing with something far beyond mere shoplifting. Little did I know, this impossible customer was about to drag me into a nightmare that defied the laws of physics and sanity alike. My name's Mike, and I've been working the night shift at Quick Mart for about 3 years now. It's not the most exciting job in the world, but it pays the bills. Most nights, it's just me, the hum of the fluorescent lights, and the occasional late-night customer looking for cigarettes or a quick snack. That all changed about a week ago. I was doing my usual nightly routine, restocking shelves, checking expiration dates, the usual mundane tasks that keep me occupied during the long, quiet hours. Around 2 a.m., the bell above the door chimed, signaling a customer. I glanced up, expecting to see one of our regulars, maybe Jack, the insomniac writer who often came in for coffee, or Sarah, the ER nurse grabbing energy drinks before her shift. But this was someone I'd never seen before. He was an unremarkable-looking man, middle-aged, with graying hair and a forgettable face. The kind of person you could pass on the street 100 times and never remember. He nodded politely at me and headed towards the back of the store. I went back to my tasks, keeping half an eye on him as I always do with customers. That's when I noticed something odd. I could have sworn I saw him in the snack aisle, but a second later, he was over by the drinks cooler. I blinked, thinking I must be more tired than I realized, but it kept happening. The man seemed to be everywhere in the store at once, appearing in one aisle and then another almost instantaneously, yet he never approached the checkout. After about 20 minutes of this, I decided to intervene. "Excuse me, sir," I called out. "Can I help you find anything?" There was no response. I walked down the aisle where I'd last seen him, but it was empty. In fact, the entire store was empty. The man had vanished, shaken. I went to check the security footage. What I saw made my blood run cold. The cameras showed the man entering the store, just as I remembered. But then things got weird. He appeared in multiple cameras simultaneously, in different parts of the store, and in none of the footage did he ever leave. I must have watched those tapes a dozen times that night, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. By the time my shift ended, I was convinced I was losing my mind. The next night, it happened again. The same man, the same impossible movements. This time, I was determined to confront him. I waited until he appeared in the aisle nearest to me, then quickly stepped around the corner. "Sir, I need to talk to you about—" I stopped short. The aisle was empty. "Looking for me?" a voice said behind me. I spun around. There he was, standing calmly as if he'd been there all along. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What are you doing?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm just browsing, Mike. Isn't that what customers do?" The fact that he knew my name sent a chill down my spine. I hadn't worn my name tag in months. "You're not just browsing," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've seen the camera footage. You're everywhere at once." "It's impossible." He chuckled, a sound that made my skin crawl. Impossible is such a limiting word, don't you think? I prefer improbable. As he spoke, I blinked, and suddenly he was at the end of the aisle. I hadn't seen him move. It was as if he had teleported. "What are you?" I whispered. "I'm a customer, Mike. Just a customer who exists, differently than you're used to." Over the next hour, I tried to make sense of what was happening. The man, if you could call him that, explained in vague, often contradictory terms. He talked about temporal displacement and quantum superposition, like they were everyday concepts. Most of it went over my head, but I gathered that he experienced time and space differently than normal people. "But why here?" I asked. "Why this store?" He shrugged, a gesture that seemed too human for whatever he was. "It's a nexus point, a place where the fabric of reality is thin. Surely you've noticed strange things happening here before." And the thing was, I had items that disappeared and reappeared in impossible places. The clock that sometimes ran backwards. The customers who came in looking one age and left looking decades older or younger. I'd always dismissed these things, convinced I was imagining them. But now, "What do you want?" I finally asked. His expression turned serious. "I want to go home, Mike, but I'm stuck, caught between moments, between realities. I need your help." "My help? What can I possibly do?" He explained that the store's security system was somehow interfering with his ability to shift properly. If I could turn it off just for a moment, he might be able to break free of whatever was holding him here. I was skeptical, to say the least. But as the night wore on, and I watched him appear and disappear around the store, moving in ways that defied physics, I began to consider it. What if he was telling the truth? What if I could help him? Finally, as dawn approached, I made my decision. I went to the back office and disabled the security system. The cameras went dark. The electronic locks disengaged. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the air in the store began to shimmer, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. The man appeared in front of me, his form flickering and distorting. "Thank you, Mike," he said, his voice echoing strangely. But I'm afraid I haven't been entirely truthful with you. Before I could react, he reached out and grabbed my arm. The world seemed to twist and warp around us. I felt a sensation like I was being stretched and compressed at the same time. When the feeling passed, I found myself elsewhere. It looked like the Quick Mart, but wrong somehow. The colors were off, the proportions slightly skewed, and outside the windows, instead of the familiar parking lot, I saw a swirling void of impossible colors. "Welcome to my world, Mike," the man said, but his voice came from everywhere at once. Or should I say worlds? You see, I wasn't trapped in your reality. I was scouting it. And now, thanks to you, we can begin the invasion. As he spoke, I saw other figures appearing in the store. Dozens, then hundreds of them, all with that same forgettable face. They began to flicker and disappear, and I knew with a sickening certainty that they were heading to my world. "Why?" I managed to ask. "And why are you doing this?" The man, the thing, smiled that empty smile again. "Because we can, Mike. Because your reality is undefended, ripe for the taking. And because, well, we're hungry. I tried to run, but in this place, physics didn't work the way I was used to. Each step sent me spiraling in a different direction. I was lost in a maze of my own store, each aisle leading to another impossible version of itself. I don't know how long I've been trapped here. Time doesn't work right in this place. I catch glimpses sometimes through the windows of my own world. I see the Quick Mart, still operating as if nothing has changed. But I know better. I see the customers coming and going, and I wonder how many of them are real, and how many are these invaders, these reality-bending horrors wearing human faces. And I wonder, with a growing sense of dread, how long it will be before they drop their disguises entirely, before they remake my world in the image of this twisted, impossible place. So, if you're reading this, be careful the next time you're in a convenience store late at night. Pay attention to the other customers. And if you see someone who seems to be everywhere at once, someone whose movements don't quite make sense, run, and don't look back. Because the invasion has already begun, and it started in a little store called Quick Mart, on a night when a foolish clerk named Mike made a terrible, terrible mistake. And whatever you do, don't turn off the cameras. They might be the only thing keeping the horrors at bay. For now,